Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live. Welcome to the show. My name is Matt Morris. We are live right now on YouTube as well as on Rumble at Matt Morris TV. Thank you all very much for tuning in. If you have not already, make sure to like and to subscribe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are once again going to be doing all-day breaking news live coverage of every single thing that is unfolding in the Middle East, really around the entire world, because it seems once again that today is going to be a very eventful day in the CENTCOM region. This is day number 10 of the war against Iran, as everyone is calling it now, including our president and our Secretary of War. Now, folks, our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, actually earlier this morning, he held a press conference, cluing all of us in about the current state of the operation. He said that, amongst many other things, he said that day 10, that's tonight, coming up, that's like now, is going to be the most intense day of U.S.-Israeli airstrikes that anybody has ever seen against the Iranian regime. Adding that Iran stands alone, they've got no friends, no allies, no partners, and that they are suffering heavy losses. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be seeing, according to our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, the largest, most colossal, most monumental U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign over the skies of Iran, making it rain over Iran on key IRGC locations. The bombs are going to be dropping, and we are going to be seeing all of it live, breaking it down. Now, of course, we have a lot of other stuff to talk about today, folks, at 2 p.m. Eastern. That is, what, 2 hours from now? Something like that. No, a little bit, just 1 hour and 15 minutes. In about 1 hour and 15 minutes, our lovely White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt is going to come on out and have a White House press conference. And word on the block is that there might be some special guests at this White House press conference a little bit over 1 hour from now. So we're going to be watching that live together today. And between you and me, like I said, Hegseth held a CENTCOM war in Iran update this morning. For me, it was 5 in the morning. It was 8 in the morning on the East Coast. I kind of want to go back and watch it. Do you guys mind? Do you ladies and gentlemen mind? I have not seen the entire thing. I've seen some clips and some statements. We just pulled one out. Day 10, the most intense day of strikes. I would like to watch it. It's about a half hour long. I know that happened a couple hours ago. I apologize. I would imagine most people have not seen that, considering it was so early in the morning, just a couple hours ago. What I would like to do is actually kind of kick off today's broadcast by doubling back and watching this 30-minute long press conference that Pete Hegseth held this morning, because I think that most people have probably not seen it. So, folks, what we're going to do right now is actually start things off. We're going to watch that, but first, there are a couple updates here that I would like to share with some of you guys. Some information I just want to go through real quick. First off, like I said, Hegseth said, day 10 of the war is likely going to be the most intense day of strikes yet. Iran is isolated, alone, and suffering heavy losses. We have a report here. My assessment today, today's military campaign in Iran is going to be absolutely brutal. My sense is that during this first week, the U.S. aimed to delegitimize the Islamic Republic. They took out the Ayatollah, the leadership, as a functioning governance entity. And now they are in the process of delegitimizing the IRGC as a functioning military. We're taking out IRGC commanders and leaders. And also, humiliations with the Houthis not joining the fight. Hezbollah has been degraded. The military aim here is to prevent the next 10 years, prevent the reemergence of any threat in the region and total elimination of basic ones, nuclear, missile, suicide drones. But the political one is to enable someone like Pezeshkian and non-hostile political actors to take over. So completely destroy everyone in the country who is even remotely hostile or violent. That's kind of the objective. First, the almost religious and political leadership has been destroyed. Now the objective is, and we're going to see that tonight, take out the military leadership, take out every single hostile in the entire country. And that's what we might be seeing tonight. A senior Iranian source told CNN today, quote, "We hold the screw of the global oil price in our hands. For a long time, the U.S. will have to wait for our actions to control the price. Energy markets are unstable, and we will continue to fight until Trump declares defeat." Ladies and gentlemen, the entire linchpin of what is going on right now, it all centers around the Strait of Hormuz. What is the Iranian strategy right now? Their strategy is to shut down, keep the strait shut down, try to maintain this shutdown, this blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, destabilize the global economy so much that Trump says, okay, I don't want to be blamed with rising oil prices. And so, you know what? We're going to get out of here. We're wrapping this thing up. Now, if this is the Iranian plan, it seems like it's really not going that well for the Iranian regime. The Strait of Hormuz is slowly kind of opening back up. In fact, we're starting to see more oil and more traffic head on through the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to be talking a lot about the Strait of Hormuz today. In fact, you know what? Why don't we do it now? Why don't we go ahead and do it now? According to Goldman Sachs, some oil is moving through the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this. This is a chart. So February 27th, the oil's going through. It's all good. February 28th, this is day one of the conflict, and the strait is shut. March 1st, March 2nd, March 3rd. Pretty much no oil's going through. What did we see yesterday? This is data coming from Goldman Sachs. If anybody knows, it would be people who have the, they've got the analytics. They've got all the teams looking into this. March 9th, for the first time, we saw a big time drastic increase in oil. Not all the way, but it's coming back up. Not all the way. We're not all the way there yet, but it's coming back up. In fact, can we go ahead and pull this up? One moment here, folks. I want to show you right here. Here we are. Take a look at this. This is the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, we started seeing something absolutely astounding, absolutely abnormal. We have started see this pattern, how on the outside of the Strait of Hormuz, this is the outside, this is the inside, the Persian Gulf, this is where the oil is. Everybody wants in to go pick up oil, and then they got to bring it back out. Well, what we've been seeing, this only started yesterday. Very curious. We're seeing all of these tankers, these vessels, no longer are they sort of clumping up in a big blob. In fact, you don't even really have any big blobs over here anymore. Remember, for the last 8 or 9 or 10 days, we did have several big blobs of tanker vessels just floating around, almost sort of looking a little bit more like this. You don't see that anymore. What do you see? You see tanker vessels over here. They're lining up straight as an arrow. Where are they going? What is happening here? Why are they doing this? They're going into the Strait of Hormuz. And the second they sort of enter that strait, they flip their transponder off. They go dark, so to speak, and they make that transit. They go all the way through. They come out, and then they flip their transponder back on. So it's not that they're lining up and just sitting here doing nothing. No, they are lined up on their way to go into the strait. They're going in. They're going in. They're not just sitting here hanging out. They're going in, but they're going in dark. And increasing numbers of them are doing this. And this is why, back to our chart here, yesterday, for the first time, we saw really a mass, this is according to Goldman Sachs, a mass increase in oil exports coming out. And so they're going in and they're coming out. And the reason why these vessels are becoming increasingly confident in making this run, albeit dark, still it's not perfect yet, but they're rebuilding some confidence in the dynamic here. The reason why is because we have been blowing the living hell out of all of these IRGC locations in the region directly adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz, but also everywhere in the entire country. Every single time we blow up an IRGC missile battery, ballistic missile launch site, suicide drone launch site, suicide drone storage facility, bunker, whatever, every target we blow up in Iran, namely in the adjacent area around the Strait of Hormuz, well, that diminishes the IRGC's capacity to attack all of these tanker vessels. So every single day, the degree to which the IRGC can attack these boats goes down. And these vessels, they've said, okay, well, they're getting a little bit more confident. Not all of them, we're not all the way there, but maybe some of the most brave vessels are going in right now. And every single day, we're going to see that volume go up. Good, good. Now, there was another report here. Take a look at this. I want to read this. Breaking news. About 35% of the oil that this is coming from DropSite, and this is brought to us from, well, I'll find the source here for you in a minute. About 35% of the oil that normally transits the Strait of Hormuz is still reaching export markets, per Bloomberg. Bloomberg's Javier Blas reports. Bloomberg. Saudi Arabia's move to ramp up exports in the Red Sea will cause that number to jump up to 63% in the next couple days. Now, I want to show you what's going on here. I need to pull up a map. Sorry, I didn't come prepared today here, folks. Let me pull up a map for you. You're not going to believe this. Here we are. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So here's a little country called Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they have some pipelines going from over here all the way across the desert, the hills, the mountains, going over here into the Red Sea. Okay. And so these pipelines, they can't pump as much volume as you can get by shipping oil out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, but still they can do a little bit. Still, it's better than nothing. And so what the Saudi Arabians are saying now is, okay, we're going to increase the pump. We're pumping harder than ever across the desert over to the Red Sea. And so we have this report here. Saudi Arabians are going to move to ramp up exports in the Red Sea. That will cause the number to jump from 35% of normal exports up to 63% in the next couple of days. Pre-war crude flows through the Strait of Hormuz averaged about 15 million barrels per day. Current estimates suggest right now about 5.5 are still going through the Strait of Hormuz, albeit kind of quietly, secretly. Transponders are getting flipped off. Bloomberg reports Saudi Arabia's state oil giant Saudi Aramco is rapidly ramping up exports via its east-west pipeline on the Red Sea, which could lift total crude reaching markets to about 9.5 million barrels per day within the next couple of days. And so slowly, this situation is getting recovered. And if you don't believe the report, if you don't believe me, if you don't believe the transponder theory that, and it's not a theory, that is what's happening. They're flipping their transponders off. Not all of them, but a lot of them, enough of them. They're beginning to do it increasingly so. If you don't believe any of that, why do you think that oil prices, oil futures, shot up to 120 and now they're back down at 81? People panicked and then they saw this information we're talking about here. They thought it was a complete and total shutdown over the weekend. Markets reopened Monday morning. People saw this data. They said, wait a minute. Okay, we're opening up the pipelines, going to the Red Sea. Okay, there's still some of these tanker vessels with their transponders off, and they're making the run in and out. People panic a little bit less, and it goes back down to 81. Now, is the situation perfect? No, but it's not as bad as a lot of people thought it was going to be. They thought it'd be 120. Now it's back down to 81, and things are getting better still. In fact, if you look months and months and months out, you look at the deep futures market, prices are exactly the same as they were 2 weeks ago. So the market, the oil executives, etc., the oil analysts, they believe that in a couple months here, all of this is going to be done and over with because long-term futures remain unchanged. This is they say money talks. The money says this is over within a couple months. So there's perhaps some good news. There's perhaps some good news. Now, there's something else I'd like to show all of you guys. We got a very curious statement. This is going to be shocking for a lot of you folks. Steve Witkoff held an interview this morning with CNBC. Here is an extract of what he said. The Russians said they have not been sharing intelligence with Iran. We got this report a week ago saying the Chinese and the Russians have been sharing intelligence with the Iranians. Satellite imagery, whatever, coordinates, whatever. But the Russians today, in a conversation with Steve Witkoff, our special envoy in the Trump administration, they said, no, we're not. No, we're not. Now, China almost certainly is. But the Russians are saying no. No, we are not. In fact, you know what? We have a couple statements here from Witkoff while we're talking about him. Why don't we see? We have some excerpts of this interview. Why don't we take a listen to this? We need to get our audio proper here. First thing he says, we're talking about Iran.
Israel, but we can also see now with this offensive missile shield that Iran had to, in other words, protect the nuclear effort, that and what it's doing, the havoc that it's raising out there with Middle Eastern countries. I mean, what they're doing is basically degrading any support they had in the region has been substantially degraded because nobody wants them as a neighbor. Who would want this sort of activity?
Well, that's absolutely true. I mean, folks, can we pull back up our map here? Okay, how many countries, once again, how many countries in the region here have the Iranians fired drones and missiles at? Oman, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Iraq, Armenia, Turkey, Jordan, Israel. It's like literally every single one of their neighbors to the west, the north, the south. 12, the number is 12 in total. They have been firing missiles, rockets, and drones at, trying to put pressure on them. And their regional neighbors are saying, listen, you guys are psychotic. We've had enough of this. Witkoff is right. He says, nobody wants to be neighbors with this psychotic regime. I mean, folks, imagine you're a person, you're living in your house. Imagine if your neighbor across the road, a couple times a week, fired gunshots into your living room. You're sitting here in the evening, you're trying to watch your TV, you're eating popcorn, it's after a long day of work, you come home, you're sipping a beer on the couch, and you got your psychotic neighbor who's a part of a death cult from his house taking shots with his handgun or whatever into your living room. Yeah, you're not going to be on the best terms. You're probably not going to be best friends. Yeah, not a good neighbor. So anyway, that's kind of what's going on here. And all of these regional neighbors, all these countries in the region, in the area, they're not happy about it. There's a reason why they're choosing to work with the U.S. and not Iran right now. Now we have a statement from Witkoff. He goes on to say, message about Israel. Can I turn up the audio here? Take a look at this.
I would say that, look, Israel is a one-bomb country. One bomb takes them out. And that's why it's so existential to Israel. But we can also see now with this offensive missile shield that Iran had to, in other words, protect the nuclear effort, that and what it's doing, the havoc that it's raising out there with Middle Eastern countries. I mean, what they're doing.
Now, he says Israel is a one-bomb nation, meaning all it would take is one bomb. If the bomb's big enough, nuclear. If the bomb's big enough, Israel's gone. And this ties back into something that President Trump said yesterday. He literally said this. He said, if the United States, if we did not get involved 10 days ago at the start of this conflict, and going back even further, Midnight Hammer 8 months ago, if the U.S. did not get involved 8 months ago and also 10 days ago, Israel would not exist. President Trump said that point blank. President Trump said that Israel would have been, quote, wiped off the face of the map if the U.S. has not gotten involved on 2 occasions over the last year, Midnight Hammer and Operation Epic Fury. President Trump said Israel would not exist. So you know what? I got to take a little, I think here, all of us as Americans, we deserve a big thank you. We have saved Israel, according to our president yesterday, and he's got the best intelligence, the best information of anybody in the world. Right this very moment, Israel would not exist if not for the United States of America. We saved Israel. What does that mean? The United States has saved Israel from nuclear holocaust, from nuclear Armageddon on 2 occasions, perhaps over the last 12 months. So you know what? Hey, that's a big deal. And that's coming straight from President Trump yesterday afternoon. There you have it. Now, we also hear, this is Steve Witkoff. He's talking about the Russians. What does he say about this? Can I turn up the audio a little bit?
I can tell you that yesterday on the call with the president, The Russians said that they have not been sharing. That's what they said. So, you know, we can take them at their word, but they did say that. And yesterday morning, independently, Jared and I had a call with Ushakov, who reiterated the same. So, you know, that's a better question for the intel people, but let's hope that they're not sharing.
So this is from Witkoff. He says, we talked to the Russians and they said, we are not sharing intelligence with the Iranians. We're not doing it. Now, is that true? Is that a lie? He says, well, we're going to have to leave that to our intelligence people to determine whether or not that's the truth. But the Russians verbally, they are saying to our delegates here, like Witkoff, saying, no, we are not sharing intelligence with the Iranians. Now we know for a fact of the matter, the Chinese are. As a fact of the matter, the Chinese, they are. I guess with the Russians, it's kind of up in the air. I'm not sure. They say they're not. Witkoff said that they're not. And it kind of sounds like, I don't know if I believe it, but okay, they say that they're not. We have a longer video talking about the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons program. Let's take a look at this one here too, folks.
Well, first of all, they had 460 kilograms of 60% enriched material. There is no reason to be at 60%, none, zero reason, unless you're pursuing a weapon. So that's the first thing I would say to the naysayers. The second thing I would say to the naysayers is, who actually shows evidence of their weapon? Would a murderer do such a thing? Everybody has known that they have been testing for weaponization since 2003. The IAEA has attested to that. So we know that they've done all kinds of testing on weapons. And it wouldn't be all that much for them to do a World War II vintage type weapon. So we knew that it was possible that they could have a weapon, or they might be close to being able to procure a weapon. And then I give you this other detail.
Real quick, fun fact about this. Okay. Anything over 20% enriched uranium is technically, terminologically, weapons grade. Okay. For a civilian nuclear energy program, like in an energy facility, nuclear power plant, you need somewhere around 3.67, maybe up to 5%, somewhere between 3.5% and 5% for an energy program, for a non-weapons energy program. At most 9. There's never any reason to go above really 3 to 5, 3.5 to 5. So if you're doing 20%, there's no energy reason. This is categorically, you can fact check me on this. Anything 20%, it's called highly enriched uranium is the threshold. 20% and above is called highly enriched uranium. And if you have enough of it, if you have enough of this highly enriched uranium, you can build a nuclear bomb. That's the fact of the matter. Now, the more enriched it is, 60%, 70%, 80%, the more enriched it is, the higher that percentage is, the less material you need. It's more refined. But technically speaking, if you have enough 20% enriched uranium, if you have enough of it, you could make a nuclear weapon. The more enriched it is, the less material you need. So you have a chart going this way and a chart going that way. Does that make sense? So when he says there's no reason at all to have 60%, other than if you're at a minimum trying to send the threat, maybe they're not actively trying to make a nuclear weapon, but they're trying to send the message, we could if we wanted. And they sent that message. There is no reason to have 60%.
That no one seems to want to talk about, which is they could easily have taken the 60% enriched material and made a dirty bomb out of it. That would have been a really easy step. So there were all kinds of reasons to be concerned with where they were. And they claimed that they were coming to the negotiation with Jared and I for good purposes, to explain to them what they needed from an enrichment standpoint. So to start the conversation off with the predicate that they're entitled to enrich, with the further predicate that they've got 11 bombs worth of enrichment material a week to a week and a half away from being weapons grade, and that they weren't going to give to us diplomatically what they claim we couldn't win from a military standpoint. That was reason enough for us to determine that they weren't there for to be purposefully negotiating a diplomatic settlement.
Okay, folks, let's really break that down here, because he said something very powerful, just really not in a powerful way. He said that when him and Jared Kushner, when Witkoff and Kushner went to negotiate with the Iranians on day one of the negotiations, day one, when they first sat down at the table, the Iranians said, listen, yeah, we've got, 440 or 450 kilograms of 60% highly enriched uranium. And if we wanted, we could make 11 nuclear bombs with that material. Anyway, let's talk. That was their opener. Anyway, they said, hello, nice to meet you, Iranian representative here. We've got 60% enriched uranium, 450 kilograms of it. We could make 11 nuclear bombs if we wanted. Anyway, now let's negotiate. That was their opener, according to Witkoff. And then what's more, they go on to say, when Witkoff says, okay, listen, you're not allowed to have that. That's intolerable to us here in America, really everyone in the world. We're not going to let you have that. The Iranians responded. What did they say? They said this: why would we give you our enriched uranium? Why would we give you something in a negotiation that you can't even take from us militarily? Why would we give you something that you can't even take from us? Is what the Iranians said. They said, you can't even take it from us. Why would we even consider giving that to you in a negotiation here? Effectively spitting in Witkoff's face, spitting in Trump's face, effectively saying, really saying, you have no power over us. You don't even have the capacity to remove, by force, to take this from us. So why would we give it to you? Spitting in Trump's face. Do you think they regret that? We are now 10 days into, what is this called? Operation Epic Fury. Do you think that they regret saying that now? The Ayatollah's dead, over 100 members, leadership members across the country, political, military, IRGC, and otherwise are dead. The country is in tatters. We've sunk over 50 naval vessels, all of their bunkers. Their capacity with which to fire ballistic missiles and suicide drones has been diminished by over 90%. They can't even mount a defense anymore. We have complete and total air, not superiority, but air supremacy over the country, meaning we can fly wherever we want over their airspace and they can't do anything about it. Right now, we are flying bomber planes from the 1950s over the skies of Iran. They're not stealth. They're not high tech. We are flying 1950s era bomber planes over the skies of Iran, and they can't do, pardon my language, they can't do jack shit about it. Do you think they regret spitting in Trump's face? I would suppose so. I would suppose so. Now let's keep on. Why don't we go ahead and finish that clip here from Witkoff? Because there's actually one more. We've got one more here. He says, how is this war going to end?
So how do you see this ending, this war?
I don't know, Sarah. I know this, that President Trump is the wrong guy to go up against. That's what I know.
So how do you see this?
There you go. Very short message. How do you see this ending? I don't know, but I'll tell you what, Trump is the wrong guy to go up against. And you know what? That does seem to be the case. I just want to make sure we have our alerts, folks. We are going to be here doing live coverage all day. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, in 45 minutes, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt is going to come on out and give us a sit rep here. And while we wait for Carolyn Leavitt, there's something I said I wanted to do because I have not seen this. This happened very early in the morning. And I think now is probably a good time. We heard from, you know what I need to do? We heard from Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane about the current status of the war against Iran. This is a 30-minute press conference they held, a brief. It's a brief. And so I have not seen this. This is from probably 3 hours ago. I have not seen this yet. I want to watch this with you guys. So now we're going to hear from Pete Hegseth about what exactly is going on. We need to listen to this before Carolyn Levitt comes out so we really know exactly what's going on. Thank you, folks.
Well, to our fellow Americans, brave warriors, and steadfast allies, good morning. You know, as someone who led troops, led soldiers in the streets of Baghdad and Samarra, Iraq, and who trained counterinsurgents in Kabul, Afghanistan, and who still carries the weight of brothers lost to Iranian terrorist proxies, many backed by the same Iranian regime we're confronting now. This fight, Operation Epic Fury, it hits home. Our generation understands this fight. For 47 years, these barbaric savages in the Iranian regime have murdered our brothers in arms, my guys, your guys, our guys, through their terrorist proxies and cowardly attacks. Now they race toward a nuclear bomb to hold the world hostage. The Iranians have targeted and killed thousands of my American brothers. That race to a nuclear bomb, President Trump will never allow it. Not now, not ever, not on our watch. The mullahs are desperate and scrambling. Like the terrorist cowards they are, they fire missiles from schools and hospitals, deliberately targeting innocents, because they know their military is being systematically degraded and annihilated. Iran's neighbors, and in some cases, former allies in the Gulf, they've abandoned them. And their proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, either broken, ineffective, or on the sidelines. Iran stands alone, and they are badly losing.
Iran stands alone.
On day 10 of Operation Epic Fury, we are winning with an overwhelming and unrelenting focus on our objectives, which are the same as the day I gave my first briefing here on Operation Epic Fury. They're straightforward, and we are executing them with ruthless precision. One, destroy their missile stockpiles, their missile launchers, and their defense industrial base. Missiles and their ability to make them. 2, destroy their navy. And 3, permanently deny Iran nuclear weapons forever. It's a laser-focused, maximum authority mission delivered with overwhelming and unrelenting precision. No hesitation, no half measures. As President Trump declared yesterday, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example, today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran.
Once again, folks, that's one of the big topics of today. Today is going to be, like he says, the most intense day of strikes so far.
Most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes, intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet. Just the bifurcation, just the trend lines that we talked about on our first briefing. You see, this is not 2003. This is not endless nation building under those types of quagmires we saw under Bush or Obama. It's not even close. Our generation of soldier will not let that happen again, and nor will this president, who very clearly ran against those kinds of never-ending, nebulously scoped missions. Those days are dead. Instead, we're winning decisively with brutal efficiency, total air dominance, and an unbreakable will to accomplish the president's objectives on our timeline. We stay locked on the target because here at the Department of War, that's our job. Now, the chairman and I, having just returned from Dover last night, our troops and their families and the enormous sacrifice that they make is certainly heavy on my mind. So I'll close with scripture, drawing strength from Psalm 144. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. He is my loving God and my fortress, my stronghold and my deliverer, my shield, in whom I take refuge. May the Lord grant unyielding strength and refuge to our warriors, unbreakable protection to them and our homeland, and total victory over those who seek to harm them. And amen. God bless our troops and this mission. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm here today to continue the updates to the American people and to those in the room on Operation Epic Fury.
Here we go.
First, let me start with honoring our fallen. As the Secretary said, on Saturday and again last night at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, our nation's leaders honored our returning fallen as they arrived home for their final time. Last week, I shared a few of the names, and today I want to share the rest. Major Jeffrey O'Brien and Chief Warrant Officer 3 Robert Marzan were the final two fallen to return home, and members of the U.S. Army Reserve's 103rd Sustainment Command out of Des Moines, Iowa. Last night, as the news has been reporting, we honored the return of Staff Sergeant Benjamin Pennington of the U.S. Army's 1st Space Brigade from Fort Carson, Colorado. When I met Ben's family last night, his mom, his dad, and his sister, they showed me a drawing that Ben had made when he was in kindergarten. It was clear all the way back then that Ben wanted to do one thing in his life, and he wanted to serve his country and be a soldier. And to the Penningtons, just know how Ben was absolutely a great one. And finally, Major Sorfleet Davies, who returned home this weekend after sadly passing away from a medical condition while on duty in Kuwait. We welcome him home as well and mourn with his family. To the families and the families of all of our fallen, we share in your profound grief. The Joint Force remains eternally grateful for your sacrifice and the gift of a great example that your service members have given all of us. I want you to know that their names will never be forgotten, and you and your family are part of our Joint Force family forever. Let me talk a little bit about the progress thus far, acknowledging that Admiral Cooper will likely continue to give updates from CENTCOM. As the Secretary said, we're in the 10th, moving into the 11th day of Operation Epic Fury. The Joint Force remains focused on 3 military objectives: continue to destroy Iranian ballistic missiles and drone capability in order to prevent attacks on the U.S. and others throughout the region. And this means attacking launch sites, command and control nodes, stockpiles before they can threaten our personnel, our facilities, and our partners. Second, we continue to strike the Iranian Navy and their capabilities in order to do things like sustain movement through the Straits of Hormuz. And third, we continue to start working on and going deeper into Iran's military and industrial base in order to prevent the regime from being able to attack Americans, our interests, and our partners for years to come and project power outside their borders. This means servicing production facilities, research and development sites, and infrastructure. Let me turn to the map. We're going to try digital today to prevent laser injury. Since our last update, CENTCOM continues to make progress across the southern flank. To date, they've struck more than 5,000 targets. U.S. Strategic Command bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound GPS penetrating weapons on deeply buried missile launchers across the southern flank. We also have struck several one-way drone factories to get at the heart of their autonomous capability. And of course, alongside our regional partners along the southern flank, continue to execute intercepts against one-way attack drones using fighters and attack helicopters. Our strikes mean we've made significant progress in reducing the number of missile and drone attacks out of Iran. Ballistic missile attacks continue to trend downward, 90% from where they've started, and one-way attack drones have decreased 83% since the beginning of the operation.
That's massive.
A testament to our air defenders and our air defense systems, and as I said, our partners in the region continue to do great work as well. Second, we're making substantial progress towards destroying the Navy. In the first 10 days of the conflict, we're more than 50 Iranian naval ships into the campaign using a combination of artillery, fighters, bombers, and sea-launched missiles. As Admiral Cooper noted last Thursday, we struck and sank an Iranian drone carrier ship, and U.S. CENTCOM continues today to hunt and strike mine-laying vessels and mine storage facilities. This work will continue. Third, against our objectives, we've begun to target Iran's military and industrial complex, again, focusing on centers of gravity to get upstream of the shooters out in the field in order to deny them the ability to continue to generate those one-way attack drones. Let me spend a minute talking about the Joint Force. Across the area of responsibility, this is gritty and tireless work, and I cannot begin to explain how incredibly proud I am of the extraordinary courage, tenacity, and grit and professionalism within the Joint Force. Last time I had a chance to talk about the Army's incredible logisticians who are out there sustaining the fight. Today I want to highlight a few groups of sailors. First, I want to thank the men and women of the Ford Carrier Strike Group and their families, and let all of them know how grateful I am for their leadership and service. The crews on board this strike group have already been endured months at sea only to get their deployment extended. These exceptional Americans, rogered up, all supported by their families, continue to stand the watch, taking the fight to the enemy over and over again, night after night. Aboard ships like the USS Ford and the Abraham Lincoln are a special group of sailors I want to highlight today. These are the men and women, the sailors up on the roof running operations on the flight deck. With an average age of the early 20s, these are the unsung heroes of naval aviation. These young sailors, known for wearing yellow shirts, are in charge of the catapults, taxiing jets around on the flight deck, shooting jets off the front end, and recovering jets off the back end. They are literally involved with every single movement on the roof on an aircraft carrier. They are the last ones that a naval aviator sees before getting shot off the front end, and the first one that a naval aviator sees after safely trapping on the back end. And just for a minute, imagine you're standing on that aircraft carrier flight deck. There's 30 knots of wind in your face.
One moment here, folks. We have I want to check on this one. We have some confrontation line, red alerts, hostile aircraft intrusion. Once again, it's always in North Israel. You want to know what's going on here? Okay, this is Israel, and this is Hezbollah, or this is Lebanon, in which Hezbollah resides. And so I guarantee you what's going on right here. They're taking shots at each other across the border. We've seen this a lot. This one is curious, though. Hostile aircraft intrusion, if we had to guess, what does that mean? This is not a missile. Unlikely that this is a rocket. This is probably some type of drone. And very often, these alerts up here, they come and then they go very quickly. I would suspect that in the next 10 seconds, these alerts probably resolve themselves. They normally don't last that long. Generally, they take shots at each other, and that's kind of the end of it. So I think we're probably going to be fine there. It's always up here. This town right here, Metula, this is as far north as you can go in Israel. But Silent Hill time, the hills have eyes. The hills have Hezbollah. Yeah, and so these are getting resolved now. Okay, let's keep on listening to this statement here.
The deck is slippery, covered in grease. It's noisy. There are propellers spinning. There's jet blast everywhere. Helicopters are running. Your head is on a swivel, and you're trying to direct a multi-million-dollar fighter into a 1-foot square box so that those naval aviators can be shot off into the black of night to go do America's work. Those jets are fully loaded with missiles and bombs. and they are a world-class team combined with the naval aviation and the aviators in those jets. This beautiful symphony of American spirit is the definition of perfectly organized chaos. And these crews do it every single time the carrier is at work. Oh, by the way,
Okay, I'm sorry to keep on pausing here, ladies and gentlemen. We just keep on having these little tiny red alerts up here in North Israel. Once again, this is a hostile aircraft intrusion. It's always right up here in the very tippy top. Red alert, hostile aircraft intrusion. Now, there's different types of alerts. This is not a ballistic missile. This is not something crazy. This is, like I said, generally, these kind of resolve themselves very quickly. So I think maybe we don't need to be too concerned about those at the moment.
middle of the night and oftentimes in the pouring rain. These are dedicated young people who take the road less traveled to serve their great nation, doing the deeds that we need them to do. America's enlisted force is the pride of every nation's military, certainly ours, and the envy of every other one as well. Each and every one of them out there across the joint force are extraordinary, and in particular today I want to highlight the yellow shirts. Ladies and gentlemen, our work continues. It'll continue to be difficult. I ask every American to keep our deployed force and their families in our thoughts. Combat deployments can be tough on the force and the families, and it's important that we continue to remember that. I remain deeply humbled by the 2.8 million members of the Joint Force, and I'll end where I started, and that's remembering our fallen and their families whose sacrifice will be felt forever. And with that, I'll take some questions with the Secretary.
Questions, okay.
A beautiful
and that's right.
symphony of
and that's
American
right.
spirit. Well said, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, sir.
And I will just note that no other country in the world is capable of executing what the chairman just described, day after day, night after night, unrelenting. Well said. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. You talked, Mr. Secretary, you talked at the conference in Florida on Thursday that there was a 90% missile capabilities degradation and 83% drone degradation, and I know the chairman just repeated those numbers. We've seen the most amount of fighting these past 5 days. Is there any update to those percentages? And also, are you able to give any quantification of degradation to the enemy's nuclear capabilities yet?
What those numbers represent is a persistent low ability to respond, which is what we're looking for, right? It's if the enemy can simply wait and then project power, that's problematic. And we've seen some spurts here or there, but ultimately the trend lines, if you look at the charts that we look at every day, have gone like this down to a flat. That doesn't mean they won't be able to project. It doesn't mean our air defenders still don't have to defend. They do, but that is strong evidence of degradation, along with the battle damage assessment that the Joint Staff does, which takes time. You've got to look at imagery and recognize whether something's been simply degraded or it's been destroyed, or whether an underground facility has been collapsed or completely obliterated. So there's differences in how you evaluate that, but the numbers staying that low is a demonstration of the efficacy for sure. Yeah, Ryan.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. There's been reports that the new leader of Iran has been wounded. Do you know if this is true and what his condition
good
is?
question.
And then another one, President Trump said he had a really good call with President Putin yesterday. Will Russia be aiding us in this conflict, and can you share anything on that?
Well, the president, as I've said before, maintains strong relationships with world leaders, which creates opportunities and options for us in very dynamic ways. So the president said it was a good call. I was not on it, but those that were said it was a strong call, reaffirming hopefully the opportunity for some peace in Russia, Ukraine, and also a recognition that as it pertains to this conflict, they should not be involved. The first question was
On the new leader of Iran, there's reports that he's been wounded.
Oh, the new leader of Iran. He would be wise to heed the words of our president, which is to not pursue nuclear weapons and come out and state as such. As far as his status, that's not something I can comment on right now. Yeah, right here.
Okay, so he's wounded.
Mr. Secretary,
okay.
Eric Schmidt with the New York Times. A question for you first.
So, by the way, the reason why she asks, yesterday there were some reports going around, unconfirmed, so we don't know for sure, that he had his leg blown off and he had to have his leg amputated. His leg was wounded and he had to have his leg amputated. this new supreme leader, the son of Khamenei Jr., allegedly, unconfirmed though, unconfirmed.
Last week you talked about this being the beginnings of an air campaign that could last 3 to 8 weeks. Can you give us your assessment on where we are now? And Mr. Chairman, in any conflict, the enemy or the adversary adapts to the tactics it faces. Can you talk about the most challenging adaptation the Iranian military has made to the U.S. military? What challenges are you facing most right now? Thank you.
I appreciate the question. Where we are is in a very strong place, giving the President of the United States maximum options. And from the beginning, from this podium, we haven't stated how long it will take. Our will is endless. Ultimately, the President gets to determine the end state of those objectives, right? But what he's said continually, and I want the American people to understand, is this is not endless. It's not protracted. We're not allowing mission creep. The President has set a very specific mission to accomplish. And our job is to unrelentingly deliver that. Now, he gets to control the throttle. He's the one deciding, he's the one elected on behalf of the American people when we're achieving those particular objectives. And so it's not for me to posit whether it's the beginning, the middle, or the end. That's his, and he'll continue to communicate that. What we serve him as is we give him updates on a daily basis of exactly where we are so he can make that determination on the throttle. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question on adaptation. As you're right, no plan survives first contact with the enemy or Murphy. They're adapting, as are we. Of course, we have very entrepreneurial warfighters out there. I'd rather not, for operational security reasons, tell them what's working. So I'm not answer that question based on that. But we are watching what they're doing, and we are adapting faster than they are.
Are they more formidable than you anticipated, General?
I think they're fighting, and I respect that, but I don't think they're more formidable than what we thought.
Secretary Airtech, thank you. Jordan Conrad.
They're fighting, and we respect that, but we don't think they are more formidable than we thought. That statement says a lot. Says a lot. You know what that means? That means that the Iranian regime is actually not living up to our expectations. We thought that they were going to be fighting even harder. We thought that they were going to put up more of a fight than they actually are. He's like, we're going to give them an A for effort. You get an A for effort, they're trying, but they're not really putting up as much of a fight as we had expected.
Gateway Pundit. Axios reported, citing U.S. and Israeli sources, that the U.S. was not happy with strikes on 30 fuel depots in Iran. While this is anonymous sourcing, it seems kind of congruent with what President Trump said yesterday, that there's certain spots they don't want to hit relating to energy infrastructure that would take a long time to rebuild. And whether this reporting is true or not, what's your message to Americans, those who supported the president and those who aren't really in favor of this war and who worry that Israel might be taking advantage of the U.S.'s backing? And then for Mr. Chairman, for you, I wanted to ask, when you say that we're moving inland, what capabilities does Iran have to shoot down jets over their land? And would that trigger some kind of rescue operation that could risk a bigger ground operation?
Well, I would just state by saying Israel's been a really strong partner in this effort. Where they have different objectives, they've pursued them. Ultimately, we've stayed focused on ours. But what Iran has felt is the power of the world's two most powerful air forces. In that particular case, those weren't our strikes or that objective, or that wasn't necessarily our objective. But the president has made it clear to those concerns that we're not getting pulled in any direction. We're leading. The president is leading. He's determining where we want to go, what the outcome will be, what the end state is, with a very keen eye. And I understand those concerns because I've heard from a lot of people who I went through 20 years of those wars myself, worried about getting dragged in, worried about mission creep, worried about nation building or democracy expansion. That's never the perspective the president has pursued on this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had a big conversation about this yesterday, and I had some people in the live chat that were mad at me for saying this. We had a little bit of a spat last night. Hegseth just said it again. The objective here is not to completely eliminate every single member of the Iranian regime or every single member of the IRGC and then to replace them with a Western liberal democracy like we have over here. That's not the objective. Very clearly, they have said this over and over and over. This is not Iraq 2.0. That is what we tried to do in Iraq. This is not Iraq 2.0. That's not the objective. The objective here is to keep going until we have someone in control of this country that is willing to do unconditionally what President Trump wants him to do. That's it. In fact, the regime can remain in power as long as the regime does what Trump tells them to do. That's all. That's it. They have said this explicitly over and over and over again, over and over again. And he just said it now.
Just because previous presidents and previous secretaries have decided to just pour more resources and more people in toward some unguided end state doesn't mean that's the way the world needs to look today. In fact, the American people voted for a different approach. But what the president also stated from the beginning was Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And it's one thing to say it. It's easy to say. Anybody can say that. I mean, Barack Obama said that. But to do something about it takes courage and resolve. But in that courage and in that resolve, you can also be very scoped in what you're trying to execute to ensure that the sacrifice of Americans, American treasure, American lives, all of those properly meet the objective that you're trying to accomplish. And certainly, as someone I talked out front about what the Iranians have done to our generation, yes, we're clear-eyed about it. But my job is to keep it scoped, given the directive to the president to accomplish the mission.
Thank you for the question. Most of their higher-end surface-to-air missile systems are not factors at this point in time. We're able to move around fighters that are moving deeper with relative impunity. Always some risk out there. I don't want to say that there isn't, and we'll always maintain and retain capability of doing search and rescue type of things. But I don't want to get into the details. But thank you for the question.
Chili.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. President Trump told our team on the ground early this morning that the thing that has surprised him the most during the course of this operation so far has been the Iranian regime attacking countries that are not attacking them. I'm curious if that surprised you as well.
Yep.
And General, curious if you were open to the possibility of escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, and if you could describe some of the challenges of doing so.
Big mistake by the Iranian regime to start targeting its neighbors right away, exposing who they are and what they're all about, indiscriminate targeting, flailing recklessly at the beginning. I can't say that we anticipated necessarily that's exactly how they would react, but we knew it was a possibility. And I think it was a demonstration of the desperation of the...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ballistic missile alerts inbound towards Israel. Hold up, stand by here, folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, missiles are going to be potentially making contact with Israel here in 5 minutes. We're going to pause that conference. That was the conference from this morning, so that was not live. That's what I missed. I think a lot of us missed that. They held that statement from Hegseth at 8 in the morning on the East Coast, very early. I think a lot of people missed that. Now, we're going to tune. This is live. We have ballistic missiles inbound towards Israel, and I want to tell you, are we talking north, south, central? This might be more central. This might be Tel Aviv area. It's kind of hard to tell this early. Ladies and gentlemen, also keep in mind here, folks, that in, well, what is it? Must be right about 15 minutes from now, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt is going to come out and talk to us live. She's going to talk to us live. And she is going to clue us in on the current state of where things are. We also have a lot of other updates. Listen, folks, today is going to be yet another big day because a lot has happened. We haven't even finished our recap for things that happened overnight. And of course, things are happening right now. So folks, buckle up. If you have not subscribed already, make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. Right now, we've got ballistic missiles inbound towards Iran. I'm sorry, towards Israel. From Iran towards Israel. Temu Hawks. Folks, we have a big report today. There's this whole narrative that the U.S. blew up a school, a bunch of little Iranian schoolgirls, 165. We have a report today, concretely and definitively debunking that. Did not happen. Did not happen. And we have proof, verifiable. I'm going to show you today. I've got a special segment dedicated to that. It's been about a week and a half, and now we actually have the proof. We have the confirmation of what exactly happened there. It was not the U.S. And so we're going to break that down here in a moment also. Imagine that. Yes, we have the proof. I will say real quick, just also while we wait for these missiles to come on in, all these people that are out here pretending to care about these 165 schoolgirls, I noticed these people, they expressed no concern about the 35,000 Iranians that were butchered a month and a half ago by the Iranian regime. Have you noticed that? I can't help but notice a little bit of hypocrisy here. Where was this same energy when the Iranian regime in January of 2026, less than 2 months ago, killed 35,000 protesters, gunned them down in the streets? Where was that energy? Anyway, alerts are coming in. Here are the alerts. Ballistic missiles inbound. And this is Tel Aviv, ladies and gentlemen, right here, real quick, Tel Aviv. I'm going to flip off my own camera so you guys have a pure, unadulterated view. Okay, listen up now, folks. Okay, you see interceptors flying over southern Lebanon, camera 10. That sounds like an interceptor launch you just heard. All hell is breaking loose. Interception on camera 10. Just saw something flash on camera 6 in the night sky. More, okay, more red alerts. We just got a bunch more red alerts here in the Tel Aviv area. A bunch more. Interception on camera 10. The sirens are back. Something flashed on camera 3 there on the right side. That's Ben Gurion Airport. Camera 10 is top left. It's the biggest camera up there. The red alerts are still active in and around Tel Aviv, so we're not out of this. Getting windy out there. That's the wind. Folks, Carolyn Levitt is going to be having a press conference here. It seems like this. Yep. Okay. Folks, all of the red alerts have now gone blue. Here's our red alert. This is the Tel Aviv area. You can see this entire city was targeted. All these blue areas. And at one point, these were all red, and now they are blue. By the way, turn that down. You see camera 3 here, Ben Gurion International Airport. Well, I want to show you exactly where that is. Here's the airport, right here in the middle. Right here in the middle. And so it's just right outside of town. It's always in the blast range here. But it seems as if all of those missiles have been intercepted. In fact, if you bear with me, folks, there's something else I can show you here. We've got eyes right now in the city of Tel Aviv. This is Tel Aviv Live. Every time the missiles come in, they point the camera down at the ground. They don't want people seeing where the impacts land. But I would suspect here in just a couple seconds that this camera is going to get pointed back up at the night sky. You can see the skyline again because the attack is now over. Now, as I've said a couple times here, folks, in right around 7 minutes... In fact, why don't we do this? That's perfect. That's just perfect. Okay, folks. Yep, in 7 minutes, Carolyn Levitt is going to come on out here and speak to the nation about the current status of the Iran war. Now, that's not Jerusalem down there in the bottom left. That's Tel Aviv. So bear with me. I need to change that. That's Tel Aviv. I'll tell you what, folks, the Iranian regime, they are not successfully launching ballistic missiles. Well, they are successfully launching them sometimes at 10% of the rate they were a week and a half ago. And because they're only able to launch so few these days, just about none of them are actually getting through and doing damage. Almost none of them. I'll tell you, yeah, somebody said she'll be late. Yeah, sometimes she is a little bit late. That's known to happen. Explore with Jen. Hey, thank you very much, Jen. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I saw something this morning. You're not going to believe. I think I bookmarked it. Can I show you this? Okay. Who here has noticed in the live chat, either on YouTube or on Rumble, sometimes we will have people come in the chat and they'll say, Matt Morris, did you see Tel Aviv just got blown up? Iran just launched 1 million, ballistic missiles and they blew up the entire nation. And we're sitting here looking at these comments sometimes saying, what in the hell are you talking about? That did not happen. Well, folks, you want to know where they're getting their news? Can I show you something real quick? The amount of fake news going around on the internet right now, it's AI generated, is going to blow your damn mind. Look at this. This one here has 8.2 thousand likes, 8,200 likes, 3.2 million views. Over 3 million views. This is going viral. Warning, this is fake news bullshit. But I'm going to show you anyway. Look at this, just so you're aware, just so you know what's going on out there. Look at this. Folks, this has 3 million views. And it's all fake. And it's all fake. And it's all fake. So, folks, anytime somebody comes in here and says, did you hear Israel just got blown up? Jerusalem just got You know, the Iranians dropped a nuke on Tel Aviv, whatever it is. It's like, yeah, you're watching AI generated videos from Pakistan. This is Iran Press. Iran Press, independent page. Where are you from? West Asia. Well. Can anybody think of a country that is in West Asia? Pakistan. I would bet money that this is Pakistani AI-generated propaganda bullshit. This one has 10 million views. Look at this. 10 million views. What's this one here? This is fake. This is AI. This has 10 million views. And it's all fake. This is insane. And people, they see this. Stupid people see this. And they say, wow, oh my gosh. I think Iran is winning the war. Iran is dominating America and Israel, whatever. It's crazy. You gotta be stupid to fall for some of this stuff. Okay, folks, like I said, Carolyn Levitt is coming on out here any second now. I'm going to turn up our audio inside of the White House press room. Rumor has it we might actually have a special guest. It's going to be Carolyn Levitt and maybe a special guest here today. We're not sure exactly. Talking about the Iran war, the war in Iran. Now, thank you all for tuning in here today. Boomers, I'll tell you what, I actually don't think the people that are falling for that are not boomers. I think it's third worlders. You guys need to understand there's a lot of dumb people around the world in the third world. And a lot of them don't like America. A lot of them hate Israel. They hate Israel and they're not fans of America. It's individuals from the third world, and I think a lot of them are not so bright. They're not known for being the brightest. Pakistan. And they see videos like that, and it plays into their anti-American bias, and they're already not so smart, and they latch onto it, because it's what they want to see. It's what they want to believe, and so they latch onto it. I think that's what's going on here. Somalian, yeah, maybe. That's what I think. We have a big super chat here from MC Heimler. He says, I wonder if Iran's leadership is trying to tell their people that our tech is fake. Yeah, you know, they're in Iran, the IRGC, they're probably trying to tell that all of our real videos are AI generated. Could be the case. Keep in mind, they still have an internet blackout. You can't say there's no internet, but there's very little internet. For most people, for regular people, there's not good internet access. They've done their best to shut it down. Thank you, Mick Heimler. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have some breaking news I want to share with you because I'm sure that Carolyn Levitt is going to talk about this. I want to get this out here before she comes on out. Okay, so the IRGC, they say, quote, we hold the screw of the global oil price in our hands, the Strait of Hormuz. For a long time, the U.S. will have to wait for our actions to control the price of oil. Energy markets are unstable, and we will continue to fight until Trump declares defeat. The Iranian regime's plan is to shut down oil exports out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz in order to make Trump surrender. Well, Trump issued this statement last night. He said, and I quote, if Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. 20 times harder. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. But I hope and pray that it does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all of those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully, it is a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. There's a word that comes to mind, thug. President Trump is going thug mode. I don't even know. Maybe that's not the appropriate term. Death, fire, and fury. 20 times harder. Do not F around with the Strait of Hormuz. We got the news. This is 39 minutes ago, from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. He just said, breaking news. The U.S. Navy has just successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that oil remains flowing. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been vindicated. I've been saying this for days, and people have been calling me stupid. Matt Morris, you're so stupid. What do you know? Have I not been saying that we are going to start using the U.S. Navy to forcibly reopen this Strait of Hormuz? Well, guess what? Today, as of 40 minutes ago, the U.S. Navy has now successfully escorted an oil tanker through the strait. Strait's open, baby. The pool's back open. Trump is not going to let this thing get shut down. He's forcibly opening this, and the U.S. Navy is involved. Let's talk about oil prices. Well, would you look at that? Look at that. Look at that. In fact, let's look. Okay, they spiked up over the weekend, Saturday night. Everybody was panicking. Make this bigger so you guys can actually see this. Okay, spiked up to $115. These are oil futures, crude oil futures. $115 per barrel. Trump has been taking deliberate action to bring these prices down, open it up. We're using the Navy, threatening doomsday apocalypse to the Iranian regime. If you do so much as harm one naval asset in that strait, 20 times harder we're going to hit you. And now look at this. Now it's back down to 81. And of course, it's not perfect. It's got to go a little bit lower. It's got to go lower still yet. Still a ways to go. But look at that. Now, can I be honest here? Can I be honest? I want to share with you how much I believe in our administration. On Monday morning, I bet in the markets. I'm not going to tell you exactly what I bet, how much, or what I did. I made a decent amount of money. I did. Personally, I made a decent amount of money Monday morning betting against these panicans in the markets. You had panicans losing their mind. The markets were in turbulence. This is Sunday night going into Monday morning. I said, remain cool, relax. I made a little bit of money. This was an opportunity here. These people are losing their damn minds. These people are out of their gourds. Now, so thank you, panicans. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, panicans. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And you can actually see, look at this over here. This is the Strait of Hormuz. This is a Chinese vessel. The IRGC, they have said we are going to allow Chinese ships to continue going on through. So it seems like right now we've got Chinese vessels that are sailing through the Hormuz with their transponders on. We also know there are a lot of non-Chinese ships sailing through the Hormuz with their transponders off. And now 40 minutes ago, we've officially got the confirmation the U.S. Navy is now escorting ships through. So I think we can expect to see these oil prices, these crude oil futures continue to go down. Trump is solving this problem. Yes, he is. Wonder what's up with the Kurds. I'll tell you, President Trump actually 4 days ago explicitly said that he does not want the Kurds getting involved. Trump said that. Trump said the Kurds were willing to get involved. They were ready to go. He said, you know what, we don't want to make this any more complex. So Trump kind of shut that one down about 4 days ago now. About 4 days ago. Now, we also hear something else I wanted to show you here, folks. Right now, we are waiting for White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. This is the Iranian strategy. The Iranian strategy here, folks. Iran is wagering it can outlast the U.S. and Israel by grinding the war into a brutal contest of endurance, namely by cutting energy routes and jolting global markets hard enough to force Washington to blink first. Okay, folks, what seems to be the case to me is that the entire Iranian strategy here is really based around the Strait of Hormuz. Issue enough threats, and by the way, it's not just threats, it's not empty threats. They have fired upon at least 10 tanker vessels going through the strait over the last 10 days. In fact, they sank one of them. We have a confirmation. So they have. There is reason to be concerned, and this is a problem that needs to be solved. Seems like it is being solved, but it's not empty threats. They have taken shots at these vessels, and this seems to be the entire Iranian strategy. Is attempt to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, cause so much economic turbulence that Trump says, okay, we're out. Okay, we're done. I don't want to deal with the economic turbulence. And so right now, I'll tell you what is kind of embarrassing for the Iranian regime is that if their entire strategy is based around shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, they have failed. This strait is getting reopened. It is, one way or another, and slowly, day by day, it is reopening. If their entire strategy here was to bring this thing to a shutdown, they have failed. And they're failing more so every single day. Now, folks, we have a very small red alert right now. Don't worry too much about this one. It's over. It's over already on the confrontation line up north. Don't worry about that one. Here's what I'll tell you. If the Iranian regime realizes that they are not in control of the Hormuz, that Trump is in fact in control of the Hormuz, that is going to be a serious blow to the psychology, to the brain of the Iranian regime. You understand? If their entire approach, their entire strategy is centered around maintaining a Hormuz shutdown, and then they realize that they don't even have the capacity to do that, they are not in control. Trump is in control. You know that's going to be a crippling blow. They're going to realize, oh my gosh, our entire strategy has fallen apart. We couldn't even shut down the Hormuz if we wanted to. Trump has forcibly reopened it. And he is. And the market knows it. We've got photos and videos and reports showing that. This strait is getting reopened. It's not all the way open yet. Not all the way. But we're moving in that direction. They are losing their grip on the Hormuz. They are losing their grip on the Hormuz, undeniably so. Redacted News bragged that the USA had over 1,000 casualties from Iran. They could not be more retarded. I'll tell you something here. You're starting to realize, for all of us that are paying attention here, give me a one if you're paying attention, looking at the entire playboard here. We have a lot of entities here in America, podcasters, talking heads in the media, news organizations, whatever, politicians, entities here in the USA, Americans. And it's almost like they want the USA to lose. It's almost like we have Americans in this country, both on the left and on the right. And it's almost like they're sitting here on the edge of their seat. They're giddy as a schoolgirl, hoping that Trump loses, hoping that America loses. It's almost like they are praying for dead Americans so they can say, ha ha, I told you so. Trump is a loser. Ha ha, look at this. 2,000 dead Americans. Ha ha, I told you so. Trump is a loser. Ha ha. How disgusting is that? How perverse is that? Have you noticed that? Have you kind of observed that out there? You see a little bit of that. A lot of these people are psychotic. These people, a lot of these people are psychotic. I think a lot of eyes are being opened up right now. You can see it. They want to have their big "I told you so" moment on the back of 100 dead Americans or 1,000 dead Americans. They're desperate for it. These people are sick. We have a big super chat here from Curtis. Thank you, Curtis. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning. He says, AI videos of Iran taking out Israel are rumors of war. People are taking the bait. There's a lot of bait out there these days. Thank you, Curtis. Good to see you. I hope everything is fine. Continued prayers and thoughts. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll tell you what, folks. Carolyn Levitt is about 12 minutes behind schedule. That's okay. That's not that bad. We are on standby. Standby here for Mrs. Levitt. We have another super chat here from Kimberly Kelly. Thank you, Kimberly Kelly. She says, Matt, does China need to safely move through there too? If that, why their transponders are on? China, yes. So China is, out of all the players involved in this dynamic in the Middle East, China is perhaps the most negatively impacted. Other than Iran, of course, other than Iran themselves. And the reason why is because China, every single year, gets around 15% of their oil from the Persian Gulf. Comes from the Persian Gulf. Which, you got to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And so China's very unhappy about this. China also, you might note, has close ties to the Iranian regime. China has effectively been propping up and working with the Iranian regime for a very long time. In a lot of ways, the Iranian regime is a proxy of China. Everybody says Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, these are proxies of the Iranian regime. But in a lot of ways, the Iranian regime is a proxy of China. You got proxies and proxies and proxies. They've been propped up and making deals for a very long time. Now, a big development in the last 24 hours is that the Iranian regime has actually told China, we are going to allow Chinese vessels in and out. China can come in and out as they want. That Chinese vessels will not be fired upon. That is a statement from the Iranian regime. So there's a reason why we're starting to see Chinese vessels navigate through the Strait of Hormuz out in the open. And it's because they have been given the green light from their good friends, the Iranians. The Iranians have given them permission, and we can see that publicly here. The other non-Chinese tanker vessels, they're still flipping off their transponders. They're going ghost. They're going dark. They're going dark. But we are seeing more and more and more vessels navigate through the Hormuz. Really hour by hour at this point. Okay, folks, I have a report here, and I'm going to share this with you. This is coming from Reuters. Take this as you will. Reuters has just reported as many as 150 U.S. troops wounded in the Iran war. This is a Reuters report coming 9 minutes ago. Reuters says as many as 150 U.S. troops wounded in the Iran war. Prior to seeing this, we already knew it was a couple dozen, with seven casualties, and then a couple dozen wounded soldiers as well. Reuters is now saying that number is 150 wounded. So I'm going to look for a confirmation here, folks. That's one source. We always like to have multiple sources. We hope not. We're praying not. We are praying not. But I'm keeping everybody posted here. a lot of the stuff I am sure that Carolyn Levitt is going to talk about or get asked by the media at least. We're waiting for her to come on out any moment now. Won't be long there. Of course, we have a live feed of Tel Aviv in Israel. We have a live feed of Beirut, Lebanon, folks. We have heard from Secretary of War earlier today that tonight, it's nighttime in the Middle East, tonight is going to be the biggest, the largest U.S. bombing campaign against the Iranian regime to date. Tonight. Bombs are going to be, missiles are going to be flying, bombs are going to be dropping more so than ever on IRGC targets across the country. That's coming from the horse's mouth. The horse in this case is Pete Hegseth. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth saying tonight is going to be the most aggressive night we've ever had. So we're going to be here all day covering all of this as it comes out, step by step, minute by minute. Everyone here together. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Okay, I have a report coming from CBS less than a minute ago, 42 seconds ago, breaking news. According to CBS, U.S. intelligence assets have begun to see indications that Iran is taking steps to deploy mines in the Strait of Hormuz shipping lanes. We'll talk about that more later.
Let's begin with some scheduling updates. Tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great states of Ohio and Kentucky, where he will tout his economic victories and detail the administration-wide efforts to continuing lowering prices to make everyday life more affordable for working Americans. The president will visit Thermo Fisher Scientific in Ohio and give remarks at Verst Logistics in Kentucky. On Thursday, President Trump and the First Lady will host a Women's History Month event in the East Room. And on Friday, the president will sign several executive orders, and we will provide more details on those later this week. As President Trump shared with the American people last night, the United States military is making tremendous strides towards achieving our military objectives for Operation Epic Fury. 10 days in, this campaign has been a resounding success thus far, and America's warriors are winning this important fight at an even faster pace than we anticipated. More than 5,000 enemy targets have been struck so far. Iran's ballistic missile attacks are down more than 90%, and their drone attacks are down by approximately 85% since the start of Operation Epic Fury. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy, and we have destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval vessels, including a major drone carrier ship. None of the regime's vessels are operating in major regional waterways, and the Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. The trend is clear. U.S. combat capabilities are increasing and growing more lethal and dominant by the day, while the Iranian terrorist regime's ability to respond has rapidly declined. Now, the U.S. military is moving to dismantle Iran's missile production infrastructure. Our incredible B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs on deeply buried missile sites.
Wow.
Last night, President Trump reiterated his commitment toward keeping oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz so the United States and all of our allies can receive their energy needs. President Trump will not allow rogue Iranian terrorists to stop the freedom of navigation and the free flow of energy. Let me be clear. It is a good thing to wipe out terrorists who indiscriminately target civilians and attempt to hold the global economy hostage, and President Trump should be commended for doing so. As the president made unequivocally clear to the remaining elements of this terrorist regime in his statement yesterday, if they do anything to stop the flow of oil or goods within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the world's most powerful military 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Moving forward, the stated objectives for Operation Epic Fury remain the same. Destroy the terrorist regime's ballistic missiles, raise their Iranian missile industry to the ground, ensure their terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region, and ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. President Trump remains confident these goals will be accomplished in swift fashion. As for the oil, President Trump fully expected the rogue Iranian regime to try and disrupt the global markets. That's why President Trump and his energy team have been planning for this long before the strike and have moved quickly to address these temporary disruptions. Thus far, the Trump administration has offered political risk insurance to tankers operating in the Gulf. The Treasury temporarily waived certain oil-related sanctions, and the Commander-in-Chief has offered the U.S. Navy to escort tankers when necessary. The President and his energy team are closely watching the markets, speaking with industry leaders, and the U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the President's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the President is not afraid to use them. Rest assured to the American people, the recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term. Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly, potentially even lower than they were prior to the start of the operation. And we will live in a world where Iran can no longer threaten the United States or our allies with a nuclear bomb. On another matter here at home, President Trump is urging Congress to pass the Save America Act, one of the most critical pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The Save America Act is overwhelmingly popular with all Americans because each provision is rooted in common sense. The Save America Act has 5 simple requirements as requested by the President of the United States. Number 1, voters have to show ID to cast a ballot in an American election. Very simple. 90% of Americans, including more than 80% of Democrat voters, agree with this. Number 2, the Save America Act will require all voters to show proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in American elections. Again, this is popular and rooted in common sense. Only American citizens have the right to vote in American elections. But after Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country, it's more important than ever to ensure that only American citizens are registering to vote on our nation's voter rolls, and Congress needs to pass this. Number 3, the Save America Act abolishes the incredibly unsecure practice of universal mail-in ballots, which throw the door wide open for fraud. Importantly, the Save America Act maintains exceptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots for illness, disability, military, or travel reasons. The bipartisan 2005 report of the Commission on Federal Election Reform, shared by, of all people, former President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker, concluded that, quote, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud.
That's
and
right.
It is time for Congress to finally address this. Number 4, the Save America Act permanently bans men from competing in women's sports. President Trump signed a landmark executive order upholding the promise of Title IX and ending this dangerous and unfair practice. But now it's time for Congress to codify this into law. Number 5, the Save America Act bans transgender mutilation surgery for children. Again, President Trump signed a common sense executive order to do this and kept his promise to the American people, but now Congress needs to do the same and codify it. It's well past time for Democrats in Congress to stop perpetuating the radical and false claim that you can somehow change a child's sex. You cannot. Passing the Save America Act is the most important thing that Republicans and, frankly, Democrats can do to strengthen election integrity and protect our democracy. It's what the American people elected Republicans to do, and they must deliver on it as soon as possible. The President is calling on Congress to get the job done and send this historic piece of legislation to his desk immediately for signature. So with that today, I will take your questions. Benny, thank you for being here, and why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is actually about the Save America Act. So one of the biggest things that the Democrats are saying, the claims that they're making, is that the Save America Act, it would prevent married women from voting in elections or make it harder for them. What do you have to say to those claims? Is there any validity to them, and where do you think they're getting this from?
There is zero validity to these claims, and I'm glad that you brought them up, because you have the Democrats who have created this myth, and it has been perpetuated, unfortunately, by many in the mainstream media. Let me be very clear. The Save America Act does not prohibit anyone from voting with the exception of illegal aliens. And the greatest way to disenfranchise American citizens from voting in American elections is to allow illegal aliens to vote, which is what Democrats want to do. We see it taking place in Democrat jurisdictions at the state and local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the SAVE Act. And for the small fraction of individuals who have changed their name or their address, they can still register to vote, of course. They just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married women, and minorities, and people all across this country who Democrats are insultingly saying cannot do this, they're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV, and I think it's frankly insulting that the Democrats are saying that there are certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update their documentation to allow them to vote. Again, this is a huge myth, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address it.
Of course, and then just one more question about DHS. The funding issue has been 3+ weeks now. I was at the airport this morning in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was early in the morning, and one of the TSA agents, I saw her, she was kind of tearing up, she was crying, and I asked her, I was like, what's wrong? And she was like, I can't make my phone payment, I can barely make my car payment that's coming up. I think a lot in the Beltway, there's so much noise between Democrats, Republicans. It's the Democrats' fault, it's the Republicans' fault. But what is the White House's message to the American people that are struggling because they're not getting that paycheck? It's take away the politics. What do you have to say to those people?
President Trump wants the Department of Homeland Security. He wants TSA, he wants FEMA, he wants the brave men and women of our United States Coast Guard to receive their paychecks, and he wants this department to be fully funded and fully reopened. And so to any American out there who is struggling without a paycheck, we know there's more than 100,000 of you across the country. To any American out there who is showing up to an airport and facing incredibly long wait times and lines, call your Democrat member of Congress and tell them to fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's what President Trump wants to do, and it's completely ridiculous that the American people are suffering as a result of these partisan games that are being played by Democrats on Capitol Hill. Thank you. Steve.
You said the operation was going faster than anticipated. What is your current timeline for how long the war will last?
So look, as you know, Steve, the president and the U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. Again, to destroy their missiles and their ability to make them, destroy their Navy, permanently deny them nuclear weapons forever, and to, of course, weaken their evil terrorist proxies in the region. We know that the U.S. military and our brave warfighters are quickly and expeditiously executing these objectives well ahead of schedule, but ultimately the operations will end when the Commander-in-Chief determines the military objectives have been met, fully realized, and that Iran is in a position of complete and unconditional surrender, whether they say it or not.
Does the president still want Iran's unconditional surrender?
Well, when President Trump says that Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, he's not claiming the Iranian regime is going to come out and say that themselves. What the president means is that Iran's threats will no longer be backed by a ballistic missile arsenal that protects them from building a nuclear bomb in their country. I could make an empty threat, but if I have no actions to back it up, then it's an empty threat. And so President Trump will determine when Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, when they no longer pose a credible and direct threat to the United States of America and our allies. Adriana.
Can you explain why the Energy Secretary posted and then appeared to have deleted a post on X saying that the U.S. Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, I was made aware of this post. I haven't had a chance to talk to the Energy Secretary about it directly. However, I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time.
Oh, okay, they
though,
misspoke.
Of course, that's an option the president has said he will absolutely utilize if and when necessary at the appropriate time.
And if this was something that was posted
You
erroneously,
misspoke.
could it be because of a staffer? will there be any consequences for this? I know you still have to consult, but just generally speaking.
Again, I would defer you to the Department of Energy to answer that question.
And if I could just follow up really quickly.
Sure.
In terms of oil sanctions, the president said that there would be some sanctions that would be lifted. Would those be on Venezuela, Russia? Could you give some specifics there and then timing for that as well?
Sure. I know it's something that the Treasury Department and the President's energy team continue to discuss, and they will ultimately consult with the President before decisions are made. I don't have any announcements on new sanctions or the lifting of new sanctions for you today. Alex.
Thank you. Reuters has reported that about 150 U.S. service members have been injured so far. Can you confirm that number and elaborate on that?
I can't confirm the exact number. I know it's within that ballpark, but I would defer you to the Pentagon for a specific number of wounded or injured thus far.
And then secondly, if I can, I wanted to ask about, excuse me, there was a briefing on the Capitol Hill today, and some senators came out and said they were more convinced than ever that there would be U.S. boots on the ground. Senator Blumenthal said that, in fact. Your reaction to that and any update on President Trump's thinking about it?
Look, I would say that Democrats on Capitol Hill are clearly being quite disingenuous. 3 years ago, not a single Democrat voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Yet now, with President Trump as commander-in-chief finally taking the action that so many Democrats have called on the commander-in-chief to do for many, many years, to wipe out the threat of a rogue Iranian terrorist regime, now all of a sudden Democrats are playing politics with this long-standing bipartisan policy of the United States, and 53 of them in the House recently voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's state sponsor of terror. So I wouldn't take Democrats at their word. As for boots on the ground, the president has talked about this repeatedly. Wisely, he does not rule options out as commander-in-chief. So again, I would hesitate to confirm anything that a Democrat on Capitol Hill says right now about the president's thinking. Garrett.
Kellan, you outlined to Steve the military components of what would be involved in ending this war, but it seems like there's a political component too. The president said to Fox earlier today that he doesn't believe the new Ayatollah can live in peace. He made a variety of comments suggesting that he should be involved in picking the new Iranian leader. Is the ending of this war also contingent on Iran selecting a leader that the president finds acceptable? And if so, how is that not the definition of a regime change war?
Look, as President Trump has blatantly and frankly stated, it's obviously within the best interest of the United States and the West to no longer have a radical terrorist in charge of Iran, especially as we see their reaction to Operation Epic Fury. They had their missiles turned towards our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. Again, this was a regime that chanted, or still chants, death to America. We look at the way that they are holding the entire world hostage with the restricting of the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. So the president, I think, is making quite an obvious comment. Again, as for the timeline of the military operations with respect to Iran, we have objectives that we have laid out that the commander-in-chief wants to see achieved. When they are achieved, then it will ultimately be up to the president to end this operation.
Okay, so I think you're not exactly addressing my question, though. Is that political objective also necessary for the president to decide to end this war?
Look, again, I just told you the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. When those objectives are met, the president will dictate the end of these operations when he deems that Iran no longer poses a credible threat to the United States of America. And again, it goes back to what does that unconditional surrender look like? Iran can talk all they want, and their words will be very empty when we've completely annihilated their navy, as we are doing, when we've taken out the threat of their ballistic missile capability, when we can firmly, finally ensure that they can no longer make a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies and our troops in the region. And that's what President Trump is ultimately seeking to do with respect to this operation. Jennifer.
There was a shooting outside of a synagogue in Baltimore. Do you know if the president has been briefed on that, and do you have any more details on what happened?
I don't, but we certainly will get you more details, Jennifer, and I don't know if the president has briefed, but I'll check on that when I get back to the Oval Office after this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday for the first time that he had to strike Iran because he believes that Iran was going to strike U.S. targets within 7 days, and then he bumped that down later to 3 days. Where is he getting that?
Well, that's not the first time the president has said that he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury because he felt as though Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region first. Again, I addressed this in the last briefing. This was a feeling the president had based on facts provided to him by his top negotiators who had been engaged with the Iranian regime in a good faith effort. The Iranian regime was lying, deceiving the United States of America, clearly trying to continue their nuclear program to create a bomb that would, of course, threaten the United States of America. Again, their ballistic missile arsenal, they were rapidly and aggressively increasing that by the month to a place where they would essentially build immunity for themselves, where a future president or President Trump would not be able to launch this incredibly successful operation. And so the president, again, as I've reiterated and he has said, was not going to sit back and allow the Iranian regime to threaten or to attack the United States of America any longer.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Leaders or Israeli leaders who are making those same claims. So is he making this up to justify his decision to go to war now?
The president is not making anything up, Nancy. He is looking at this every single day based on intelligence, based on facts, and based on intelligence that he himself and his negotiators have consumed based on their, again, negotiations with the rogue Iranian regime over the past year. And the president and his team tried in a good faith way to reach a diplomatic deal through peaceful means with the Iranian regime. And Iran chose this path to death and destruction. Iran wanted to attack the United States of America, and the president was not going to sit back and allow that to happen. He was not going to sit back and allow that to happen, and everyone in this room should be grateful for it. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions for you. One has to do with a follow-up to your statement that you made at the beginning of the briefing regarding the Save America Act.
Sure.
Yesterday, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune spoke on the effort to potentially have a filibuster broken, the rules for the filibuster broken. He said the votes aren't there, one, to nuke the filibuster, and the votes aren't there for a talking filibuster. He says that's the reality. What's your reaction to what Senator Thune said?
Look, I think President Trump, the urgency behind his need to pass the Save America Act and his desire to get this country-saving legislation passed has been made quite clear. He wants all options on the table, and he wants the Senate to move as quickly as possible through whatever means necessary.
And then secondly, just regarding the president's trip tomorrow, looking ahead, why Ohio and why Northern Kentucky?
Well, why not? These are two great states with great Americans.
Just wanted to know why they were chosen.
Great states with great Americans. The president will be joined by lawmakers from both states who he greatly admires and respects and supports. And he'll be meeting with business owners in both of these places and talking about the economy, which is, of course, the utmost importance to him.
Caroline.
Thank you. Last week, the Energy Secretary issued a waiver for India to get oil, Russian oils during this energy crisis.
Yes.
Have you spoken to President about it? What's the idea behind this?
Have I spoken to the president about it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have spoken to the president about it. And the president and the Secretary of Treasury and the whole national security team came to this decision because our allies in India, as you know, Lalit, have been good actors and have previously stopped buying sanctioned Russian oil. So as we work to appease this temporary gap of oil supply around the world because of the Iranians, we have temporarily permitted them to accept that Russian oil. And this Russian oil was already at sea. It was already out on the water. So this short-term measure, we don't believe it will provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government at this time.
I have one more question about Pakistan. You know, Pakistan is a neighbor of Iran, and Pakistan is also an ally of U.S. President has been praising a lot about the field marshal. Is Pakistan providing any kind of support in this war against Iran?
That I will have to check on with the Pentagon and get back to you. Sure.
The president said yesterday that President Putin told him he wanted to be helpful in the Middle East. The Kremlin put out a statement where Putin said, quote, "I would like to reaffirm our unwavering support for Tehran and our solidarity with Iranian friends." How does the president think that Russia could be helpful, if not helping Iran? And did the president push Putin on Russia sharing intelligence with Iran in this war?
The president and his special envoy Witkoff have both said that, of course, they've sent a message to Russia that if that was taking place, it's not something they would be happy with, and they hope that it is not taking place. As for further details about the discussions between these two leaders, I'll leave it to the president to divulge any more of that conversation, but he did confirm it yesterday and provided you with a little bit of the background and his view and his perspective, as he always does. Luke.
Regarding the missile strike on the Iranian school, how long does the administration expect that investigation to take, and will the White House or the Department of Defense release a full report of its findings once the investigation is complete?
The Department of War will do that. The investigation continues, and as the president said yesterday at his press conference, he will accept the conclusion of that investigation, whatever it may be. We'll go to the back row for some love. Sure, in the back with the glasses. Go ahead.
Regarding the Shield of the
Sitting
Americas.
down.
Caroline,
And then you can go, but go first.
Okay, thank you.
Is there an update regarding
You have rough real estate back there, so I'm
is
trying to give you
is
some
there an
love.
update regarding Cuba, and also is an economic deal imminent?
Sure. I don't have any updates on Cuba for you today. Obviously, this is something the administration is actively dealing with. The president's made it quite clear, it's his belief, based on fact, that the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is obviously in a very weak place, economically speaking. The people are crying out for help, and the president believes and knows that the Cuban regime wants a deal. So as you know, Secretary of State Rubio has been engaged in those conversations as directed by the president. I don't have any updates for you today, though.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Shield of the Americas, the initiative by President Trump this weekend, big names, a lot of countries, but some notable absences. For instance, Colombia, which is a key ally with the United States in terms of counter-narcotics. And President Gustavo Petro was here at the White House, and he met with President Trump. Why wasn't Colombia invited to the Shield of the Americas?
I don't think we're seeing the level of cooperation we quite want to see yet from the Colombian government to invite them to the Shield of America's event in PACT, but we certainly hope that this newfound organization will expand and we can continue to invite additional member countries. But there was quite a few countries there. I believe there were 17 countries represented, 12 heads of state with the president over the weekend. They signed a defense agreement with all of our militaries to emphasize the need to combat drug cartels through Latin America in the Western Hemisphere, and ultimately, of course, to curb the illegal trafficking of drugs to the United States, which is the president's utmost priority in all of this. So it was a great event on Saturday, and we look forward to the coalition expanding. Kelly in the back.
Caroline, thank you. Good to see you. I want to get back to another question that was asked earlier. It talked about the political aspects, but there's also the ideological and the spiritual aspects of what Iran has said for 47 years. Death to America, death to Israel. And we've just finished talking about the fact that terror has been around the world. Iran has been the nexus of that in so many ways. Has the president stated clearly to the American people why this is such an imminent threat in order for Democrats on Capitol Hill and Republicans and the American people to understand how imminent the threat was?
I think he has, Kelly. I mean, you've heard from the president on an almost daily basis over the course of the past 10 days. You've heard it from me at this podium. You've heard it from the Secretary of War, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States. You know, the president's top cabinet and his officials have been repeatedly explaining to the American public the threat that Iran has posed to our country in this moment, but of course, over the course of the past 47 years. And their words, again, chanting death to America, speak for themselves. Go ahead. You can follow up.
Why the division within the American people? I realize that we have the people are talking about the War Powers Act, they're talking about all kinds of issues, but have people forgotten just how imminent that threat was? If they keep saying death to America and death to Israel, they mean it.
Look, I don't think the American people have forgotten, but I think Democrats on Capitol Hill, they have not forgotten, but they are just so plagued with this resistance to President Trump on everything that they do that, again, they can't even rally behind the common sense, bipartisan, long-standing principle of the United States of America that Iran absolutely poses a threat to the United States, that Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. And I think that's reflected again in their voting pattern. In 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, I believe the final vote was 412 to 1 in 2023 for a resolution condemning Iran as the world's state leading sponsor of terror. And now in this year, under this president, in 2026, 53 Democrats voted against that exact same resolution with the exact same language. I don't think that's a change in the threat that Iran has posed to the United States. I think it's a change in the Democrat Party's thinking and their vicious hatred for President Trump. Danny? Sure.
Thanks, Kelly. Level,
following on, Kelly, what's the national threat level right now because of this death to America, death to Israel issue?
I believe the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have repeatedly and continuously provided updates on the threat level to the homeland. I don't want to speak on it out of turn from up here, but of course, the federal government is continuing to coordinate and partner with local law enforcement agencies across the ground to thwart potential threats to the homeland. This is something the administration obviously takes very seriously. We are thwarting threats that, frankly, most Americans don't know about because they never make headlines, but that's the great work that the Department of Homeland Security is doing, and it emphasizes and underscores the point of why Democrats need to fund and reopen fully the Department of Homeland Security right now. Danny.
School. Why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other U.S. allies plus the U.S. that have those missiles and therefore could...
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will
have their own version.
accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public, but he has said he'll accept the conclusion of that investigation. And frankly, we're not going to be harassed by the New York Times, who's been putting out a lot of articles on this, making claims that have just not been verified by the Department of War, to quickly wrap up this investigation because the New York Times is calling on us to do so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Carolyn, with the DHS currently under a partial Democrat shutdown, does the administration have any specific concerns about potential impact on Homeland Security or intelligence monitoring of sleeper cells inside the United States? And do you have any comment on the bombing, the 2 individuals that bombed New York City or tried to?
Yeah, it was absolutely despicable to see that attack in New York City. I know the FBI is investigating, and the Department of Justice and SDNY have announced they are charging those 2 individuals and alleged terrorists, and I know they won't rest until justice is sought in this case. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. Millions of Americans are filing taxes for the first time since the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act into law. New reports say that new IRS data says that the average federal tax refund is around $3,800, a little bit up from the last period of last year. Does the president believe that the average federal tax refund increasing this year could provide a little bit more economic growth, something that he's been very focused on as the year progresses?
Absolutely. And Americans are going to start benefiting from the fruits of President Trump and Republicans' labor through the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these historic tax cuts. We are midway through tax season, so just to provide an update from the Treasury Department that just went out moments ago, nearly 63.5 million tax returns have been processed thus far, 45% of the anticipated total number of tax returns by April 15th, so don't forget to file your taxes, people. And the average refund this year is more than $3,700. And we know that more than 27.5 million individuals who have filed their tax returns thus far have claimed at least one of President Trump's new tax cuts. Over 3.5 million returns have claimed no tax on tips. Over 15.5 million returns have claimed no tax on overtime. Over 9.2 million returns have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors. And over 690,000 returns have claimed no tax on car loan interest. And another amazing statistic, nearly 3.5 million Trump accounts have been opened for children in our country thus far. So we look forward to, I know the Treasury Department continues to look forward to seeing these checks go out the door and into the pockets of hardworking Americans, and the president will be meeting with them himself tomorrow on the road in both Ohio and Kentucky, and we look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Caroline.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of updates. Things are happening today at a rate that we have never seen before. Bear with me here, folks. I need to get situated, and then we're going to really start breaking everything down. We've got real news, fake news. We've got fact checking. We have breaking news developments. We have statements from the Pentagon. We have statements from the Iranian regime. We have statements about the current situation in the Hormuz. We have a lot to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Do me a favor, if you're new to the show, make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe and follow on Rumble. Thank you all very much for being here. We have a massive super chat from Sapper Jackson. Massive one. He says, The new Democrat oath to the detriment of the United States. Yeah, very true. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Sapper Jackson. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Danielle Whitley. Daniel Whitley says Afghan pullout left billions in military assets behind as well, unguarded. Guaranteed they were found that way to Iran. $7 billion to be exact. It was almost like it was a gift to the Taliban. You're right. Thank you very much. In fact, I made a big post about that on Twitter last night. You guys really need to be following my Twitter page, Matt Morris TV on Twitter. I actually talked about that last night on a post that went viral last night. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me clue you guys in. We have a lot to talk about here. Okay, first off, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, he says that tonight, as in like right now, day 10 of the war is going to be the most intense day of strikes yet, adding that Iran stands alone and is suffering heavy losses. So that's why we are here today, ladies and gentlemen, doing live breaking coverage. We also have this fact check. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, part of the Trump administration, said this on Twitter earlier today, and I reported on this. President Trump is maintaining stability of global energy during the military operations against Iran. He said the U.S. Navy successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz to ensure oil remains flowing to global markets. So about 90 minutes ago, I reported this to you guys live when he posted this. And we said, oh, this is a big development. The Navy is escorting tankers through the Hormuz. That's a big deal. He then deleted the post. U.S. Secretary of Energy Wright, Chris Wright, I think is his name, Chris, he deleted the post after saying that. And we just heard Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, say, this actually has not happened. The U.S. Navy has not yet, they might in the future, but they have not yet escorted tankers through the Hormuz. Very curious. I don't know why he posted this. I don't know who's lying, who's telling the truth. If it was somebody misspoke, I don't know what. We're going to wait for updates here. The Iranian regime saw that post and they issued their own response. This is Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Iranian regime. He said this in response. U.S. officials are posting fake news to manipulate the markets. It won't protect them from inflationary tsunami they have imposed on Americans. Markets are facing biggest shortfall in history, bigger than Arab oil embargo, Iran's Islamic Revolution, and the Kuwait invasion combined. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been saying this for days now. The Iranian regime's entire strategy, their strategy to win the war, or to at least get the U.S. to pull out and call this thing off, is to leverage the global economy. They're looking to cause as much economic chaos, economic turbulence, economic mayhem that they possibly can to put pressure on Trump. Oil prices are rising, and Trump says, okay, all right, we got to cool this off. We need to reopen up the Hormuz. Okay, we're done. Operation Epic Fury is over. We're going to back off in order to cool off the markets. That is the Iranian regime's strategy. And this is, of course, it's what they're doing. This is the reason for shutting down the Hormuz. That's their goal. What is the Iranian regime's goal with shutting down the Hormuz? Well, to skyrocket oil prices, duh. And then you look at their actions. That's their actions. They're trying to shut down the Hormuz. What are they saying? What are the words? Well, they're trying to hammer home this point. Economic turbulence, economic chaos, economic chaos. And so this is the Iranian foreign minister taking any opportunity he can. Now, unfortunately for them, Trump is opening up this strait. We're already seeing vessels go through the strait with their transponders off. It seems as if the Iranian regime's capacity to shut down the Strait of Hormuz is not exactly what they thought it was. The Iranian regime, they thought they were going to be able to institute a 100% shutdown and that the U.S. wouldn't be able to do anything about it. As it would turn out, it does seem as if the United States military is able to do something about it. It hasn't happened entirely yet, but the U.S., day by day, we are opening up this strait. It is happening, and more vessels are navigating through the strait in spite and in defiance of the wishes of the Iranian regime. It turns out the Iranian regime actually perhaps does not have the complete capacity to shut down the strait. Every single day, we're diminishing that capacity. Whatever capacity they have, it's getting diminished day by day. We have an update here coming out of the IDF. Take a look at this. Nearly 50% of the IRGC missiles launched at Israel are missiles with cluster munitions. Well, we've been sitting here debating, are they cluster munitions? Is it debris? What is going on up there? The IDF is now coming out and saying, yes, they are cluster munitions. In fact, 50% of their missiles are cluster munitions. Cluster munitions release dozens or hundreds of smaller bomblets over a wide area, sometimes 8 kilometers wide. 8 kilometers. Okay, I've got bad news here for you folks. The Pentagon has just come out and confirmed the Reuters report on casualties in Iran says in a statement, the Pentagon statement, approximately 140 U.S. service members have been wounded over 10 days of conflict. 140 wounded. We have had terribly, I believe 7 casualties. Correct me if I'm wrong. 7 casualties. And the Pentagon says 140 people have been wounded. Okay. This was initially reported by Reuters about an hour ago. Now we have a Pentagon confirmation. So terrible news, bad news. 7 casualties, 140 wounded. Okay. I want to show you something here. Talking about people getting wounded. The Iranian regime's capacity to fire off ballistic missiles and drones is getting severely diminished. Hold up. We've got people spamming the chat. Hey, why are people spamming the chat? Hold on here. Wait a minute. I see people are spamming, and you shouldn't be doing that. Hold up. Wait a minute. There you go. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iranian regime's capacity to fire off missiles and suicide drones is going down every single day. We have the numbers for March 9th. Today's March 10th. So yesterday's numbers are officially in. And right now we can see that yesterday the Iranian regime only fired 25 ballistic missiles. That's the red line, the red bar. 25 ballistic missiles and 55 suicide drones. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is, if this remains consistent, if these very low rates remain consistent, the Iranian regime is launching like 5% or something of what they were launching on day one. Within 10 days, they're launching, 5, 6, 7% of what they were on day one. That's wild. And of course, the reason why is because every single day, the U.S. Air Force, and of course the Israeli Air Force as well, were carrying out targeted strikes on IRGC locations, storage facilities, launch pads, everything. You know, it's not just the machinery and the equipment that is needed to launch this stuff, but it's also the human element. Some human being has got to drive the truck out of the bunker. You put the missile on the back of the truck, you get inside the cab, turn the truck on, you got to drive it out of the bunker, right? Drive it out into the field and then walk out, get out of the cab, walk out, press the button, launch the missile. Well, we keep blowing those guys up. All of those ballistic missile truck drivers and drone launchers, they're getting blown up too. It's not just the missiles, it's the people that are launching the missiles. And so you can see here the numbers are going down big time. Big time reduction. Hold up, what is this? Breaking news. A major signal from inside of Iran. A political declaration has just emerged from Arab tribes in Iran's Khuzestan province, the country's most important oil-producing region. In the statement, they make several striking points. 1, they reject the Islamic Republic and call for the complete removal of the regime. 2, they demand a secular democratic government based on human rights. They stress that Khuzestan is an inseparable part of Iran. They want unity. 4, they call for unity among all Iranian ethnic groups, including Kurds, Azeris, and the Baluch. 5, they express support for who? Reza Pahlavi as a unifying national figure for a future transition. Khuzestan is not just another province, it's the heart of Iran's oil industry and one of the most strategically important regions in the country. When voices from inside of that region begin calling openly for a democratic future beyond the Islamic Republic, it potentially signals something much bigger. The cracks inside the regime's foundations may be widening. This is the statement released by them, and this is going viral. This has 37,000 likes, 1.6 million views. When we talk about viral, we're talking viral right now. Just so everybody, you know, here at the Morse Leering Center, we are visual learners here. Why don't we pull this up? Khuzestan province in Iran. Aha. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the oil province. This is the nation of Iran right here, southwest side, Khuzestan. So it's predominantly Arab, and this is the #1 oil region in the country. Khuzestan. You can't help but notice, and it's right by Iraq, ancient Babylon, Kuwait is right there. What do you notice? What is right off the coast here? Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Ah, there's that little island, Kark Island. Folks, what happens on Kark Island? Let's get rid of that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 90% of Iranian oil exports is pumped out of this one location, Kark Island. It's Karg Island. The town is called Kark on the island. So on Karg Island, 90% of all oil coming out of Iran is being exported through this one terminal here on Karg Island. And it's actually relatively close. It's relatively close here to Khuzestan, right there. And so predominantly the lion's share of the oil from mainland of Iran is pumped here, shipped here, and exported from here. You pump it here, you export it here, and you ship it out. Very curious. This is a big development here. The Khuzestanis, they're saying, listen, we want to move on beyond the regime. We want unity. We see a future beyond the current psychotic Iranian regime. We have a statement here. Let's take a look at this one on another note. U.S. has asked Israel to stop striking energy targets in Iran. Let's read through this report. Oops. Hit the wrong button. There we go. The U.S. government has urged Israel not to carry out further strikes on Iran's energy and oil infrastructure, marking the first time it has restrained Israeli action since their joint operations began 10 days ago. Washington's concerns include civilian harm, post-war cooperation with Iran's oil sector, and risks of broader regional retaliation that could disrupt global energy markets. We saw, can I zoom out? We saw reports actually corroborating this notion the other day, maybe a day and a half ago, following the Israeli airstrikes on, there's an Iranian oil refinement facility right here. Massive Iranian oil refinement center. Tehran Oil Refinery. Israel, about a day and a half, maybe 2 days ago, blew the living hell out of this thing. This thing right here, we have a 3D view. Israel flew on in and just blew and that was that massive fire. We saw massive fire, massive explosions. It seems like the U.S. was actually not really happy about that. It seems like the United States wants all of the Iranian energy infrastructure, oil infrastructure, to remain intact. And the reason why is because U.S., the United States, Trump, wants, ultimately, once this thing is all said and done, Trump wants to work out an oil deal. Trump wants in on the Iranian oil. Well, we can't have an Iranian oil deal after all of this is done. U.S. gets 10% or whatever it is. We can't have a deal if Israel has blown up all of the oil infrastructure. We need the oil infrastructure intact. And so perhaps Trump was not so happy about these Israeli airstrikes on the infrastructure. So now we have a report today saying, okay, listen, Israel, it's fine. Continue taking out IRGC targets, leadership, whatever, missile storage facilities, etc. But leave the oil alone. Trump wants the oil. Now, notably, back to Karg Island. Where the hell are we? It's a big country. Back to Karg Island here. The United States and Israel, we have not dropped any missiles, bombs, anything else on this entire island. This island here remains unscathed. The United States and Israel, we have not done so much as harm one hair on the head of this island, figuratively. And the reason why is because we want this island intact. We want this island. We want this island. 90% of the oil goes through this island. Don't blow it up. Seize it and maybe take control of it. Don't bomb it to high hell. I think Trump wants to be in control of this island. Why would you blow up the oil infrastructure here if you can just take control of the oil infrastructure? So a lot of people are speculating, we've been speculating here, that very soon, at some point in the near future, the United States is probably going to try to take control of this location here. This is a very geostrategic location. Don't blow it up. Take control of it. That seems to be part of the dynamic here. Coming out of the Babylon Bee, Iran has issued a warning saying that it has a huge stockpile of supreme leaders. Iran has a huge stockpile of supreme leaders ready to go. Okay, folks, hold up. We have red alerts on the northern Israel border. Pause the show. Hold your horses. We've got red alerts here. We have confrontation line disputes. This is in the far north of Israel. In fact, as far north as you can possibly go. Seems like Hezbollah is taking shots at the IDF, or otherwise vice versa, and also what appears to be hostile aircraft intrusion. Now, these alerts generally end up not really being that big of a deal. This is not a ballistic missile inbound. This is not rockets inbound. You think we can see anything? Let's make sure our feed is live here. We've got eyes in North Israel right now. Do we see anything abnormal at all at the moment? Well, perhaps not. And I would suppose that if we go back and take a look at these alerts, I think these are probably going to get cleared out here any moment now. Let's get back to our news. Breaking news, USS Abraham Lincoln miraculously still floating after being sunk by Iran's AI weapons 37 different times. It really is astounding. It really is astounding, isn't it, that this thing is still floating given all of the AI super weapons Iran has been deploying. Thank God. That really is astounding. Okay, that's enough of the fake news aside. Breaking news. This is real news. Breaking news. Iranian officials have, quote, ruled out any plans for a ceasefire. Oh, once more. Iranian officials have, quote, ruled out any plans for a ceasefire or negotiations with Israel and the United States. Details include the statement. These are more confrontation line alerts. These are not, okay, folks, these are not ballistic missile alerts. I think do not worry about these ones. There are no missiles inbound. Disputes on the confrontation, they're taking shots at each other, I think. The statement comes as Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu said they are not done yet. Israel's not done. U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth said today, that's what we're watching right now, would be the most intense day of strikes inside of Iran yet. So, folks, that is what we are on the lookout for today. I've gathered you all here today. It's going to be a big, big offense against Iran. United Arab Emirates' largest oil refinery, called Ruwais, has shut down today after a drone attack. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Iraq have cut oil production, by 6.7 million barrels per day. U.S. oil prices have rebounded back above $90 per barrel. Can we take a look at crude oil futures? Let me take a look. Where are we at right now? This thing is ping-ponging up and down. Okay, we're at $84. 84. These are crude oil futures. Can we give you 5 days? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, a week ago, actually 5 days ago, 75. It spiked up on Sunday night up to 115. Remember that a couple days ago, everybody was panicking, having a total meltdown. And markets open on Monday, and Trump is slowly getting a hold on this situation. Trump is bringing prices back down. He's reassuring everyone here. Don't panic. Calm down. We are going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, incrementally, it is getting reopened slowly, hour by hour. Hour by hour, it is getting reopened. We've seen that. Now, where do we leave off? This is in Iran right now. They have real. This is not. Is this AI? Is this real or not? This looks like a South Park character. Hold on. Is this real? Instead of having an actual Supreme Leader, they have a cardboard cutout of the Supreme Leader. Okay, hold up, folks. I need to look into it. There's no way this is real. Can we get a confirmation on this? Breaking. Iran's newly appointed Supreme Leader, Qutb Khamenei, couldn't turn up, so they pulled out the cardboard cutout of him instead. Oh my gosh, it is real. Oh my God, it is real. It is real. We have a longer video. You've got to be kidding me. Wait a minute. This is footage coming out of Iran. Wait just a minute. Are they going to bring out the cardboard? Okay, are they bringing out the cardboard or what? Okay, well, in this video, they have photos. Okay, you know what? To be fair, here they just have pictures. They don't have any cardboard. On this one, I don't see any cardboard. They do have like a rally here of all the diehard party loyalists. We love the Supreme Leader. We love it. Yeah, that cardboard one, that might have been AI. I just don't know about that. Just because it seems so crazy. The Islamic regime in Iran issues another death threat against President Trump. So last night, President Trump said that if the Iranian regime shuts down the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to hit them harder than ever, 20 times harder. Death, fire, and fury will rain down upon them. That's President Trump. He said that last night. Now, Ali Larijani, representative for the Iranian government right now, he said, the Ashura-loving nation of Iran does not fear your paper threats. Even those greater than you could not eliminate the Iranian nation. Watch out for yourself, lest you be eliminated. Well, yeah, that most certainly is a death threat. And he's directly responding to President Trump. Watch out for yourself, President Trump, lest you be eliminated. Now, you can't help, beyond the death threat, he says, paper threats. America, Trump is issuing paper threats. Dude, we blew up your Supreme Leader. Like less than 2 weeks ago, we blew up the Supreme Leader. We have also taken out God knows how many key members of the IRGC and of the Iranian political leadership class. The country is in tatters. The Iranian military, the leadership, the IRGC is completely, almost entirely destroyed. At this point, 10 days later, they're launching maybe 6 or 7% of the missiles and drones that they were launching 10 days ago. They can barely even mount a defense. What are you talking about? Paper threats. I think President Trump's threats are very real. They seem to be very real to me. I would not call them paper threats. But anyway, now they are making death threats against the president. All right, there you have it, Larijani. We have another update right here. By the way, there was another confrontation line red alert on North Israel. Don't worry about that one too much. Captain Dumbass here He says, Cardboard Khomeini, what a timeline. Yeah, maybe so. Now they have a cardboard supreme leader. Ladies and gentlemen, and by the way, thank you, Captain Dumbass. This is breaking news that I see. Everybody is talking about this right now. Everybody is talking about this. Iran may deploy mines in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. intelligence indicates Iran is preparing to deploy naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz using small vessels carrying 2 to 3 mines each. Estimates suggest Iran's stock ranges from 2,000 to 6,000 mines of Iranian, Chinese, and Russian origin, posing a potential threat to shipping in the critical waterway. So now we're getting reports, and everybody's talking about this right now. This is the big news of the last 20 or 25 minutes. The Iranian regime is potentially preparing to deploy naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, here's the first thing I'll tell you. We saw that China was pretty upset with Iran over the last 24 hours. China gets a huge amount of their oil from Iran. Specifically, about 15% of their oil import comes from Iran. And because of this conflict, China has lost that oil import that otherwise was coming out of Iran. And so China has been negotiating with the Iranians. A big development in the last 24 hours here is that the Iranians have said, okay, China, we are not going to blow up your vessels, only other people's vessels. The Iranian regime has come out and said, all right, Chinese vessels are allowed to go through, but the shutdown still remains in effect for everybody else. And so over the last 24 hours, we have actually been seeing Chinese vessels go through the Strait of Hormuz, and you can see 2 of them right here. This is live. You can see 2 Chinese tankers going through right now with their transponders on. Other vessels are going through the Hormuz with their transponders off. But now China, they've been given the green light by the Iranians, and they're sailing on through uninhibited. We can visually see that happening. And so here's my question right now. Here's my question. If Iran is now preparing to place underwater mines, naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, are these mines discriminate or are they indiscriminate? Meaning, if Iran puts mines out in the Hormuz, what if the mines accidentally blow up Chinese tankers? Most certainly they don't want that. Of course, maybe they want to blow up some European tanker or American tanker or whatever else, but surely they don't want to blow up Chinese tankers. And so do the mines that they are allegedly going to be deploying, are they able to pick and choose? Now, I want to do a little bit of research here. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me here, folks. I want to do some research into the nature of these Iranian mines. And while I do a little bit of research here, you guys can listen to the lovely streets of Beirut. The streets of Beirut. I'm going to put together a report for you guys. Right there in the center of Beirut, that is a hospital. It's the most illuminated building in the city. So anybody that gets wounded or anything else by Hezbollah or whatever, they can go to the hospital. Okay, here, I have some info here. Iran's naval mine inventory, as referenced in the X-Post that we just read through, is estimated at 2,000 to 6,000 units, encompassing domestically produced models as well as those acquired or reverse engineered from Chinese and Russian sources. These mines form a key part of Iran's asymmetric warfare strategy, particularly for potentially disrupting shipping in choke points like Strait of Hormuz. We have a breakdown. They actually have numerous different types of mines. They have the M08, which is a Soviet or Russian model. It's a basic contact mine. It detonates on physical impact, limited to shallower waters. The explosive charge for this mine is 250 pounds. So this is not a smart mine. Just anybody that bumps into it is going to blow up. Well, that's not going to work because right now, the Iranians are trying to have Chinese vessels sail through. And God forbid they blow up their own trade partner, the Chinese. There's another type of mine. It's called the MDM6. This is Russian made. This is an influence mine, meaning it's triggered by pressure, acoustic, or magnetic signatures. That also does not seem like a smart mine. It seems like anybody that comes close, anybody that kind of, you know, moves the water in the area of the mine is going to blow up also. Meaning it is indiscriminate. That could blow up a Chinese vessel also. There's another type of mine that the Iranians have access to. It's called the EM52. This is a Chinese-made mine. It is rocket-propelled. It's a rocket-propelled rising mine. It sits on the seabed and then launches a rocket at detected targets. And it detects the targets by, once again, acoustic, magnetic, and pressure sensors. This is very effective against larger vessels, and this packs a 600-pound explosive. So this is also not a smart mine, meaning it is indiscriminate. This one sits on the bottom of the sea floor, and then when somebody sails over top, it detects it, and then it launches up. But that could very easily be a Chinese boat or an American boat. There's another mine that they have called the EM50. It's a Chinese Iranian-produced variant. You know, okay, so here's the deal, folks. I don't think the Iranians have any type of mine, naval mine, that would be able to differentiate between friendly targets and enemy targets. Meaning that if the Iranians actually start putting mines in the water, they risk blowing up friendly tankers, namely the Chinese. So, I'll give you my opinion here for whatever it's worth. I don't think the Iranians are going to do this. I don't think they're going to put mines in the water. I don't think they will. And the reason why is because they might accidentally blow up themselves, or they might accidentally blow up one of their friends, the Chinese. I don't think they're going to do it. Most of these mines use influence triggers. Acoustic for engine noise, magnetic for hole signatures, pressure for water displacement, making them harder to detect than simple contact mines. However, they can't, once again, through these methods, through these influence triggers, you can't discriminate or you can't differentiate between friendly or non-friendly. Now, if it was the Iranian objective to entirely shut down the Strait of Hormuz, nobody's going through. Nobody, not even us or the Chinese. Then, you know, maybe these mines would be of use if they could actually get them out there in the water. But it seems like the Iranian agenda right now is that the Strait of Hormuz is closed for some people, but not other people. They want selective use of the Strait of Hormuz, not a total shutdown at this point. And if that's the objective, and it most certainly is, these mines are not going to help them. These mines are not how you do that. Hey, Michael over on Rumble. Hey, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, Michael, I had a crazy idea real quick here, and I don't know what he would say. I don't know what he would say about this. I was thinking of reaching out to Asmongold and saying, "Hey, listen, brother. Asmon, listen, could you imagine if we did a show once a month? Could you imagine if Asmongold and I did a show once a month, exclusively on Rumble?" I don't know what he would say. Hey, I would do it. I would do it. I'd hop on an airplane. I'd fly down to Texas. I'd fly down to Florida, wherever the hell we do it. Probably nobody's coming up to Idaho. That's where I'm at. I was considering reaching out to Asmongold and saying, "Hey, listen, dude, what if we did once a month a show over on Rumble?" I don't know what he would say. In fact, he would probably say no. He would probably say no. But I was considering just floating the idea. If he's game, I'm game. But I kind of doubt he's game, to be honest with you. I kind of doubt it. But hey, it would be cool. It'd be cool anyway. It'd be cool anyway. And I say once a month as opposed to once every 2 weeks or once a week because, frankly, I don't want to fly that much. Once a month, even that's kind of pushing it, honestly. But I would do once a month. I'll do once a month. I'm not sure. Maybe he would. I was considering reaching out and sending him a little message. See what he says. Anyway, hold on. Hey, no, good to see you, brother. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, there's another update here I want to share with you folks. The Iranian regime, they are issuing all types of threats today. They issued a death threat against President Trump earlier today. And then we also have this. I'll show you real quick. Iranian international affairs expert Mostafa Koshem, he says, and I quote, "The United Arab Emirates is the size of 2 small Iranian cities. Iran can hit it so hard that nothing will remain of it. The Strait of Hormuz should be shut down for 3 months until our enemies agree to our conditions." So this is Iranian international affairs expert Mustafa. He says, listen, if we want to decimate, if we wanted to wipe the United Arab Emirates off of the face of the map, we could do it, and we should shut down the Strait of Hormuz for 3 months until all of our enemies capitulate and surrender to us. Can we hear what he sounds like?
پدافنداشو برداشته برده گذاشته پشت ذخایر نفت عربستان و بقیه‌شون.
Dude, Iranians, they love AI. Everywhere you look, Iranians and AI, they love it. They've got the AI background. This is like the Tel Aviv skyline smoking, smoldering ruins of Tel Aviv. They love their AI, don't they? It really is just astounding. They love it. They love it. Hold up, we have a statement here. Reports of heavy bombing on Kish Island. Oh, wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting reports of heavy bombing on Kish Island in southern Iran. Why is that a big deal? I'll show you. This would be the US and Israel, maybe US or Israel, dropping bomb right here, Kish Island. Here it is, in the Persian Gulf. Now, we have known, we've talked about this island here a couple times. There is a massive IRGC presence on this island. We've known that. We've been talking about that all throughout the week. This is not the oil island. This is a massive IRGC island. Also, incidentally, this island is kind of the, this is kind of the, like, vacation paradise tropical getaway island. If you are a member of the Iranian rich and wealthy, if you've got a lot of money, where do you go on vacation? You go on vacation to Kish Island. They've got nice beaches and nice hotels and nice restaurants, nice neighborhoods. This is kind of the Iranian getaway vacation paradise. Okay? But anyway, also, on the other side of the island, you've got massive IRGC presence. We've been looking into that and talking about that a long time. No, to be clear, this is not the oil island. The oil island is up here. It's called Karg Island. Oop. Karg Island up here. Look at that, hold up. What is the main road? Oil Boulevard. The main road on Karg Island is called Oil Boulevard. And, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You don't even have to. Also, very interestingly, they have an entire lake of hot fudge. Some people thought this is oil. Some people said this is a natural catastrophe. No, no, no. It's hot chocolate fudge. Which really, as far as I'm concerned, this is the primary reason why we need to take control of this island. A lot of people don't know this, but the Iranians, they have access to some of the world's largest hot chocolate fudge resources anywhere on the entire planet. And we need that for ourselves. So we're going to have to take over that island. Anyway. So right now, anyway, the US and Israel, perhaps both at the same time, we are dropping bombs on Kish Island. Is what's happening. I'm going to scan for some updates. I'm going to see if I can find some follow-ups on that here, folks. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. One moment here. Right now you're listening to the Beiruti skyline. We heard something very curious earlier today from U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, member of the Trump cabinet. Steve Witkoff. He said, he told CNBC earlier this morning that the Russians told him that they are not giving intelligence to the Iranians. To be clear, the Russians have told Steve Witkoff that they are not giving intel to the Iranians. Whether or not that is actually true, I suppose they could be lying. In fact, maybe they are lying. But the Russians have gone on the record today saying, nope, 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 nope. We are not giving intel. We are not giving intelligence to the Iranians. Now, we know for a matter of fact, that the Chinese are. The Chinese, they are. We know that they are. In fact, what's more, beyond the Chinese just giving intelligence to the Iranians, the Chinese, they have also been, I kid you not, they have been publicly posting images, satellite imagery of U.S. naval assets on social media. You want to talk about insane? Not only are they privately leaking it to the Iranians, I'm sure they're giving even more to the Iranians, they are taking satellite photos of our carrier battle groups, etc., our bases across the Middle East, and then posting that imagery publicly on social media so everybody can see it. Crazy. So there's the Chinese. But anyway, the Russians are saying, no, we're not doing that. The Russians are saying, no, we're not doing that. Now, do we believe them? I don't know. Do we believe them? Maybe not, I don't know. Okay, we're getting a further report, a second report. This is from CNN this time. CNN reports that Iran has begun laying naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, citing two sources familiar with U.S. intelligence. Only a few dozen mines have reportedly been deployed so far, but Iran retains 80 to 90% of its small boats and mine-laying vessels. Now, I want to know what these mines look like. How do they get deployed? I want information on the mines. So one moment here, folks. Bear with me. Thank you. Stand by here. Iranian naval mine. Let's see if we can find some information here. What do these mines even look like? Okay, we have photos from 4 years ago. This is from a totally different incident. This is coming from RT. 4 years ago, Iran placed naval mines in Atlantic Sea to counter U.S. Navy. Okay, so this is old news, whatever, but maybe we can see what they look like. So this is allegedly an Iranian naval mine, underwater mine. Yeah, yeah, so there they are. You probably don't want to bump into these bad boys. Yeah, this looks like the Iranians here. Yes, it does. Joe Biden. Yeah, you don't want to bump that thing. No, you don't. Like I said, this footage is 4 years old now here, folks. Iran places naval mines in the Atlantic. So this is a visual. And you know what? This seems to be... Remember, we ran through some of these mines. I read you kind of the details of some of them. There was one type of mine we looked at that sort of lays and waits on the bottom of the ocean floor. And then when something sails above it, it pops up off the ocean floor and hits the vessel. Once again, though, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I am very skeptical that Iran is actually laying these mines right now. I have a very hard time believing this. I kind of don't believe that Iran is actually deploying naval mines. And the reason why is because right now, as of 24 hours ago, the Iranian regime has allowed Chinese tankers to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, you can see them right here. Look at this. All day we've been watching Chinese tankers sail through China. The Iranian regime has officially given the green light for Chinese tankers to enter and exit. And so if you're placing mines in the Hormuz, the problem is at that point, once the mines are laid, you can't really discriminate which boats they blow up, friendly or enemy. So that is to say, if Iran starts placing these mines out there, they might accidentally blow up one of their friends. They might accidentally blow up a Chinese tanker. And you know they don't want that. So I have a very difficult time believing this story, but time will tell. Time will tell, no doubt about that. In fact, you know what? Why don't we do something here, ladies and gentlemen? Refresh. Why don't we actually take a look at these Chinese tankers themselves? Why don't we see what they look like? This is the Runchen 2. So this tanker has been given, it's a Chinese tanker, it's been given permission by the Iranians to sail on through the Hormuz. Take a look at the photos here. This is what this bad boy looks like. In fact, this photo might have been taken in the Hormuz at some point. I'm not sure. Kind of looks like it. Well, this thing is a part of my language. Just a big hunk of shit. But it's tanking oil nonetheless. And it's going on through. It's called the Thurgau. Thurgau Runchen 2. Nihama. And there it is. Yep, it's got its big doors open there. And so this is one of the two vessels that is currently traversing the Strait of Hormuz. And there's another one here. It's right here. Another Chinese vessel. Good lord. There we are. This is called the Honestar. It's a Honestar bulk carrier. And it's owned by the Chinese, although it's registered in Karakau. And it's sailing on through. And we've got photos of this. Yeah, that's a long one. Good lord, that's one long boat. Yes, it is. And we have some super chats here. This is from Big Chooks. He says, Matt, don't be ridiculous about seizing Kish Island or the Fudge Lake. We already have one at Willy Wonka's factory. That's true. That's true. Somebody has to think about the Oompa Loompas. What are the odds the Iranian regime has executed all of the Oompa Loompas? We need to send in Delta Force right now to liberate the Oompa Loompas. No, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That is if they're still alive. Thank you very much. We have random vids by Max. He says, what do you believe? Hold up. Who do you believe it genuinely America's greatest ally and why? You probably mean like which country is our greatest ally? A lot of people say Israel is our greatest ally. Which country is actually our greatest ally? That's a good question. I think you could make a good argument for a lot of countries. I think most certainly the United Kingdom is up there, although a little bit less so these days. The United Kingdom has historically been up there for a long time. I think Japan. I think Japan for decades now has always been a good ally to us. I would say probably, even though things are looking a little bit rough right now, I would say probably the United Kingdom. And I know they're not so hot at the moment, but if you look at like a 50 or 60 year time frame, it would probably be the United Kingdom. I think perhaps a lot of people would have said Canada for a long time. Canada's a little bit downtrodden also. I think there are a couple countries that are up there. They're tied. Or at least they're very close. But really, you want to know what? You want to know what? Luxembourg? Yeah, okay. Trust nobody, not even yourself. And you know, given half this country is Democrats, maybe we can't even trust ourselves. That saying, trust nobody, not even yourself, given half the US is radically progressive, maybe we can't even trust ourselves. Okay, wow, folks, I have some very curious news here. This has all now been geolocated. Stand by here. 25 years of construction were just destroyed in 8 days. All of these different locations. I'm sorry, all of these individuals. Iran's nuclear missile programs used under different presidents. So, okay, so it's not that the individuals have all been blown up. Some of them have. Not all of them have. But these are different nuclear locations that were built under different Iranian presidents. Ahmadinejad, Rouhani, Raisi, Pezeshkian, Khatami. Okay, goes back quite a while. And they just kept on building bunker complexes. And all of them now have been blown up. All of them. Not the individuals, but the bunker complexes have all been blown up now. They spent decades building these locations. And they're all gone. That is shocking. Yep. That is something else. We are in World War III. You think so? You know what? Okay, folks. Here's what we're going to do. And we have to do this on YouTube. So if you're on Rumble, get ready here. We're going to do a poll on YouTube. And the question is, do you think we are in World War III? I'm going to say, is this World War III? And the answers are yes and no. I'm going to begin this poll on YouTube right now. Do me a favor and vote. And it's going live on YouTube right now. On Rumble, if you would do me a favor, just type yes or no. Yes or no. I'm going to read the chat. I'm looking at the chat on that one. I see most people in Rumble are typing no. And the people are voting on YouTube. Here, can I show you something here? I will pull this up. You can take a look at it. There you go. The question is this World War III? 20% of people say yes. 80% of people say no. And you know what? I would tend to agree. I would say no. I think this is not World War III. Now, I mean, you could concoct a scenario in which it evolves into World War III. It could get there. I hope not. It could get there. But I think no. I think no. Also, permission here to be a little bit bigoted. Give me a 1 in the chat if you will allow me to be a little bit bigoted here. Okay? A world war, it has to be centered in Europe. It has to be. A world war is kind of predominantly a war amongst European people. You know, if there is a massive conflict in Africa and you've got 10 different African countries attacking each other, come on. It's not a world war. A world war, this is a world war is for... It's for European. The Europeans have to be involved. It's got to be an ethnically European thing, fundamentally. You know, the Chinese can get involved also, that's great, but you know, it is kind of a European thing. It's kind of a European thing. It kind of has to be. The first two were, you know, is it a world war if the Congo attacks Zimbabwe? No, not really. Not really. Hold up one moment here, folks. There we go. Okay. The term World War is proprietary to us in the Western world. It's a Western world thing. It's up to us. Oh my gosh, they're already selling toys. They've already got the toys are hitting the shelves. You can build your own Ayatollah piece by piece. They're selling cardboard kits. They're fun. Wow, they're fun to assemble. Build an Ayatollah piece by piece, ages 3+. Fun to assemble. Wow, I want my own Ayatollah. You're telling me that I can have my own Ayatollah? All right. Everybody gets an Ayatollah. I'm doing a, I'm doing a quick scan here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing a quick little scan. So we were hearing from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Oh, I've got breaking news here, folks. But first, we were hearing from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth earlier this morning that the United States and Israel are going to be hitting Iran harder than we have ever hit them before tonight. Tonight. In fact. Can we take a look at flight radar? Oh, yeah. Okay, what does this mean? Ladies and gentlemen, what does it mean when there are American Stratotankers flying over the skies of Jordan? What might be going on here? Yeah, and there you go. It's a U.S. Stratotanker, and they're all going one way. It looks like these guys are coming back. They're going in, they're going out, they're leaving the roost, they're coming back to the roost. So what does this mean? This means that we're dropping bombs. This means that we are dropping bombs. We are doing aerial refueling. This means that, yeah. So I would imagine that already, if not already soon perhaps, we are going to, we're going to be seeing some footage come out of Iran here. Do we have any computer tech guys? I flipped on last night, I flipped on hardware acceleration for Google Chrome, and now I can actually use Google Maps and Flight Radar without my computer lagging out. All I had to do is flip on hardware acceleration, and now we're good. I can actually use this website now without my computer imploding. So that's really good. Now, there's a Royal Air Force little drone out here playing defense. This drone, man, he's racking up the hours. This guy's working overtime. It's a protector drone. This guy's been out here flying between Cyprus, the Royal Air Force base in Cyprus, and Beirut, looking to shoot down any suicide drones. Looking to make that journey across the waterway in the Eastern Mediterranean. Another Royal Air Force. That's a Beech Shadow, and what are you? This is probably US. No, that's a British Airbus, Voyager. Now let's go down here and take a look. What is it looking like for commercial flights here today? Passenger. So look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Emirati airspace is open. Everybody's flying in and out of Dubai. No problem. No problem. In fact, this is Pakistani. Folks, this Pakistani airspace is open now too. We've seen Pakistani airspace shutdowns. Not that any of us are probably flying in and out of Pakistan. But today, folks, Pakistan is open. Emirates is open now. Still, Eastern Saudi Arabia, you might notice nobody's flying. Qatar, Bahrain, nothing. Kuwait, nothing. Now let's flip back over to our military planes. Okay, folks. All of these yellow planes we see in the skies over the CENTCOM area, are these all the planes that there are? No, in fact, most of them, almost all of them, are flying dark. They've got their transponders flipped off. I would bet money that there are at least, I don't know how many U.S. drones or aircraft or otherwise are flying over the skies of Iran right this moment. How many U.S. aerial vehicles, manned or unmanned or otherwise, are flying over Iran at this moment? 20, 30, 40, 50? Surveillance planes, drones, fighter jets, bombers, 50 to 60, 200. We just can't see them because they went dark. They're going dark. A lot of people are saying 200, over 200. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I would not be surprised at all. Because I'll tell you, hey, these guys, they've got to be refueling somebody. These guys are up here. They're refueling somebody, so you know somebody's out here. Uh-huh. Let's get that out of here for a minute. Uh-huh. Lost our live. There we go. We're moving around our camera. Not counting satellites. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, man. Every single day, this entire situation is looking better and better and better for the U.S., for Israel, for Trump, for our service members in the region. The Iranian regime is just, they are undeniably, verifiably, fact of the matter, pardon my language, the Iranian regime is having the shit kicked out of them. Speaking of which, we've got footage right here coming on out from CENTCOM. U.S. forces are degrading the Iranian regime's ability to project power at sea and harass international shipping. For years, Iranian forces have threatened freedom of navigation, and now we're blowing them up. Whoa. Wow. Submarine. That's a submarine. Wow. That was a big one. Folks, this footage is like shockingly high resolution. This is so high res. I am surprised by how high quality this footage is. Oh my gosh. Play it again. We have a True Social post? Okay, okay. One moment here. Yep, that's right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. President Trump has just made a post about the mines in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says, and I quote, "If Iran has put any mines in the Hormuz Strait, and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never before seen. If, on the other hand, they remove what may have been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction. President Donald J. Trump. So he's saying, we have no reason to believe they did put mines, but if they did, they'd better remove them immediately. And if they don't, and we find out that they did, then we are going to, what did you say? What did he say? At a level never before seen, we're going to hit them. And if they did place them, and we find out that they have removed them, then, hey, you know what? We're making moves in a positive direction. We're moving in the positive direction here. There you go. And you know, good. This is the type of message you need to send. Good for him. He sent a similar message about blocking the strait last night. I'll tell you what, this is my personal opinion for whatever it's worth. I have a very hard time, once again, that they were actually putting mines out there. I have a very, very hard time believing that they actually did that. Because in the same time frame, in the last 24 hours, once again, they have decided to let Chinese vessels through. They said, okay, Chinese vessels can go through, other vessels cannot go through. So now they're trying to let some tankers through the strait, other tankers cannot go through the strait. We're going to blow you up. We're not going to blow you up. Some can go, some can't go. And the second you start laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, then everybody becomes a target. Because the mines are indiscriminate. The mines could very easily blow up a Chinese tanker. Very easily. They can't control it. Once the mine is out there, it's out there. You know? And once again, we know that the IRGC, they want the Chinese tankers going through. So I really doubt that they're actually doing that. That would be great. Could you imagine if an Iranian mine were to blow up a Chinese tanker accidentally? That would be wild. They don't need ships to drop a mine. Well, let me show you folks something here. You know, we have blown up over 50 of the Iranian regime's like Navy vessels. But you don't need a big vessel to drop a mine. You could very easily drop a mine in the Strait of Hormuz in a boat this size, and there's hundreds of them. These are fishing boats, these are leisure boats, whatever. There's thousands of these boats all along the Iranian coast, fishermen and whatever else. You could. I mean, just imagine the Iranian regime. They've been storing naval mines in this shed right here. All they have to do is take the mine out of the shed, put it in the back of the pickup truck, drive it down to the dock, put it on the boat, sail the boat out, drop the mine. You could get this done in a half hour. And at 1 hour at most, you could have mines out there. So, if they want, they could. If they want, they could. To some capacity, they could. If they wanted. I just don't think they will. Because then they might end up blowing up Chinese boats. And I don't think they will. And, you know, most certainly, we have not blown up every single boat on the coast. These are all still intact. They've still got these boats. You know, would you put it past the Iranian regime to send out, like, civilian boats to drop mines? I wouldn't. I don't think they will, but it wouldn't be... Oh, look at this. We have some artifacting here. Look at this. You could tell at one point there were naval vessels, Iranian naval vessels. This is an Iranian gunship, folks. We just stumbled upon an Iranian gunship. This photo was taken in early 2026. I would suppose that this Iranian gunship is now blown up. This is the type of thing that we have, in fact, blown up over the last couple days. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3 of them. 3 of them there. And you can't help but notice that what did the Iranian Navy do? They're parking their gunboats right next to all of these civilian boats. How unethical. Unethical! You're parking your legitimate military targets right next to all of these fishing boats, whatever. It's almost like how they're putting IRGC headquarters next to elementary schools. Almost a little bit like that. Almost like that. Exactly the same as that. They don't really have any boundaries. Got more boats over here. No, they've got all types of boats. And you know, the Iranian coast is like very large. They've got a lot of oceanfront real estate here. Yes, they do. Keep in mind, Iran is right about 2.4 times the size of Texas. It's a big place. They got a lot of oceanfront real estate in the Strait of Hormuz itself. All these little tiny ports. Look at that. Yeah, what do you see? More boats. They got these boats all over the damn place. And so you know that U.S. intelligence has been scouring. They've been doing what we've been doing, but with better imagery and live satellite imagery. They've been doing it live. They've got I promise you, some guy in the military, a team of guys, maybe the Space Force, who knows? They're sitting in some facility in, I don't know, Arizona or something, and they're scouring all along the entire coast. Oh, target. Okay, we got a target. Boom. Okay, target. They're scanning all up and down the coastline at all times ever. In fact, hell, they probably just have artificial intelligence doing it. They've got AI doing it. They've got humans doing it, and they've got AI doing it. Scanning, scanning, scanning. Target, lock on, okay, blow it up. Another target, oh, zooming in. What do we have here? Oh, target, lock on, blow it up. That's what's going on right now in some military base somewhere. Somewhere. I want to flip on our Beirut cam here. Somewhere. Yeah, I should show that CIA tracking video. Yeah, let me pull that up here. I will. Well, you know, actually it might be. Maybe I can't find it right now that easily. Folks, I've got imagery coming out of southern Lebanon right now. Imagery coming out of southern Lebanon. Israel carried out an airstrike recently here. This is an IRGC facility in southern Lebanon. Israel strikes southern Lebanon. IDF hits multiple targets, including a building in Nabatea. And, yeah, they blew the hell out of that thing. They blew the hell out of that thing. Yes, they did. We also have another report about these naval mines. Iran has allegedly begun laying naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most important energy choke point that carries about 1/5 of all crude oil, according to two people familiar with U.S. intelligence who spoke to CNN. Only a few dozen have been laid in recent days, the sources said, but Iran has the capability to deploy hundreds, if not thousands more, retaining upwards of 80 to 90% of its small boats and mine layers operated. So imagine that. I mean, this makes total sense. The IRGC has boats dedicated to laying mines. These are just speedboats dedicated. Their sole and exclusive purpose is going out there as quick as possible, dropping a mine, and coming back home. And that seems to be the case. That would make sense. Makes sense to me. 2 engines on the back of these bad boys. Yep. Yeah. And it seems like they actually still have most of these boats. That's right. That is right. However, we all saw Trump's statement. He said, if you start laying those mines, it's not going to be good for you. Not good for you. Trump says, don't do it. We'll hit you harder than you ever have been hit before. Now, we already heard from Pete Hegseth that tonight, they were already going to be hit harder than they've ever been hit before. That was already on the menu. That was already coming. I'm getting a report here, folks, that banks, I'm sorry, hold up. All accounts out of Bank Melli and Bank Sepah, two of the largest banks in Iran, are now locked, and cash withdrawals have been disabled. Once again, the two largest banks in Iran, you are unable to log into your bank account, like you can't go to the ATM and take out cash anymore. Not allowed. You can't transfer money, you can't take out cash. The two largest banks in Iran. Now, I'm curious. I wonder if the Iranian regime shut these banks down, or if this is an outside source. If somebody on the outside, us, the United States, if we shut down the banks, did we shut down the banks, or did the regime shut down the banks to stop people from trying to take out their money? Not sure. I'll keep on scanning for updates. You've been debanked. You just got debanked. That's right. They don't want to have a bank run. Folks, what today's Tuesday, yeah. Tuesday. Can I kind of give you my guess here? Well, first, let me do some super chats. NLA shows Matt, what is the 3D map style Street View software you're using? It's Google Maps, and if you turn on hardware acceleration on your browser, then you can go 3D mode. There's a little 3D button. It's just Google Maps. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we can go anywhere we want. This is some random town on the coast of Iran, and we can do this, and we can do this. You can look at it from all different angles. You can look all around the buildings. That's pretty crazy, huh? Our technology these days is really just something else that we can do this. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Don't bank on it. Yeah, don't bank on it. We had another big super chat over here on YouTube from Dan Redding. He says, Matt, I greatly respect you and your content, but I need to correct you on this. World wars are not Western-centric. The great East Asian co-prosperity sphere in the Ottoman Empire, Rip Anzacs. Yeah, but we don't call that a world war. That's not a world war. The world wars are World War I and World War II. There's been two of them, both of which were European-centric, which is why I said that. So I need to correct you, sir. They are, in fact, European-centric. Thank you very much. When people are talking about the Ottoman Empire, they never talk about the Great Ottoman Empire World War. Now, of course, the Ottoman Empire was a part of World War I, but it wasn't like the main focal component. Robo Guy, he says, I'm black-pilled. Thune will not get the Save America Act through and will condemn this republic. Trump and Vance need to force him to pass it. Well, like we've talked about this before. Trump 2 days ago came out and said that he's not signing off on any bills or any legislation at all. He's not signing anything until the SAVE Act is on his desk. Nothing. So good. Trump is playing hardball now. Let's see if it works. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works. If I had to bet money right now, I would bet that it probably does get passed. I would bet that it does. I'm remaining a little bit optimistic here. I'm remaining optimistic. I think it will. So, folks, right now, we've been seeing reports of this for probably 3 days. That there is a massive U.S. bomber fleet that is currently staging up and preparing at Fairford Air Base in the United Kingdom. It's a Royal Air Force. Somebody's dog is not having fun out there. Whose dog is that? Somebody's dog. Anyway, There is a massive fleet of B-52 and B-1 U.S. bombers stationed at the base, Fairford base in the United Kingdom. And seems like they're kind of getting ready. They're getting ready to go. When Trump gives the order, a massive bomber fleet is going to fly down from the UK and let loose. In fact, we've got photos coming out. This is a photo taken at Royal Air Force Base, Fairford in the United Kingdom. They're getting ready. They're loading up. They're loading up. They're moving munitions around. This photo just got posted about an hour ago. They're getting ready to go. So maybe we ain't seen nothing yet. Really, it would be the Iranians. The Iranians ain't seen nothing yet. And that's kind of in line with what President Trump has been talking about. He says, hey, don't make me do it. Hey, don't make me do it. Yeah, somebody's dog is out there. You can't imagine there's a lot of pet dogs in Beirut, considering Muslims are not the biggest fans of dogs. Yeah, hey man, listen, I appreciate the super chat, but I'm not going to litigate World War I with you. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much. Hold on, wait a minute. What is that? Once again, I see another report coming out here that the United States, I'm getting corroborating reports here. The United States has asked Israel to halt its strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure. We saw about 2 days ago, the Israelis were dropping big bombs on Iranian energy infrastructure. This is refinement facilities, storage facilities. And the Americans seemed like we didn't really like that. Trump said, hey, listen, Israel, stop blowing up everything oil related. There's yet another Truth Social post from Trump. Okay, so Trump posted another update about what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. He posted another update, another one. Let's turn that one down there. One moment here. And Trump says this: if Iran has put out any mines in the Hormuz Strait, and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed, and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never before seen. If, on the other hand, they remove what may have been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction. Additionally, we are using the same technology and missile capabilities deployed against drug traffickers to permanently eliminate any boat or ship attempting to mine the Hormuz Strait. They will be dealt with quickly and violently. Beware. This is from President Donald Trump. So remember those dozens of videos in which the United States military is blowing up drug trafficking speedboats You know, Trump knows exactly what we were just talking about here. In Iran, there are thousands of boats just like this. Any one of them could be used to place a landmine, or I'm sorry, a naval mine. Any one of them could be used. Any one of them could be used. And so Trump is saying, listen, hey, if you do that, regardless of how small or big that boat might be, we will track you and we will blow you up. In the very same way that we've been blowing up drug traffickers for a very long time. Man, the Iranian coast is massive. Massive. Well, what do we have here? I mean, very, very easily one of these boats could be dropping mines. Very easily. Yes, sir, they could. Yes, sir, they could. And we know for a fact that all up and down this coast, the Iranian regime, they've been parking their naval vessels, most of which are blown up, maybe all of which are blown up. Trump says now they don't even have a Navy. Matt, refresh your Marine tracker. Let me take a look here. Well, this is just very curious. Well, you know, even I can't believe my own eyes. Can we pull this up on the big screen? Let's pull this up on the big screen here, folks. Yeah, refresh this. I'll be honest, man. I have a really hard time believing that this is actually happening with their transponders on. Because keep in mind, what is the rhetoric right now? The rhetoric right now of the last hour is naval mines. The Iranian regime is throwing mines out in the water. I have a very difficult time believing that this is actually happening right now. Now I'm like, are people spoofing their transponders? Is there some technical error here? What is going on? Is there a way, vessel finders, bear with me here, folks. Bear with me here. The ships are flowing. Weather, layers. Playback. That's what I want. Playback. Unlock playback. What do I have to pay money? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do it. If you bear with me here, I will purchase a subscription to this website. Bear with me. I need to get the enterprise plan. How much is the enterprise plan? Get enhanced and pack. You can track visuals. I'll do it because I really want to see the playback. Matt Morris is a Democrat bootlicker. You are retarded. Can I do this? Hold up. Wait a minute. Playback. Okay. Don't do it. You know, I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do it. One moment here, folks. I'll do it. I want to see where these boats are going. I think we have to see where these boats are going. United States. Let me turn this up for you folks. You can listen to the noises of the Middle East. Well, this will be a big upgrade here once we have this. One moment here, folks. Because like I said, I really have a hard time that those boats are actually moving right there in that way. We're going to find out. It's a tax write-off. That's right. Hey, it's a business expense. Also, you know we're going to put it on the 3% cashback credit card. You know we're getting 3% cash back on this one. So, hey. You can't even be mad about it. I'm not even mad about it. All right, I think I've got it. I think I've got it set up here. I think we're ready to go here, folks. So okay, so we are looking at these vessels and we're saying, are these guys really going in here? With their transponders flipped on? As everybody's talking about these Iranian naval mines? Well, let's find out. Okay, so we're going to use a playback functionality. And we can do in area. Let's do last 7 days. Why not? Play. Can we so it's playing, albeit very slowly. Playback speed. Crank it up. Okay, you know, I think 7 days is probably too much. Let's do in the last day. Last day. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You are now watching the boats. Let's see what they do. They're turning. They went back. Okay, so I'll tell you something here. The fact that some of them went out there, right there, and then turned around. Keep on looking up here. Keep on looking up here. We are watching it unfold. We pause. What are you, Star Maria? Are you Chinese? We can't see. Well, very soon here, we should see a bunch of boats sail into this thing. Yep, there they go. There they go, look. So are they going dead straight, or are they actually turning? If they make any turns... They're just going dead straight. Yeah, man, I think there's some glitch. I think there's some error here. Let's play that back. I don't think that this is legitimate movement. I think that's a little bit weird. That kind of doesn't seem legit. They're just all... Well, here's the thing, though. Some of them are kind of taking turns. Like, look at Maddie. Look at Maddie. Turns back in. I don't know. I don't know. Turn on satellite view. Can I do that? Layers. I receive. Sorry, hey, I'm a noob. I'm a little bit of a noob. Voyage planner. Vessel filters. Okay, look, it's on the other side. Okay. Well. Click on the ships and see what they are. So what I noticed is during... You can click on them now, but when you're playing the run back, you actually can't click on them. So this guy is... This is the Annabelle. He's out of Gambia. This is the Longevity 7. Palau, you're out of Palau. If we could get a satellite view, I would like to have that more, but I'm not sure if we actually can do that. And you are the New Horizon. And you're from Panama. Really, the big thing is that none of them are Chinese. None of them are Chinese. I am very suspect that that is actually happening. And you guys know, I'm one of the guys that's like, yeah, the strait is getting reopened. Trump is opening the strait. No doubt. We have seen ships go through with their transponders off. You guys know where I stand on this. But also, something just strikes me as odd about this. I'm not sure. The map sign in the top right. Map type. Okay, sir, who said that? Who said that? You. Hey, Amy. Hey, Amy. You are the special viewer of the day. You know what? Hey, Amy. Because you sent me that little tip, I'm going to draw you a picture. Stand by here, sir. I want to give you a special thank you for helping me activate satellite mode. And I'm going to draw you a gold star. And there you go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the help. I really appreciate that. That's a big deal. You are officially the special viewer of the day. That's a big deal. You guys know, hey, I don't give out gold stars like that willy-nilly. You've got to be really special to get one of those. So that is a big deal. Thank you very much. Satellite mode activated. That is a big deal. So you know what? One more time. One more time here. Why don't we do a playback on these guys? Now that we have satellite view activated. We'll do in the last day. We'll do everything in the area. Okay, folks, this is traffic in the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours, and you are watching it unfold live, is what that is. You might notice on both sides, on the west side and on the east side, sometimes you're seeing boats kind of go up and disappear, and on the other side, reappear. The disappearing and reappearing boats. Why? Well, that's because they're flipping on and then off the transponder after they make it through. Once again, this vessel here, the Star Maria, just disappeared. Where'd you go? Very curious. Uh-huh. Just popping up out of nowhere. Okay, here's the big run. Here's the big run that everybody's talking about right here. These guys. And then that's where they are right now. We're going to keep tabs on those ones. Oops. Minoan Dignity. The Minoan Dignity. You've got to be Greek. The Star Maria. Folks, pay attention. I want you to look right here. Okay? Look right over here. you're going to see something very curious. This is inside the Persian Gulf. You're going to see it right about now. You start seeing all of these vessels pop out of nowhere, and they're going into the Gulf. Maybe like 10, 12, 15 of them. All kind of at once. And they all go sailing away. And then you have a big batch go on in. And it looks like they idle there. Some of them disappear. Man, it really does look like you're having groups or clusters of ships go in together. And they all go in together, they flip on together, and they flip off together. They're making the run all together at the same time. And that might be let's get our live. That might be what's going on right here. They might be going in together. Strength in numbers. It's called a convoy. It's called a convoy. Oh, folks, we have another statement from President Trump about exactly this. Another statement here. Trump says just now, I am pleased to report that within the last few hours, we have hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats and/or ships, with more to follow. President Donald J. Trump. President Donald J. Trump. So these are inactive, meaning they weren't actively laying mines, but they're blowing them up anyway, just in case. So Trump, why is Trump being so aggressive against this mine stuff? This narrative about the mines? He's trying to nip this story in the bud. Nobody's laying mines. If you do, we're going to blow you up. If you can, we're going to blow you up also. We will not tolerate any of these Iranian landmines. This entire story, Trump is right now trying to get ahead of it. Shut it down. Because if it seems like Trump is not taking a hard line stance against these Iranian landmines, I'm sorry, I keep saying landmines. They're not on the land. They're in the water. They're in the water. Anyway, if Trump does not take a hardline stance against these naval mines, then you're going to see oil prices skyrocket, and Trump does not want that. Trump does not want that. In fact, it's so crazy. All of this is happening in real time, ladies and gentlemen. These are crude oil futures, the price. Okay? And so what did you see? A couple hours ago, you saw the story break up with these with these naval mines. With these naval mines. The story broke and prices went up a little bit. People are panicking. Naval mines? The Strait of Hormuz is getting shut down. Naval mines? Everybody panics. And so you can actually see every single time Trump is posting a Truth Social post, the price goes up or down. You can like minute by minute, we can watch this happen. The price is adjusting in real time based on what Trump is saying here on Truth Social. It's actually crazy. It's all breaking down. One moment here. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, Trump posted that 14 minutes ago. I'm pleased to report within the last few hours, we have hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats. Some of you people are spamming 10:20 p.m. So time zones exist. People live in different parts of the world. This is that was a screenshot of the post. This is the actual post itself. 14 minutes ago. 14 minutes ago. I am pleased to announce we're blowing up the boats. We saw a screenshot of the post from somebody who presumably lived in a place where it is 10:20 p.m. Time zones. There's time zones. Time zones are a thing. Okay, so where is it 10:20 p.m.? Wait a minute, let's figure out where that guy was. What time's in Israel? Okay, so presumably whoever made that post on the internet lived in Israel, because right now it's 10:35 in Israel. That must be an Israeli account. In fact, this is the account that made that post. 10:20. Where do you live, sir? Oh, well, this says United States. Account based in the United. I don't know. Anyway, time zones are a thing. It's a time zone thing. That's got to be what it is. Maybe it was a Canadian. Yeah, maybe not. Matt, your satellite didn't show the bombings. Hey, listen, I really wish that we had live satellite imagery so we could watch the bombings happen in real time. But the CIA has refused to give me access to the live satellite database. And trust me, I sent him an email. I said, "Dear CIA, I am a live broadcaster on YouTube and on Rumble. My name is Matt Morris, representative of the Morse Force. Commander, highly decorated commander of the Morse Force. I would like to have access to your live satellite feed so I could share it with my audience on YouTube and Rumble." And you know what they said? They didn't respond. They didn't say anything. They didn't even respond. It was very rude. Very rude. They did not even respond to the email. Very rude. Who knows? Maybe they'll respond one of these days. Maybe. Can you please give me access to your special intelligence software? Yeah, if anybody can get a hold of Kash Patel for me, that would help a lot. That'd be greatly appreciated. Oh, I need to flip that off. That is done up there. Okay. Jim Probst, he says, "I'm sure they are watching, but don't let them put mines on a friendly Chinese tanker and drop mines on its way through." Oh. You think they'd do that, huh? I'll tell you what, I think the Chinese probably would not risk that. So the notion here is, right now there are in fact Chinese tankers going on through. What if the Iranians gave the Chinese some of their mines, and then the Chinese were dropping the mines? That looks way better. Wow, that looks way better. This is the best $100 a month I've ever spent in my entire life. Okay. Yeah, that looks way better. That's nuts. Now, speaking about the CIA or our intelligence apparatus, whatever, NSA, whoever it might be, Space Force, probably Space Force, monitoring everything on the ground out here, you know that they're taking a look at the Chinese vessels also, tracking, monitoring every single step of the Chinese vessels. And I don't think they'd risk it. If they did it, we'd see it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. An Iranian missile has just been launched towards Jordan. Do we have a red alert here? No, we don't. No, we don't. Iranian missile was fired at Jordan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a statement from Democrat Senator Chris Murphy. Okay, yeah, this guy here, by the way, this guy here is one of the largest, most profound cases of Trump derangement syndrome in the entire country. You ready? Chris Murphy, Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat, TDS patient. He just came out of a 2-hour-long closed-door classified briefing about the war. Let's see what he had to say. This will be Trump derangement syndrome.
I just came.
We're going to turn up the audio here.
I just came from a 2-hour closed-door classified briefing on the war. It just confirmed to me it's totally incoherent. We are not going to be able to achieve any of our stated objectives. But I mention it because it's another closed-door briefing. We have still not yet heard a full explanation as to why this is necessary. We still have had no hearings in front of Congress that the public can see, and I think that's pretty simple. Because if the president did what the Constitution says, come to Congress to get authorization for this war, he wouldn't get it. The American people would demand that their member of Congress,
he doesn't need authorization. Within 48 hours of offensive maneuvers like this unfolding, you have to go to Congress and tell them you're going to do it, and then you've got 60 to 90 days to do it.
Senator, whether they be a Republican or Democrat, vote no, because this is a disaster of epic proportions. It's already getting Americans killed. It's driving up prices here at home. Harder line leadership, more antithetical to U.S. interests, are strengthening inside Iran, and there's really no way that we're going to be able to destroy their nuclear program because most of it is buried underground unless we mount a ground invasion, which would be even more disastrous and more unpopular. This has just been a debacle, a 10-day debacle, and we're going to use whatever leverage we have in the Senate to try to prompt those hearings, to try to prompt that vote, and to get this administration to start paying attention to the Constitution.
Also, within the last week, didn't both the House and the Senate fail to shut down Trump here? Didn't both the House and the Senate fail to do this? Oops, apologies. That's what I remember happening. Yeah, and that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Once again, Iranian missiles launched towards Jordan. So what does that mean? The Iranians, to some degree, still have some capacity to fire missiles. Bluesy Girl, hey, thank you very much. Bluesy Girl 67 gospel spreader. Spreading the good gospel. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Trump should change the name to the Strait of America. Yeah, the Strait of America, the MAGA Strait. Could be something. Could be something there. One of the explanations we got from Rubio, it's about a week ago now. Rubio said that the Iranian regime, they were manufacturing ballistic missiles and suicide drones at such a rate that if we had waited another 6 months or year or 2 or 3, that they would have then had such a large stockpile of drones and missiles and missile launchers and bunkers. They're continuing to build launch sites and bunkers and missile launching trucks and vehicles they launch them off the back of, that they were stockpiling and building out all of these things that if we had waited 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, we wouldn't have been able to do what we're doing now. We would not have been able to shut them down. You know, let's say 11 days ago, before this broke out, the Iranian regime, they had 1,000 different launch sites, whatever it is. Let's pick a round number. Let's say 11 days ago, going into this, they had 1,000 different launch sites. That if we had waited a year or 2 or 3, then they would have had 5,000 launch sites. More bunkers and more trucks and more everything to launch this stuff, that at that point, even the U.S. would not have been able to carry out an operation like we're carrying now, because their retaliatory power would have been such that they actually could have leveled Israel or Saudi Arabia or Qatar or whatever. And so it kind of had to happen now before they were too powerful, before they became too powerful. Had to happen now. The Sarah Strait. I've got bad news. Sarah posted something to me on Twitter the other day, is yesterday. Sarah said she's not going to be watching the broadcasts anymore. I've got bad news. You might have wondered where Sarah went. She said she's not watching the broadcasts anymore, guys. She can't handle it. She can't handle all of my MAGA propaganda, I think is what she said. She's never coming back. We lost her. She's never coming back. It's over. This community is too MAGA for her. We have a statement from the Turkish president, Erdogan. He just said, quote, "Just as Islamophobia is a crime against humanity, anti-Semitism is also a crime. It is an evil that cannot be considered reasonable or legitimate." This is from Turkish President Erdogan. Now, I'm going to tell you something here that might get me in trouble with some of you guys. This might upset some people in the audience. Sometimes I do that. As far as I'm concerned, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are not and should not be crimes. It should. I'm a free speech. I'm an American. I live in America. We have a First Amendment. If you want to be an anti-Semite or an Islamophobe or anti-white, that is your free speech protected right to do so. You don't have to love it. Don't have to endorse it. But it should be legal to be an Islamophobe. You should not go to jail for being an anti-Semite. Unless you're like violent, unless you're killing people or something. Then that's a different dynamic. That's the way it is. We have a First Amendment. In Turkey, they do things a little bit differently, I suppose. They do things a little bit differently. Are the ships moving? Yeah, one of the very big curiosities right now is that it appears as if there are ships with their transponders on, traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. And how curious is that? There's like an entire convoy of them. This is from Oman, UAE. Now, some people are speculating, in fact, I'm even speculating a little bit about this myself, is that this is a bug or an error. I'm saying there's no way, really? Do we really have an entire convoy of ships with their transponders on sailing through the Strait of Hormuz right now? Maybe. It also could be a bug, I'm not sure. So we're keeping tabs on it. They could be spoofing their transponder. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Teddy, he says, hate speech is no more real than Santa Claus. You always have to laugh when people say, I'm a free speech absolutist, but not for hate speech. It's always the Europeans. You always have some European leader saying this. We believe in free speech, but not hate speech. And then, of course, it begs the question, okay, well, who gets to define what hate speech is? What constitutes hate speech? And who decides what constitutes hate speech? Who decides? Well, of course, some unelected politician in Brussels, of course. And then they get to put you in jail for it. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, going into tonight right now, it's about midnight. Is it? No, I'm sorry. It's almost 11 p.m. In Israel, it's almost 11 p.m. And in Iran, it's 11:20. Is that right? Or no, midnight 20. Anyway, yeah, midnight 20. So anyway, we have heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth that tonight the United States is going to launch its single largest bombing attack against the Iranian regime that we have ever seen to date. Tonight. It's coming up. And that is a message from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. And then we also have these very fascinating developments with the Strait of Hormuz, where right now you're looking at it, it seems as if there is a convoy, a collective of tankers with their transponders turned on, I'll be darned, sailing through the Hormuz right this very moment. We have never seen this. It could be a bug. It could be a glitch. I wouldn't accept this as gospel yet. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, we've never seen anything like this right here. We haven't seen that. A flotilla, if you will. That's right. Transponders flipped on. But if I can be honest with you, beyond watching this convoy or flotilla, right now things are actually pretty quiet. We're hearing from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth that tonight's going to be the craziest night ever. But as things currently stand at the moment, to be totally honest, things are kind of quiet. We heard over the last hour or 90 minutes that the Iranian regime is attempting to lay naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz. In response, Trump has been very vocal on Truth Social saying, hey, listen, if you lay naval mines, Iranian regime, if you lay naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, we are going to hit you harder than you have ever been hit before. We're going to hit you 20 times harder. Death and destruction we will bring to you. Maybe the group of ships has an escort in the water or the air. Could be the case. Could be the case. Who knows? Hey, you know what? That's a good idea. Maybe right now there is a U.S. naval escort. I don't know. We can't know. You know what I will do? Why don't we quickly check flight radar? I got nothing. There's nothing out there. Not that we can see. Of course, I'm sure there is something out there. We just can't track it publicly. Can't track it publicly. Time will tell. Here's what I'll tell you, okay? If these ships are actually where we think they are, we are going to see them take a hard left port. Hard port. We're going to see them take a hard to port here pretty soon. We're going to see them head west. At some point, they've got to turn. Yeah? Time will tell. All of them are just sailing dead on. There's actually two of them right there. Gentlemen? Man, you can really zoom on these guys. You know, of course, I'm sure they're not exactly on top of each other, but it kind of looks like it. You're just a little guy. You're just a little guy. Sir, watch out. Anyway, no, of course they're not crashed into each other. But the point is we would expect them to hang a left here pretty soon. They can go straight. Well, like I said, I mean, at some point they've got to go west. They're trying to get in the Persian Gulf. All right. Permission to become a conspiracy theorist real quick. If I might have your permission. Could it be the case that the Trump administration actually wants at least one vessel to get blown up by the Iranians? Is it the case, if you want to get crazy, if you want to become a conspiracy theorist, what if the Trump administration wants to have one vessel get blown up so that then they can say, look at this, everybody, the Iranians have blown up an innocent tanker vessel, and maybe nobody was even on it. Maybe nobody was even on the damn thing. But look at this, the Iranian regime has blown up a tanker vessel. Look how terrible. No, of course, I don't think this is the case. I do not think this is the case. But like I said, that's what a conspiracy theorist might say. That's what somebody who was conspiratorially inclined might have to say about it. I don't think so. Now, what I will tell you, and I probably shouldn't name names here. Yesterday afternoon, I want to try to find the post here. Okay. Yesterday afternoon on X, I made a post. It said, in a massive development, tankers are now lining up to traverse the Strait of Hormuz with their transponders flipped off. And we know that's the case. We know that's the case. And we were one of the first ones to report that here on this show. The IRGC's Hormuz shutdown seems to have effectively come to an end in less than 2 weeks. And so we were one of the first people out here to report on this story that they are, in fact, going through the strait. We know that they are. Now, what I can do here, I can actually take a look at who was interacting with this tweet. I can see everybody that liked it. Every single person that liked this tweet, I can see who did it. And like I said, I'm not going to go into names here, but what I will tell you, folks, I looked at who was interacting with that tweet. I'm not kidding when I say this. I was having oil industry executives, big Wall Street people managing billion-dollar companies were liking that tweet. They saw it. And so I'm thinking, if oil industry executives, CEOs, those type of people, billion-dollar industry people are liking that tweet, then they must agree with it. They must kind of know something. If anybody knows what's going on here in the Strait of Hormuz, it's the oil executives, it's people in the oil business. Something, okay, if they're liking it, then I think that's probably the case. I think this is actually what is happening, and we know that that's what's happening. We know that that's what's happening. You know, listen, hey, there are billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in the global economy hanging in the balance of what is happening right here. Right here. This is big money stuff happening right now. Right now. We've said this a million times here, but 20% of all of the oil in the world is coming out of the Persian Gulf. And right now, there's been a little bit of a slight reduction in that oil flow, of course. A slight reduction. Elijah Fire, hey there, sir. Hello there, sir. Are they being escorted by the United States Navy? So here is the very concerning thing, or not concerning, but interesting. We had, about 3 hours ago, the U.S. Secretary of Energy come out on Twitter. Publicly, he said, the United States Navy is now escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. On his official government account, he's part of the Trump administration. And everybody said, oh, wow, oh my gosh, the U.S. Navy is actually escorting tankers now. We've been talking about it, but now they actually did it. Well, about a half hour later, he deleted the tweet. A half hour later, he deleted it. And then we were tuning into the White House press conference today, and a member of the media said, hey, what's going on here? They were talking to Carolyn Levitt. Said, hey, Mrs. Levitt, what's going on here? The tweet was up. We got the confirmation the Navy's getting involved, escorting, and then they deleted it. So what's happening? And Carolyn Levitt, she said, no, the U.S. Navy is not actively escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. She said no. However, now, that was two hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. Now, we're looking at our map here, marinetraffic.com. We've got a live feed, and for the first time ever, we are now seeing a collective of tankers actually navigate through the Hormuz. We've never seen this. Never have we seen this since the outbreak of the war. And so right now we're sitting here speculating, is this actually where the boats are? Is this some error? Is this some glitch? Have these tankers, are they spoofing their locations? Is something wrong with their transponders? Everybody's got their own theory about what the hell is actually going on right now. Or are they actually there, and are they maybe getting an escort from the U.S. Navy? You could interpret this situation in, I don't know, 10 different ways right now. You sure could. And so we are watching this unfold live. You know what I'll show you though. Let me show you how we got here. Let's pull this up on the big screen. Take a look at this. What we can do, we have a really cool tool. It's a cool tool. We can watch how these vessels have navigated for the last 24 hours. Everybody, watch. You're going to like this. Pay attention now, folks. This is the movement of all the vessels in the Strait of Hormuz over the last 24 hours. 24-hour replay here. And look at that. You watch some of them go up. Some of them turned around. That right there, where they go up and then it looks like they turn around, that did look like there was an error. And it was correcting this disalignment. So we're at 13 hours ago. Now we're at about 12 hours ago. 11 hours ago. Now we're catching up to where we currently are. 10 hours ago, 9 hours ago. Pay attention. Soon, this is where things get a little bit wild. Watch this. You're going to see him move on up there here in just a moment here, folks. And there they go. So what the hell is going on there? And then that is where we are now. And that's where we are now. So this could be an error. I don't know. Something could be weird. Could be. Attention, Matt. Stop showing that and saying this. You're ruining their OPSEC. You may get your stream permanently shut down. Sir, this is all publicly available information. Everything that we are taught, there is no OPSEC with this. This is all publicly available information, sir. You're ruining their OPSEC. Literally anybody can look at this website. Anybody anywhere in the world can look at this website. Sir. Sir. We are reporting on public news. Publicly available information. It's all out there. You just have to know where to look for it. You just got to know where to look. 140 U.S. soldiers wounded in Iran so far. That's right. We have a confirmation from the Pentagon. The Pentagon has given us the confirmation that so far, right around approximately 100 U.S. service members have been wounded in the last 10 days. Not killed, wounded, to some degree. We're not even sure what that means. So of course that's terrible. That's terrible news. That's terrible news. But it is true. The Pentagon has confirmed that. You hate to see that. You hate to hear that. You hate to see that. Now we have a super chat here from Pizza Friday Dawn. Says, Matt, appreciate your show. You may want to check out Kilauea Volcano on the Big Island of Hawaii. It's going off major. Yeah, maybe. I think we're probably going to keep our focus on the war in Iran and what's going on right now, but maybe we can take a quick look. I'll just try to pull it up. I feel like Hawaiian volcanoes are kind of always blowing up. They're kind of always going crazy. There's always some explosion down in Hawaii. Yeah, so, okay, so this is live out of Hawaii. This is what is currently happening in Hawaii. Yep. That is pretty crazy. Somebody better sacrifice a virgin real quick to get this thing to settle on down. I'll tell you what, that's one hell of a blast. That is one hell of a blast. Folks, I'll tell you something. I am so fascinated by what is going on in the Hormuz right now. These vessels are, I'm like totally captivated. I know that sounds crazy to be so fascinated by a group of arrows that are not moving very fast. But I am very intrigued by what is potentially going on here. We might be looking at the biggest breakthrough with the Strait of Hormuz that we have seen since the outbreak of this conflict. I'm super into it. I'm all in. I'm all into it. I'm all in. Now, I'll tell you what, though. Beyond what we're talking about here with the Hormuz, there is like nothing coming out. If we had some breaking news to talk about, we would be talking about it. Right now, there's nothing. Now, what I do want to share with you folks, I do have a photo of what an Iranian, this is from a while ago, it must be from like the early 2000s. This is a photo of an Iranian naval mine dispensing boat. Looks like. They've got the mines perched up here on the boat, and you drop down the platform, and then you roll the mines off, and the mines go plop into the water. And so right now, Trump has given us the confirmation about a half hour ago. Right now, the U.S. military is scouring the coastline of Iran, hunting for these vessels. Whether or not they are actively deploying landmines or not, they might just be sitting in the harbor. Right now, the U.S. military is hunting for these boats, looking to blow them up preemptively before they even have the chance to do anything. Nope. That's right. The hunt is on. The hunt is on. The hunt is on. Can I tell you guys something crazy? I know a guy. This was Monday morning when everybody was panicking about the Hormuz getting shut down. And oil futures skyrocketed up to $115 when the markets opened on Monday. he bought oil futures at $100. At 100, not 115. He bought in at 100, thinking that things were only going to get worse. Oh my God, the sky is falling. It's over. The Hormuz is going to be shut down for months. Oil is going to skyrocket to $200 a barrel. He bought in at 100. And I'll tell you what, he's lost a bunch of money. You know, time will tell. You know what? Hey, he might be right. I don't know. I don't think he will be, though. I don't think he will be. I think that was a pretty dumb investment. I think that was one of the dumbest investments. He bought in at 100. It's over. Oh my gosh. Oil's going to be $500 a barrel. Oh yeah, you know, we could quickly talk about that girls' school, because I saw a report come out, and okay, hold up, stand by. Let me pull these two things up here. I wanted to show you about the girls' school. That's a good reminder. One moment here. One moment here. It seems as if the narrative that the U.S. blew up an Iranian girls' school, that narrative seems to have completely shut down here. And I've got some stuff to show you. Who here is aware of, his name is Tardio, Matt Tardio. This guy has done a lot of in-depth research into this narrative about the U.S. allegedly blowing up 165 little Iranian girls. So we'll take a look at some of this here. This is compiled by Matt Tardio. He says, the evidence is clear. This is not a Tomahawk. Iran alleged that an American Tomahawk cruise missile hit a school buried in an IRGC compound in southern Iran, killing 165 people. Analysis of a newly released video tells a different story. AI analysis confirms the wings of the munition in question sit about 40 to 45% down the body of the munition. On a Tomahawk, the wings sit roughly 49 to 50% down the body of the munition. So the munitions don't line up. The wing-to-body ratio of the munition in question matches an Iranian Kh-55 derived land cruise missile. And we know the Iranians, they have their own proprietary cruise missiles. Further, the video shows the munition in a steep dive angle for the final attack phase. This places the attack angle at approximately 70%, which is the max attack angle for a Tomahawk. The attack angle does not match the Kh-55. That angle matches out at 55 degrees. So what would have caused this? The wing positioning alone makes the munition impossible to be a Tomahawk. The attack angle is at the max of the Tomahawk's capabilities. The typical attack angle for a Tomahawk is much lower than 70 degrees. The typical angle is 20 to 45. By the way, we've got like photo comparisons here. I'm gonna show you here in just a second. That's measuring the attack angle. This is due to the flight pattern of the Tomahawk. They fly very low horizontally to the ground, often only 50 to 100 meters above the ground level to avoid detection and interception. In order to achieve that attack angle, the missile would have had to gain altitude several kilometers away. This will leave it vulnerable to interception. This is highly unlikely on the first day of the U.S. attack. So what could have caused this? Simply put, GPS jamming of an Iranian Kh-55. The USA and Israel were and continue to actively jam the Iranian airspace. If the Kh-55's signal was jammed, this would result in the Kh-55 uncontrollably diving down to the ground. So he thinks that this is an Iranian Tomahawk missile that was jammed out by the US and then crashed into the school. This is the footage. Now, I have a lot more to show you here, by the way. This is kind of just the beginning. One moment here. So there's that. So the argument being made here is that this was an Iranian Tomahawk missile and not a U.S. Tomahawk missile. What's more, the nail in the coffin for Iran, now it's been confirmed based on the direction of the attack. Let me pull up the image here. Based on the direction of the attack, there is a 0% chance the USA fired a Tomahawk cruise missile at the school that the IRGC claims killed 165 people. Image 1. Using Bellingcat's research, this stands up. According to them, and verified by geolocation, the video in question was taken from the southwest of the targeted building across the street. This is image 2. This means that the munition in question captured on video approached the building from the east, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a problem for the IRGC's narrative. Image 3 shows U.S. warships are currently located off the coast of Oman. Well, they were at that point located off the coast of Oman. The red solid line depicts the alleged flight path due to the munition approaching from the east. If we believe this scenario, we believe that our military, on the opening day of the war, decided to take an unnecessary risk of the munition getting shot down out of the sky and send it hundreds of miles over enemy terrain. The risk of the munition getting shot down would have increased dramatically. To put it plainly, that's stupid. So this argument is during the opening attack, was the U.S. Navy firing Tomahawk missiles over the water or over the land? It makes sense it would be fired over the water, because if you fired over the land, then it's got to travel over all this land over which it could potentially be intercepted, right? So you avoid the land to decrease the rate at which you're being intercepted. Makes sense to me. The yellow dotted line represents a real and far more believable flight path that a Tomahawk missile would take to reach the target. It would stay over international waters to avoid detection. And then we have this, like sort of a explosive diagnostics here. After comparing the explosion patterns, I can confidently say that this is not a Tomahawk. The evidence now points towards an IRGC failed missile. Tomahawks carry about 1,000 pounds, 450 kilograms. Conventional unitary warhead that doesn't produce a small puff of dirt and dust. So this is the video of the attack on the school, or the blast on the school. And you can look at the smoke that comes out. That's the explosion. This is a U.S. Tomahawk missile.
1,000-pound explosive warhead to send against targets inland.
So these are Tomahawk missile blasts. These are the explosions. And personally, I don't know, you decide. This doesn't really resemble that. It looks like a totally different type of explosion. Big difference, right? Yeah.
A 1,000-pound explosive warhead to send against targets inland.
Yeah, I mean, like, compare this to this. Seems totally different. Seems totally different. Totally different. Very different. And so once again, I guess right now, what are we saying here? Right now, we're making three different arguments. One, the wings. The wings on the missile are in the wrong spot. The trajectory or the angle of approach is incorrect for a Tomahawk missile. The flight path is incorrect, or the east-west, north-south. This missile came in from the wrong direction, probably came in from the wrong direction. And then also the blast is not in accordance. The blast itself is not in accordance with a Tomahawk missile blast. So let's say you have, I would call that 3.5 arguments. You've got 3.5 arguments here to say this is not a U.S. Tomahawk missile. Maybe you could say 4 arguments. I'll say 3.5 arguments suggesting this is not a Tomahawk missile. And personally, I think these are pretty good arguments between you and me. It was a Timu Hawk. It was probably an Iranian Timu Hawk. And so it'll be curious here. It'll be curious here. The Department of War is doing an investigation into this right now. We'll see what they find. We have a super chat here from Thomas. He says, another podcast said Iran is dropping mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Don't know if it's correct, but it would make sense. So we have a report coming from 2 anonymous U.S. intelligence insiders saying that Iran is taking the initial steps towards dropping mines in the Hormuz. So it's a report coming from 2 anonymous intelligence insiders saying that they haven't yet, but they're beginning to take the initial steps towards doing so. That's what the actual report says. Now, Trump has come out. He's made 3 different posts on Truth Social following this news saying, don't do it. If you do it, Iran, if you put mines in the Hormuz, we're going to blow the living shit out of you. Pretty much is what Trump has said. We're going to hit you harder than you've ever been hit before. Do not do it. So Trump has issued 3 responses. Now, I'll give you my opinion here. I kind of don't think they're doing it. I have a difficult time believing that the Iranian regime is now putting mines in the Hormuz. And I'll tell you why. Because in the last 24 hours, the Iranian regime, they have publicly declared that they are now letting Chinese tankers go in and out of the Hormuz. And that's a big development. They're friends with China. China gets oil from Iran. Okay. And so the Iranians have come out and said, all right, all of the Chinese tankers, we're going to let you go in and go out. We're not going to blow you up. You guys are good. China, you're good. You can go in and out. And we have been publicly, we can track it. We have been publicly watching Chinese tankers go in and out. We've seen numerous of them have gone in and out following this announcement. And so given that the Iranian regime just opened up the strait to China in the last 24 hours, I have a very hard time believing that now they're putting naval mines also in the strait, because keep in mind, these mines are indiscriminate. There's no way for these mines to determine Chinese vessel, American vessel. Once the mine is out there, the mine, if any ship, Chinese, US, or otherwise, sails near that mine, it's going to get hit. It's going to get hit. Once the mine is out there, the Iranians have no control over them. The mines have a mind of their own, so to speak. They can't differentiate between friendly and enemy. And so if they actually start putting mines out there, they could run into a situation where very easily they are blowing up their own friendly Chinese tankers. Can you imagine that? I don't think they would do that. Like, think about how psychotic this would be. In a 24-hour window, the Iranian regime says, all right, China, come on in. China, you're good to go. China, you're good to go. And then once the Chinese actually go in, then they start throwing indiscriminate naval mines out there, potentially blowing up Chinese vessels who they are friendly with. I just don't think that they would do that. That's just like crazy. That's even too crazy for them. They're not going to start blowing up their allies' tanker vessels. I don't think so. I don't think so. China is their number 1 ally. So I don't think so. We will see. We will see. We will see. I kind of don't think they're doing it though. Folks, I will tell you, okay, we heard from Pete Hegseth. We heard from Hegseth about 6 hours ago now. that tonight was going to be the biggest bombing night ever. The U.S. and Israel, they were going to be pounding Iran harder than any night prior. And very curiously, we have seen zero footage. Zero footage. Of any of that happening. So maybe that was a bluff. You know, you tell them you're going to hit him and then you don't hit him. And then when you tell them you're not going to hit him, that's when you hit him. Could have been a bluff. The Iranians are allegedly talking about putting mines out there. Trump said, don't do it, otherwise we're going to destroy you. Don't do it. I seriously feel like I'm living in a bad comic book plot. We had this conversation yesterday. You know, if you're one of the top IRGC commanders right now, like what is the game plan? What's the plan? Right now, their plan really, it seems to be aimed at causing as much economic turbulence as they possibly can. Namely, shutting down the Hormuz. But here's the problem for them, is that perhaps they actually don't even have the capacity to shut down the Hormuz. Trump is forcibly opening this thing. The Hormuz might be open for business. In fact, we might be watching the Hormuz reopen for business right now. We might be seeing it happen right this very moment. Tonight, based on what time zone? Tonight in the Middle East, and it is nighttime right now in the Middle East. Tonight, as in right now in the Middle East. Where it is currently nighttime. I've got a report here. An IRGC special unit has been caught hiding in a kindergarten. This is a kindergarten in Tehran, allegedly. Allegedly. And these seem to be armored vehicles parked in the parking lot of a kindergarten. That is what that looks like to me. This is sure what that looks like to me. And if it's true, frankly, I wouldn't exactly be surprised by that. I'm sorry, I need to pull up that image. This is what that looks like. There that is up on the screen. I wouldn't exactly be surprised. I would not exactly be surprised. But folks, beyond what we are witnessing right now in the Strait of Hormuz, it is quiet. There is no news right now. I'm going to be honest here. There is nothing coming out right now. If you want, I could start making things up. In the absence of real news, I could just start inventing fake news. I'm a pretty creative guy. I could just start making things up if you want. But no, alas, I shouldn't. I probably shouldn't. Speaking of fake news. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Iran announced that it has shot down another USS Abraham Lincoln from the sky. Oh my gosh. They shot down yet another USS Abraham Lincoln right out of the sky. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, here's the real photo. There's the real photo. You see, they're not that big. USS Abraham Lincolns are not as big as they used to be. They don't make them like they used to. That's called shrinkflation. It's a little thing called shrinkflation. Now, here, how about this, ladies and gentlemen? A couple hours ago, earlier this morning, Ted Cruz spoke about what's going on in Iran. We just saw an airstrike in Beirut. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, Israeli airstrike in Beirut. We just caught that live on footage right there. And you see the smoke coming on up. Well, look at that. There's an airstrike right there. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a launch. Ladies and gentlemen, ballistic missile launch from Iran. Red alert right now. Red alert. Ballistic missiles inbound. Ballistic missiles inbound. Okay, look alive now, folks. Look alive. Once we get a little bit closer to that, the missiles coming in, I'll flip us over to the big screen here. Right now, we'll keep Beirut up there just for a moment. Temporarily. Ballistic missile launch inbound, folks. Could be numerous. Could be several of them. I'm sorry, I said that smoke cloud is just about all but dissipated, so I'm gonna... That's me. You don't want to see me. Nobody ever wants to see me. There you go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the ballistic missiles are inbound. We're gonna watch this live. I'll tell you what, it really does seem as if the Iranian regime's capacity to successfully fire missiles has just been totally diminished. They can barely even get these things in the air. And the very few that they can... the very few that they can, we just pluck them down. The Israelis, that is, they just pluck them down. They shoot them down out of the sky. They pluck them down out of the sky. We're going to be hearing alerts here probably in the next 2 minutes. We're going to be seeing these alerts pop up. Camera 10, did you see interceptors fly up? Yep, now's about the time that they would be. We should hear sirens here in a moment. We'll have our sirens here any moment now, folks. We've got southern Lebanon, Tel Aviv. Ah, yeah, here they are. All right, Tel Aviv. We are on the lookout here for Tel Aviv. The sirens are blaring in Tel Aviv right now. You can hear them. You can hear them off in the distance. This is a massive red alert. Massive red alert. Massive red alert. Massive red alert. Oh yeah, there they go. All right, folks. Oh, folks, there's another wave that just got launched. Iran just launched even more of them. They are doubling up on these interceptors on Cam 3 at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. That's an interceptor there. Red alert. I'm telling you, man, the Iranians are barely able to get these missiles in the air these days. They can barely send any over here. They can barely get anything up these days. Now, okay, it does seem as if there is another wave of ballistic missiles inbound. I believe that we're going to see another wave potentially come on over here in the next 6 or 7 minutes. So I'd say stand by here, folks. Apologies, I'll flip back on the camera here. You know, sometimes I see these speculations that the Iranians right now they are saving their munitions. They are saving their biggest missiles. They're going to fire them soon. They just haven't done it yet. They're saving up for something big. And it's like, for what? They're having the living shit kicked out of them. Their supreme leader's dead. They've lost, I don't know, 1,000 members of the IRGC, most of whom are key leadership. They've had bunker after bunker, missile launcher after missile launcher get blown up. How many missile launchers and leadership members are they going to lose before they decide to stage their massive attack that people keep talking about? How much are they going to lose before they actually decide to fight back in a serious way, right? It doesn't really make sense. Doesn't really make sense. They can't get it up, that's right. Never want to have that problem. The only thing going up is price in oil. Well, it went up and then it came down a lot. Let me check on that. Crude oil futures. Yeah, it's back up to 86, and it looks like it's coming back down again. While we wait for the next wave, I believe there is another wave inbound. I'll show you something here, folks. Right now, we are tracking what appears to be a flotilla of tankers right now that are sailing through the Strait of Hormuz. And this could, frankly, it could be a bug or an error, or they're spoofing their transponders. Could be a series of things. But in the last 10 days, this is the first time we have seen this. We have never seen this before. This could be a U.S. naval escort. They could be getting escorted by the U.S. Navy. I don't know. But we have never seen this yet. This is a big development that we are tracking right now live on the air. It appears as if a flotilla of tankers are currently traversing through the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll see. And I'll tell you what, if they actually do make it through, oil prices are going to come crashing back down again, because then people will say, oh, wow, okay, it looks like you can do it. Looks like you can do it. Could be a spoof. We got to wait and see. We got to wait and see. The Iranian regime allegedly was taking the early steps to place naval mines in the water. And then Trump came out very publicly, very vocally, very aggressively 3 times on Truth Social saying, hey, Iran, if you put naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, we are going to hit you harder than you've ever been hit. 20 times. We're going to hit you 20 times harder than you've ever been hit. Trump said, do not F around with the naval mines. If you F around, you will find out. You will find out. Okay, folks, real quick, something to share with you all. I'm just seeing this report right now. Right this very moment, there was an ongoing hunt in Iran for 4 key figures. This is Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader of Iran. He's being hunted. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. Ali Larijani, Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. This guy, by the way, issued a death threat against President Trump about 5 hours ago. He issued a death threat against Trump. So this guy, he's probably as good as dead. I'm sure all of them are as good as dead, but him especially. Him especially. And then the final one here is Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejai. He's the Chief Justice of Iran. These are sort of like the top 4 most wanted in Iran right now. There's a hunt, I suppose. That's the word on the block. Dumbass, yeah, maybe they shouldn't have do that. They shouldn't have been doing that. Maybe not. By the way, that recent ballistic missile attack that we just took a look at, there were ballistic missiles also targeted at various other Gulf nations. and U.S. bases and infrastructure throughout the region as well. Keep in mind, Israel is not the only target as far as the Iranians are concerned. United Arab Emirates, Dubai, they're in. Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, Doha in Qatar, Manama in Bahrain, Kuwait, all of the U.S. bases everywhere in the region. All of these are targets. So, frankly, only a small portion of the drones and missiles we ever see are fired at Israel. A lot of them are going elsewhere, to other places. They're going all over the place, and they're still pumping them out. Okay, folks, I've got reports right now of explosions in Erbil and Mosul in Iraq, amid a new wave, that's that wave we just saw of Iranian strikes. Explosions have been heard in Erbil, northern Iraq, and Mosul, Iraq. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has just come out and said this. Trump claims that Iranian Tomahawk missiles were responsible for the bombing of an all-girls school that killed 170 people, including many children. Iran doesn't have Tomahawk missiles, Donald Trump. The claim is beyond asinine. So, they don't have Tomahawk missiles, but they do have cruise missiles that look exactly like Tomahawk missiles. In fact, this is their attempt to reverse engineer the Tomahawk missile. These right here, they're called the Pave cruise missile, I believe. They've got a couple different versions here. Iran, for years now, has been reverse engineering cruise missiles. And they have what is pretty much the same thing, I'm sure slightly worse, or maybe significantly worse. But they do have missiles that look like Tomahawk missiles. They've got cruise missiles that pretty much look the same. They're very easily confused. There's a good image from the side right there. They pretty much kind of look the same. Yeah, they're called the Timu Hawk. Not the Tomahawk, they're called the Timu Hawk. That's right. So yeah, of course, Iran does not literally have Tomahawk missiles, but they've got Timu Hawk missiles. Also, and by the way, I'm asking this sincerely because I do not know. I have not seen this, so I actually genuinely want to know. Has there been any proof presented that anybody actually died in the attack? We have the footage of a missile, whether it be an Iranian missile or a U.S. missile, hitting the building. Do we have proof that anybody was actually in the building or that anybody died inside of the building? We keep hearing this figure of 165 children that have died, but I don't even know if anybody was even in the building. Everybody's saying no. There's zero proof that anybody was even in the building. No evidence. Okay, yeah, because I haven't seen it. Hold up, do we have an alert? Okay, see, I think we're good. We're fine on the alerts right now. But anyway, regardless of what type of missile hit the building and what angle it came in at and where the fins were and where it launched from, was it an Iranian missile or an interceptor or whatever? I just have not seen any proof that anybody was even in the building at all, regardless of who fired the damn missile. Wait a minute, propaganda on the internet? Well, I've never. Fake news on the internet? Well, I've never. I never thought I'd see the day. Personally, I'm shocked by this. Because I'm just trying to make sense of this here. Let's just think about this. The Iranian regime, they love their propaganda. I mean, Hell, they've been posting AI-generated pictures of Israel getting blown up and sinking U.S. aircraft carriers generated by AI. They've been posting videos and photos of this for over a week now. I'm thinking, if the Iranian regime actually had 165 dead bodies littered amongst a playground or whatever, don't you think we would have seen it? Don't you think they would have plastered that imagery everywhere instead of generating AI pictures of Tel Aviv getting blown up? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I feel like we would have seen it. I feel like they would have been, like, shoving that in our face in the same way that they've been shoving AI-generated videos in our face. You know? But I haven't seen it. We're not falling for it anymore. Yep. Yep. That is right. There is zero proof at this time of any dead bodies or anything. So somebody said, have you looked for it? Yes, I have. I did a deep dive on this last night. As far as I understand, this missile would have landed at about 10:20 a.m. on Saturday, which is during the opening attack. And so, of course, it would have been on a Saturday morning. Do Iranian girls go to school on Saturday mornings? Is school in session on Saturday mornings? I don't think so. From what I read, no. We have a super chat here from Ant Soat. He says this: American bases have schools in them, but they are miles away from valid military targets, totally different from goat-loving psychopath clerics. Well, that's the other dynamic. You're right, is that this school was in the same compound as the IRGC facility, like less than a kilometer. So what, maybe a fourth of a mile away. That's like a block and a half away or less. Seems kind of close. No, less. No, that's like half a block. Now that I think about that. Yeah, hey, thank you though. Thank you though. You're right. Yeah, thank you. Oh, hey, you always got to say thank you. I'm gonna reload and take a look at these vessels here. So are they moving at all? Bear with me here, folks. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see if in the last hour or so, let's do like 2 hours. Can we do this? We can do, can I do custom? March 10. We'll do, let's do 20. Okay, we're gonna do in the last, let's do in the last 2 hours, 19 play. Okay, folks. In the last 90 minutes, They have not moved at all. In fact, I don't know why our replay here says that they disappeared. It's weird because the replay says they disappeared, but then in real time it says they're still here. However, it does seem like they are not moving. Okay, can I be a little bit paranoid here? Do you mind? Do you mind? Okay. I'm just going to quickly draw some lines, and then I'm going to like come back in an hour from now and compare these. We'll come back in an hour real quick and see what these look like. We'll make these yellow. Don't mind me. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be fine. Here, I'll do one more. I'll check 2 of these. All right. So, hold on to that, and we'll be back in an hour, and we'll see if they've moved at all from that location. Oh, can we do a grid overlay? Can we do that? Do we have a grid? Arc map, nautical charts. Refresh, view in full screen. Uno momento, por favor. I'm not super familiar with this website. Click on them to see speed. Here. Let's click on some of these. 10.5 knots. 10.6 knots. 10.5 knots. 10.6 knots. 10.3 knots. 10.3 knots. 10.8 knots. Whoa, this guy's hauling ass. 10.8 knots. Okay, whoa, slow down there, buddy. Anyway, we're gonna give that some time. Let's give them some time, okay? And we're gonna keep them up over here. We can keep track on them over there. They're tubing the Hormuz. CENTCOM has just released some footage here. Stewart, he says, first off, thank you. Chuck Schumer doesn't even know how to cook a cheeseburger. Like he can tell you what a cheeseburger is. Love. That's in Beirut. Actually, was it? Actually, it was in Tel Aviv. Yeah, here, let me show you something here, Steve, or Stuart. Sometimes the Democrats, they stage these photo ops. They try to act like they are, like normal, regular people, just like the rest of us. But it's super obvious that they are not. Here are my 2 favorites. This is Hillary Clinton. Remember when Hillary Clinton was on the campaign trail in 2016 and she visited one of her voters' apartments? And it's like a little cozy, cute apartment. And she walks in there and she's like, "What the hell? Where am I?" It's funny. I used to live in a place. I used to live in an apartment that looked just like this when I was like 20. That's Hillary Clinton pretending to be a normal human. And then we have Chuck Schumer here also. Pretending to be a normal human. Putting the cheese on the raw patty before anything is even cooked. All right, Chuck Schumer. All right. He's the pit master. He's the pit boss. I'm not looking to have any of those hamburgers. It's probably Beyond Beef. Who wants a Beyond Beef burger? I'll tell you a funny story. A couple years ago, my wife, she cooked up hamburgers for dinner. And I didn't know this, but she cooked up a bunch of Beyond Beef burgers. She wanted to see if I could tell the difference. It was like a prank. She wanted to see if I would notice anything. And so she fed me this hamburger. We sit down at the table, and she's like, all right, enjoy the burger. And I took a bite out of it. And I paused, and she said, how does it taste? So how does it taste? And I was like, no offense, but this burger tastes like shit. This is like the worst. No offense, but this burger tastes like shit. I could tell immediately. They are bad. They are so bad. Those Beyond Burger, yeah, you can't get them mixed up. You know immediately something is wrong. They are terrible. They are so bad. So how does it taste? It tastes great, sweetie. Anyway, this is an update from CENTCOM, ladies and gentlemen. This just got posted a moment ago. CENTCOM has just released footage of American strikes on Iranian small attack craft and what it says are mine layers today near the Strait of Hormuz. Folks, we are blowing up Iranian mine ships. Oh, damn. Look at that. Boom. It is a bad day to be an Iranian boat. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yep. And you're going to have to say goodbye also. Goodbye. You know what? I got a good feeling about this one. I think he's going to make it out alive. Oh, I was wrong. Oh, man, that was a bad bet, huh? And they just butchered these things. They just butchered these things. So anyway, right now, the U.S. is out there hunting would-be Iranian mine boats. Vessels that are capable of dropping naval mines. If you even remotely look like a naval boat or a naval mine-laying boat, then, you're getting blown up. You're getting blown up. That boat looks kind of cool. And you're getting blown up. And you're getting blown up. Hate to say it, brother. Jayway, that is a massive super chat, Jayway. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He says, we all tune in for the live action during the low points. Your dialogue keeps me watching. I can ramble. I'm a bit of a rambler. I'm not afraid to ramble. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jayway. Over on Rumble. Over on Rumble. We love the Rumblers. We love the YouTubers. Trump is like actually out here playing Minesweeper. Literally, he's playing Minesweeper right now. No, it just means you can't cook. Beyond Beef tastes like how you cook. If you cook it bad, it tastes bad. Is that right? Oh, is that right? Is that right? I think that pretty much everybody on the entire face of the planet disagrees with you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Beyond Meat stock right here. What's this? Beyond Beef, Beyond Meat Inc. on the NASDAQ. How are things doing these days? So back in 2021, they were trading at $148 a share. Wow, things are looking good. And now it's 76 cents. What happened? I thought it tasted good. I thought nobody could tell the difference here. Wait a minute. I thought that if it tasted good, I thought people were going to be buying this stuff. Actually, nobody is. Actually, literally nobody. They were going to go bankrupt. Look at that. From 148 all the way down to 76 cents. Less than $1. But wait a minute. I thought nobody could tell the difference. I thought it was super yummy. It's not. It is not. Nobody likes it. Nobody's eating that. It is disgusting. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. All right, I'm taking all of my money and I'm buying Beyond Meat Inc. We're buying into Beyond Meat Inc. We're gonna make it pump. We're gonna pump it. A dip. It's not a dip, it's dead. It is dead. It's flatlined. It's like a corpse. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Tehran is getting hammered again right now. Folks, you know how we've been talking about how today is going to be the biggest attack ever on Tehran on all of these IRGC locations across the country? Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, said as much. Well, guess what? It would seem as if Tehran is getting hit very hard right this very moment. We've got reports coming out right now. So we're going to be having footage of this. Do we have a Tehran? Do we happen to have any cams out of Iran? Some days we do, some days we don't. No, we don't. Not today. And even when we do, they're never very good anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, early reports here are suggesting that Pete Hegseth was not lying. He was not bluffing. The attack is underway, it would seem. Early reports are coming in now, so stand by for this. Seems to be the case. Lou Valentino. Wait a minute. Have I heard that name? Wait a minute. The bodybuilder? Wait a minute. Oh no, apologies. Okay, I'm sorry. Apologies, wrong person. You've got a great channel though, good for you. Hey there, welcome to the show. I'm sorry, you know who I was thinking of? Is Greg Valentino. Remember Greg Valentino with the massive arms? With the massive arms? I don't know. I was thinking Greg Valentino. Sorry, Greg Valentino. Sorry, my bad. Different Valentino. You remember that guy? Greg Valentino. No, different. That's not Lou Ferrigno. That's a different one. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, kind of two big stories are unfolding right now. The first story is that maybe we are seeing a convoy, a flotilla, if you will, of tankers, vessels, navigating through the Strait of Hormuz with their transponders on. For the first time since the outbreak of this war, we are tracking that right now. We might be seeing that live. It could be a glitch, it could be an error, could be a ghost in the Matrix, I don't know. But I'm telling you, we've never seen this right here. We've never seen this. Could be a U.S. naval escort. Could be. So we're following this story right now also. Beyond that, we heard from about 7 hours ago now. We heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth that tonight the United States and Israel are going to be hitting Iran harder than they have ever been hit ever before. Tonight. It's happening that's now, soonish. And we were sitting here for 6 or 7 hours. Okay, is that going to happen? Literally nothing has been happening. Well, I just got a report here. We got a chat spammer. I just got an early report here. That's in Beirut. That's a blast in Beirut, folks. Something just blasted in Beirut. Anyway, we just got a report that also Tehran is getting hit hard now. We're going to have footage coming out soon of that. So stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. We need our Beiruti camera guy to wake up. You gotta wake up, brother. You gotta move the camera. We need this guy to wake up and move the camera a little bit. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, is there anyone famous that has the name Morse other than Morse code, Samuel Morse in 1860 or whatever? Other than the guy that made Morse code, is there anybody that has this last name that is famous? Is there any Hollywood actor or I don't know anybody with Morse? If they are, I don't know them. I'm looking for them. I've got a bone to pick with them. Yeah, the Morse code guy, he's long dead. By the way, I'm related to him. By the way, relative of mine. But yeah, he's been gone for a while. There's a big lawyer in Michigan. Okay, Neil Morse, he's a guitarist. Alana Morse. You mean, wait, Alana Morse, is that who you mean? Okay. Jim Morrison. No, okay, all right. Not Morris, not Morrison. Morse. Morsa. Gandalf Morse. Hitler Morse. Okay, you guys are... Gaddafi Morse. Yeah, hey, that's my brother, Gaddafi Morse. I forgot. How could I forget? I've got 3 brothers. I've got Gandalf Morse, Hitler Morse, and Gaddafi Morse. Those are my brothers. How could I forget about my good brothers? I totally forgot. Thank you for reminding me. How could I forget my brother Gandalf? My brother Gandalf. They've got quite a reputation. So maybe not a lot of Morses out there, man. You know what that means? That means the Morses, the Morse clan, underperforming a little bit. The Morses need to pick up their game a little bit. Gotta work a little bit harder. We are kind of on here standby, waiting for footage to come out of Tehran. Right now, we know for a fact that Tehran is getting hit very hard right this moment. I've seen numerous reports. Chairman Mal Morse. That's right, that's right. Chairman Mal Morse. In fact, I actually have a picture of my brother, Chairman Mal Morse. You want to see? Ladies and gentlemen, how could I forget about my good brother, Chairman Mal Morse? There he is. He looks just like me a little bit. He looks a little bit just like me. Not quite. It is Chairman Mal Morse. Can't forget about him. I can't forget about him. Wait a moment here, folks. Nope, no red alerts. No red alerts at the moment. You think he looks better than me? Okay, yeah, maybe he does. Maybe he does. There's something else I need to tell you all. I've been trying to keep this a secret, but I didn't want to talk about this too much, but folks, I have a twin brother. My twin brother right now is actually leading the charge. He's sailing his tanker vessel through the Strait of Hormuz. He is the one right now leading the flotilla. My twin brother. His name is Mark Morse. He's sailing his tanker through the Strait of Hormuz right this very moment. I hope he makes it out alive. We are praying for Mark Morse out there. Once again, folks, it seems as if seems like Tehran is getting hit. So we are waiting for update footage here. We heard from Secretary of War that it was going to be a big night. President Trump just made the announcement. He says, and I quote, "I am proud to announce that America First Refining is opening its first new U.S. oil refinery in 50 years in Brownsville, Texas." Brand new oil refinery in Brownsville, Texas. The cleanest refinery in the world, he says. That's an airstrike in Beirut, folks. Okay, the Israelis are dropping bombs in Beirut. We heard it. Unfortunately, our camera did not pick that one up. But we sure as hell heard that one. Folks, these boats are moving. These boats have moved. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, they have. Look, folks. Compare the position you see right there. Oh, hold that thought. There's the Israeli airstrike. You can see the smoke pluming up. Yep, they just took out some Hezbollah-related target. Oh, there's some anti-air fire. Look at that. That's Hezbollah firing up in the sky, trying to shoot down some Israeli jet or something. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Man, that was one hell of a blast. Okay, no, what I want to show you real quick here, folks. We took this picture right here. Remember, you did it with me about 20 minutes ago, just 20, maybe 30 minutes ago. Compare that to this. This. These boats are moving. These vessels are actually moving. They really are. One more time. That's 20 or 30 minutes ago. And that's how they are now. They are moving. Shocking. Absolutely astounding. They are. It seems like they are. I think these boats are actually sailing through Through the Hormuz? I think they're going through the Hormuz. Chatty says, bro, if your future looks like Chairman Mao, you got to start the Rogaine now. Thanks for all the great coverage. Yeah, you know, hey, I'm lucky I'm an American. Everybody can get away with wearing a baseball cap. You know, over in Europe, nobody really wears baseball caps. A little bit, not a whole lot. That's kind of an American thing. Lucky. Otherwise, I'd have to really be worried. No, thank you very much. Doug Moore, he says, use the Marine Tracker tracking feature for heaven's sake. It shows the past track of the ships. Well, let me see if I can pull that up. Let me see here. Well, let me show you something here. So I'm tracking one of these boats that are out here, vessels. This is the Annabelle. Let's pick a different one. This is the Mahdi. Available satellite positions not available because you do not have access. Upgrade to get full access. Dude, I'm already paying $100 a month to do this. Oh, we got it. Okay, we got it. Never mind. We got it. Yeah. Frankly, I feel like this kind of doesn't really help us with what we're trying to see right here, to be blunt. To be honest, this does not help a whole lot. Anyway, we're going to keep an eye on him. We're going to keep an eye on him nonetheless. Some flash out there. You know, I think that's actually the Beirut... That's the Beirut airport. Off there in the distance, I think is what that is. You see this rotating light. Well, is that what that is? Of course, it could be some pier. I would bet it's the airport, and they got the airport all lit up. That's why it's so illuminated out there. That'd be my guess. And that's why it's so bright out there. Hey Matt, now that the war is almost closed, what is your plan? I'm sure there is much to consider as the Lib Party is still a thing. I'll be honest with you, I'm actually kind of ready to go back to our regular schedule. I'm kind of ready. Doing a like 8-hour broadcast every day, it's getting to be a little bit much, to be honest with you. I'm ready to get back in the groove. But you know what, of course, as long as this situation is like rapidly developing, we're going to be here every single day. But whenever we get back to our regularly scheduled programming, I'm not going to be heartbroken exactly. Hey, either way. I'm happy every way, either way, it doesn't matter which way, I'm happy. You know, beyond me, beyond my own personal interests, I really hope this war comes to a conclusion and we can de-escalate and we can stop dropping bombs and people stop dying and everybody can move on from this. I hope that this thing comes, I think everybody does. We hope that this thing comes to a close sooner rather than later. For a whole multitude of reasons. Harry, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, for instance, I haven't even made a shorter video in 10 days. I've just been doing live shows. No videos. That's not good. But hey, there's only so much time in the day. Can't do it all. There's a Rumble rant over here. He says, this is Morse in Morse code. Beep, 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 beep. There you have it. I think his name was Samuel Morse. We are related, actually. We are related. If you go back far enough. Yes, we are. Right now, folks, we are monitoring these ships in the Hormuz, and also we are on standby waiting to see footage or photos come out of Tehran. I've had numerous reports here that the U.S. and Israel have been carrying out joint airstrikes big time in Tehran in the last half hour or so. The bombs might be dropping right now. You know, it is Tuesday. Let me give you my best guess as to what we might see on the timeline here over the next week or so. I would guess that between now and Friday night, so the next 3 days, we will continue to see targeted strikes and targeted bombings against Iranian leadership and members of the IRGC missile, bunkers, missile storage facilities, etc., like we have been seeing. Here's the big difference. What I would guess we see, I think that on Saturday morning or Friday night, here's my guess. I bet that President Trump comes out and says publicly, all right, to the Iranian people, we have now spent 2 weeks destroying the IRGC, destroying the jihadist leadership, etc. Now is your time to rise up and take your country. The bombs are going to stop. Israel and U.S., we're going to stop dropping bombs. Starting Saturday morning, rise up and take your country back. And then we're going to wait and see. This is my bet. This is my guess. I don't know. On Sunday, we're going to see what they do. Do they rise up? Do they take to the streets? Do they take back their own country? And then we go from there. We see what happens. They might not. And then we go from there. If I had to guess, that is the plan. It's Saturday morning. We're gonna give these people a chance. Well, time will tell. Time will tell. Time will tell. On numerous occasions, Trump himself has issued kind of stand-down orders to the Iranian people. Trump has instructed the Iranian people numerous times to not take to the streets. He said, listen, we are bombing the Iranian leadership, the IRGC. Let us bomb them. Do not take to the streets yet. Trump has explicitly said, do not take to the streets yet. But it's that word yet. Soon do it. But we need to kind of take out some of these key targets first. Now, I'm going to give you an opinion here that I think some people are not going to like. I am not expecting the Iranian people to rise up and take the country. I'm not. I'm not exactly optimistic about that plan. I kind of think it's not going to happen. Civil uprisings of that sort are very rare. And even if they do happen, most of the time they fail. More often than not, they fail. Now, this could be different. This of course could be the exception, and in fact, I hope it is the exception. But civil uprisings, they generally have a bad track record. They kind of tend to not work. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. I hope I'm wrong. Hope I'm wrong. But I'm not holding my breath on that. They are not armed. Generally speaking, yeah, you know for a fact that Israel and the U.S., we have been smuggling weapons into Iran for a long time, arming resistance groups. We have been doing that. So it is true, while the general populace is not armed, I think there are groups that we have personally armed. So we'll see. We'll see. You know, of course, there is a master plan at play here, but at a certain point, Trump cannot do everything here. Trump cannot do everything for these people. There will come a point when they are going to have to do things for themselves, and then that's the mystery card. That is the variable. They are going to have to do something for themselves here. You can't make them do it. You can help them do it. You can set up the board to facilitate them doing it. You can allow them to do it, but whether they actually do it, it's up to them. Moving the camera in Beirut. You know, there is like kind of a reason why, if you look back through the last, I don't know, 300 years of global human history, how many successful revolutions have there been? You could count them maybe on one hand, maybe two. In 300 years of global human history, it doesn't happen that often. It doesn't happen that often. And when I say, I mean successful revolution that leads to something positive. A positive revolution. Something productive comes out of it. Not a whole lot, right? So we're hoping that we have another exception to the rule here. Don't you think they've already thought about all the scenarios? Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, of course. You know, the Trump administration, they have thought about exactly what we're thinking about right now. Okay, let's say we spend 2 weeks bombing the living hell out of the Iranian leadership, and we put the ball in the Iranian people's court. Now it's your time to rise up. Let's say they don't, and then they don't. Then what do we do? Let's say we deliver that opportunity to the Iranian people, and then they squander the opportunity. Okay, then what's our next step? Then what? Of course, they've thought about that. They've got a contingency plan for that. No doubt. No doubt. T-Pain says, let's get ready to rumble. Hey, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, T-Pain. 98. Thank you, sir. J-Way, thank you very much. He says, we all tune in for the live action during the... Hold on, I think we got... Oh, that one popped up twice. Well, hey, J-Way, thank you again anyway. I don't know why, I just saw that one again. Saturn Dream of Mercury says the longevity is showing at anchor in the UAE. All right, okay, there you have it. Thank you very much. I'll look into that here in just a moment. Thank you very much. Mr. Dirty Deeds says, hello, Matt. Check the Enforcer at 10 p.m. nightly. They use Google Maps to mark all locations of strikes and new... yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. Thank you very much. I've seen their show. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. We have a statement here from the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates just announced earlier that air defenses that... Wait. The United Arab Emirates announced earlier that air defense was working to intercept Iranian missile and drone attacks against the country. All right, so the UAE is saying that the Iranians are still launching missiles at them. The Iranians are still launching missiles at the UAE. And that's coming out about 15 minutes ago. Right about 15 minutes ago. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as if Tehran is getting hit very hard right now as a consequence of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. I'd be curious to know if, you know, American bias aside, pro-American propaganda aside, do the Iranians have bunkers that are impenetrable to us? And we've got the biggest bunker buster bombs in the world. As a fact of the matter, do the Iranians have bunkers that we cannot blow away into? And I'll be honest here, I would actually bet yes. I would bet that they do. I don't know how many of them, but I would bet that they do have incredibly deep, incredibly reinforced bunkers dug so far deep into the ground that we couldn't even touch them. I would bet. I would think so. Everybody says no. Okay, everybody disagrees with me. Everybody thinks I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I would bet that they actually do. Maybe not a whole lot of them, but I've bet that they've got some pretty deep bunkers. In fact, you know, let me just like get some information on the table here. Okay, so GBU bunker buster bomb breach depth. First off, let's see how far down we can go. Let me do a little bit of research here, just for a moment here. The GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, the MOP, the primary modern U.S. bunker buster bomb, penetrates up to 200 feet before detonating. 200 feet. That's, frankly, I don't want to say not that deep, but most certainly, is it possible that the Iranians have burrowed in further than 200 feet? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, here, let's just do this. What is the world's deepest mine? World's deepest mine. This is not exactly a bunker, but just to paint an example of how far deep humans have dug into the side of the Earth. It's the Ponang Gold Mine in South Africa, which is 2.5 miles down into the Earth, into the surface of the Earth. This is 13,000 feet. Okay, folks, just for a little point of reference here, the world's deepest mine is 13,000 feet. The GBU massive ordnance penetrator is able to penetrate 200 feet before exploding. And then, of course, the explosion does more damage, you know. But, we got this guy spamming the chat. What are you doing, brother? Hey, you can't be doing that, brother. Well, okay, let's be like generous here. Let's say that every GBU massive ordnance penetrator here is able to do. They say the penetration is 200 feet. Let's say it does 500 feet worth of damage and destabilizing. So 500. Okay, 500 per bunker buster. Not 200. 500. The world's deepest mine is 13,000 feet. Divided by 500. You have to drop 26 bunker buster bombs in the same exact spot in order to reach the depth, maybe, of the world's deepest mine. 26 of them in the same spot. What is the price of a GBU? How much do these things cost? $10 to 20 million per bomb. 13 million. 13 million. 13 million. Now, of course, you know, I see the comment that you don't have to actually get all the way to the bottom. You just have to blow up the air shafts and everything. Now we're just getting creative, you know, whether or not the Iranians have this, I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking outside the box here. One moment. Just theoretically, would it be possible to create a bunker complex that is 12,000 feet beneath the surface of the earth, dug into a hillside, that is totally you've got oxygen scrubbers, you've got oxygen production, you've got water production, you've got, you know, radiation filtration, you've got you know, energy stores enough to live down there for years. You are totally independent and cut off from the surface world for years. I think that's probably possible. I think probably so. Where you don't need a damn thing from the surface world. Oxygen, water, doesn't matter. You have it all. You can make it or you have it stockpiled for years. I think so. I think probably so. Matt wants boots. No, I don't. No. You know I'm not a fan of boots on the ground. I've said that a lot. Ocean Gun says, hey Matt, thanks for the coverage. I've been listening to your coverage as these things unfolded. Hope you can get a good rest after these consecutive streams. Hey, thank you very much. You know, I'm feeling rested. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Now, by the way, fun fact, or maybe not so fun fact, the Moab, sorry, not the Moab, the Moab is not our biggest bunker buster. Our biggest bunker buster is the GBU-57, which is this one that can penetrate 200 feet. But that's not our biggest bunker buster, actually. That's our biggest non-nuclear bunker buster. We have nuclear bunker busters. The largest nuclear bunker buster in the U.S. arsenal is called the B-6111, a variant of the B-61 gravity bomb. The term gravity bomb is so cool. Anyway, it entered into service in 1997 as a hardened ground-penetrating modification. It is a 340 to 400 kiloton yield gravity bomb. Penetration. Okay, so it penetrates 10 to 20 feet into dry earth. Although the nuclear shock wave is capable of crushing hardened targets much deeper than 300 feet. 350 feet, something like that. So it's not a bunker buster, it's a bunker decimator. It decimates. It's a bunker decimator. That is technically the US military's biggest bunker buster. It's a nuclear bunker buster. And it is the shock wave that actually destroys everything below the surface of the earth. That's curious that it doesn't actually penetrate that deep. It's only 10 to 20 feet. It penetrates. Yeah, plus it would irradiate the entire hillside. The entire thing would be irradiated. China has underground cities in case of nuclear war. I think we do too. Don't you think? I think the US has entire underground cities and facilities. In fact, and I don't know because I'm just a nobody, you always hear these rumors of tunnel bunker complexes stretching from the west coast to the east coast. That the US government has created an elaborate series of tunnels all the way from like Los Angeles to New York that you could drive. You could drive from LA to New York underground. And I don't know, that seems kind of crazy. That's a lot. That's a pretty long tunnel. I don't know about that. But that's what they say. That's what some of them say, at least. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Yeah, Fort Weather, Mount Raven. Yeah. Hollow Earth. Yeah, and of course the US government has teamed up with the Mole People and the Agarthans living in the inner Earth to make this happen. They're using ancient Agarthan Mole People magic. Obviously. Obviously. What do you hear out there? Pandemonium Preferred says, Matt, we have it figured out. Rest easy. The Underground Facilities Analysis Center, UFAC, has been around for years. Google it. Hey, don't UFAC me. UFAC you. One moment here. I'll tell you what, sir. I Google UFAC, and it says Upholstered Furniture Action Council, which has been working to reduce death and injuries from residential furniture. This is the Upholstered Furniture Action Council. Yeah, somebody has got to do something about all of this damn upholstered furniture. It's ruining everything. I'm not happy about it. Hold up. Do we have red alerts? I will look into that, but do we have red alerts here? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have ballistic missiles inbound. That's right, Iranian... Okay, that's right. Okay, folks, I'm going to, You're tuning in. Okay, folks, ballistic missiles inbound, launched from Iran. This is targeting, I believe central Israel. Everybody, get ready, ballistic missiles inbound. It is go time, and I will be back here in just like 1 minute. Inbound. All right, ladies and gentlemen. These ballistic missiles are inbound, and we're going to start hearing the sirens for them in probably about 45 seconds. The sirens always activate, at right around the 2-minute mark. Right around the 2-minute mark. Something like that. Yep, the Iranians have just fired yet another round of ballistic missiles towards, I believe, central Israel. Towards central Israel. I think that's where we're going to see these pop up. Folks, I've got something to tell you. After this, remind me to share something with you. This is going to blow your mind. Oh yeah, okay. I have something that's going to blow your mind, but I want to get through this this ballistic missile barrage here, folks. McAnvia, hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, as these get close, I'm just going to flip off my camera. Good news. Shocking news. All right, red alerts. Oh, Jerusalem. Folks, these are in the Jerusalem area. Generally, we do not see Jerusalem get targeted. We don't see this a whole lot. Oh yeah, big time Jerusalem. Big time. Generally, it's always Haifa and Tel Aviv. Namely, Tel Aviv. We should be hearing sirens here any minute now, I'm sure. I'll tell you here. If anything pops up, I'll tell you. Oh, camera 10, southern Lebanon. That appears to be an interceptor, 10, top left. Okay, well, I'll tell you folks, a lot of these alerts are starting to get cleared up already. A good 80% of them have already gone blue. Okay, Iranian regime, it's getting a little bit embarrassing. Oh, there's another little alert. At this point, they're so enabled to fire that many ballistic missiles, they can't really get many of them in the air, that the one or two they do get up, they just get intercepted. They can barely even mount an offense at this point. At least that's my take on it. Yep, and all these alerts are just starting to get cleared up. Now, of course, every time this happens, there's always at least one person in the chat that says, well, you just wait, Matt. The Iranians are saving up for a massive wave and they're about to blow up everybody. They just don't feel like it yet. And, you know what? I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. I guess we'll have to wait and see. So, this is the Jerusalem area where all the alerts were. They've all gone blue. There's one little red alert here, right here. And it's gone. And it's okay, so this was our area of concern here, and it's over. All of them have gotten intercepted or whatever else. Or whatever else. KK Bronson says, I have a Henry Morse in my family tree. All the way back in 1738 in Haverhill, Massachusetts. Not famous, but the first Morse in my family born in the U.S. Well, British colony, distant cousins. Probably, honestly, probably. Because I believe it's Massachusetts where the first Morses arrived in 1635. I go all the way back to 1635, and that's when they showed up. That's when we showed up. Oops, apologies. We've been morsing around out here since 1635. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you. That's awesome. That's very cool. Thank you. And also, Buckeye Guy says, thanks for monitoring the situation with us. Boots on the ground only if the AI robots are wearing boots. Yeah, right. Yeah. Send in the AI robots. That's why you got to keep Elon Musk on good terms here. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have John Paradise. He says, going back to the cardboard cutout of the Supreme Leader, we know it's definitely AI because one of his legs was not amputated. It's true. That's a good point. Okay, remember when I said I had something to tell you that was going to blow your mind? Well, this attack is over, and now I'm going to share it with you. Folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 1988 interview with Donald Trump. Paulie Toynbee meets Donald Trump in 1988. And Donald Trump, they talked about all types of stuff. 1988. Well, you want to know something that Donald Trump said in 1988? He said, and I quote, "I'd be harsh on Iran. They've been baiting us psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot at one of our men or ships, and I'd go do a number on Karg Island. I'd go in and I would take it. Iran can't even beat Iraq. Yet they push the United States around. It'd be good for the world to take them on." Ladies and gentlemen, Trump was talking about taking Karg Island in 1988. I kid you not. Okay, what's Karg Island, somebody said. Where's our internet? It's going to blow your mind. This is the great nation of Iran, or the once great nation, the soon-to-be great nation of Iran. Here's Karg Island. We call this Oil Island. Ladies and gentlemen, 90% of all of Iran's oil gets exported through this one terminal, one single terminal on Karg Island. It's a little bit loud. So anyway, Trump in 1988 was aware of Karg Island and was talking about taking it from them if they ever did so much as did anything. And the dynamic has remained the same. Still, this island, this is the Iranian Oil Island. It's connected to the mainland by a series of pipes. There's a pipe that runs up. I'll show you a little bit of it here. There's the pipe right there. So this pipe connects Karg Island to the mainland. 90% of all of the oil that Iran exports gets pumped out on this island through machinery like this onto the boats. They've got all the infrastructure set up. We've been talking about this island a lot. And once again, I always like to say, you might notice Trump has not blown up this island yet, has he? He could. Trump could blow the living hell out of this island if he wanted to. But he hasn't. He hasn't, has he? He's kept it intact. This island is still pristine as it can be. Because why? Well, I think Trump wants it. There's like a little shipwreck or something right there. Appears to be. Look at that. We've got all the other angles. Man, what a time to be alive. Anyway, I think Trump wants this island. I think he wants to take the island. That's what I think. And that's why he's not blowing it up. So we will see. Hold up. Do we have another launch? Is Iran launching again? Stand by here, folks. Yeah, wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, folks. Yeah, folks, Iranian ballistic missiles inbound again. Here they come, folks. They're coming on in. They're going to be here in just a couple minutes. Another missile launch. Yeah, surely they're going to do something this time. It makes you wonder, what is the point? What even is the point of launching these missiles? They're accomplishing nothing. They're literally just accomplishing nothing. They're just getting nothing done. I have a video to share with you guys. An IRGC member filmed himself leaving his post saying he believes the Islamic regime is over. Standing inside what he says is an IRGC barracks that used to be a school, he explains that everyone there has already left. Everyone is gone or leaving. I'm going home too, he said. It seems like the regime is finished and we should surrender. I just hope the people don't take revenge on us, he says. Okay, this might be wartime propaganda. We have a moment here before the missiles arrive.
اینجا پادگان بسیجه که تا چند وقت پیش مدرسه بوده. همه از اینجا زدن بیرون و در رفتن. منم میرم خونه. به نظرم میرسه که کار رژیم تموم شده.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this. I can't understand him. I don't know. Like, his face is blurred, his voice is weird. This could be like propaganda. I don't know. There's no way to know. There's literally no way to know. This could be a Mossad agent or a CIA agent. I don't know. Not that I don't want it to be true, but I just don't know if it is true, you know? We just don't know. Hey, it would make sense to me. I'll tell you that much. It makes sense to me. Wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Oh, hey, camera 10 interceptor. Camera 10 interceptor. It's going up into the sky. I'm going to flip off my camera. We have a new Truth Social post. Okay. When it rains, it pours, folks. When it rains, it pours. I don't see a new Truth Social post about any of this. We are on red alert right now, folks. There are ballistic missiles inbound towards Israel, out Tel Aviv. Oh yeah, big time, Tel Aviv. Real quick, that's on the map right there. And the sirens are activating. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This should be Tel Aviv area, and we've got the camera up there at the top, in the top right. Lot of alerts inbound. I would be looking at camera 4 in the top right. Oh yeah, right there. Interceptors on cam 4. And those two interceptors split up. Right there. I saw one interception. There's another interception up there on Cam 4. Okay, more alerts coming in right now. There's another interception on Cam 4. So we know that they launched at least 3 ballistic missiles this time, because we just saw 3 interceptions. More alerts, more alerts. Sirens are back on. They're flipping them back on. A lot of alerts still active right now. The alerts are blaring on. Oh, that looks like an interceptor. Okay, more interceptors going up in Tel Aviv. 3 more are going up. That's on Cam 4. On Cam 10, you can see they're on it. They're everywhere. Oh. Folks, I think on Cam 10, one just made it through. On Cam 4, I think that got intercepted. I think we just saw one get through on Cam 10, folks. One almost got through on Cam 4, but it got intercepted last minute. Yeah, and there's the audio finally. That's a hit. That's a hit somewhere. That might have been 2 hits we just heard. Interception over Cam 4. It's not even done. That was another one right there. Okay, I'm going to tell you something, folks. The number that I have read, I've looked into this a lot, is that 1 out of every 10 missiles Iran launches ever even makes it to Israel. So the missiles that we are seeing get intercepted over the skies of Israel, that's only 10% of the missiles they launched. Because a lot of them get intercepted over Kuwait and Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Jordan. 9 out of 10 get intercepted, they never even make it to Israel. So, how many missiles do you think we just saw in this recent attack over Israel? 10? Let's make our math easy. 10. Well, that means that in all likelihood, the Iranians just fired 100 ballistic missiles. That was a very big wave. That was a pretty big wave. Oh, more alerts. More missile alerts. These are just north of Tel Aviv. North of Tel Aviv. It's not over yet. More missiles inbound north of Tel Aviv. 10 was Lebanon. Well, it's southern Lebanon pointed down at towards Haifa. Could have been on the far side of the Israeli border, or it could have been just short of it. I'm not sure. But it's pointed down towards northern Israel. It's pointing south. More ballistic... Okay, these missiles are getting closer to Haifa now. Now we're just south of Haifa. I can show you real quick. There's Tel Aviv. That's Haifa. Right in between the two. Oh, camera 10. Interceptors. 2 interceptors. Actually, hell, those might be ballistic missiles. Is that a missile coming in? It is. Oh my god. Oh, okay, no, that got intercepted right above the mountain line. Right above the ridge line. That did not hit. That did not hit. It got intercepted. We saw that on Cam 7. From Cam 10, it looked like a hit, but on Cam 7, which is 1 second behind, we saw that that was an interception. That one got popped up in the air. Very close. Wow. Wow. That was a close one, though. There are still red alerts southeast of Haifa. Well, make sure to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. It seems like maybe there was 1 or 2 hits. Most got intercepted. Most do get intercepted. Okay, it looks like all of our alerts are cleared here, folks. All of the alerts are cleared. So, obviously, I'm not happy to say it. It is entirely possible that the Iranian regime just fired over 100 ballistic missiles. Entirely possible. Considering most of them get intercepted before they ever make it into Israeli airspace. So by nature of just seeing like 15 missiles over Israel, they might have fired 120, 30, 150 missiles in total. They could have. They could have. Because the number I keep on reading is that 90% of them get intercepted before Israel. Fire on Cam 10. I don't see that. Who knows? Oops, apologies here. No, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me explain to you what I mean by this. We'll zoom out now that that attack is over. Okay, this is Iran. Israel's all the way over here. Well, depending on where Iran launches ballistic missiles from inside of their territory, they've got to travel across maybe Qatar, maybe Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Jordan, sometimes Syria. It depends on where the missiles are launched. Sometimes they launch from up here, sometimes they launch from right here, central, sometimes they launch from down south. And so depending on where they launch the missiles from, the missiles have to travel over sometimes several other different countries, inside of all of which we and our coalition allies have missile interception batteries. All the research I've read suggests that every single time they fire missiles, 90% of them on their way to Israel get intercepted over the skies of Iraq or Saudi Arabia or Kuwait, Syria, or Jordan. That it's always right around only 10% ever make their way successfully to Israel, at which point we see them on the live broadcasts. So generally speaking, of course, this is not every single time, but generally speaking, for every one missile we see over Israel, 9 of them have been intercepted somewhere else along that path. That's how the numbers shake out. Now, there was something I was looking for here. One moment. So, folks, I can tell you a part of that wave there was there were a series of rockets that were shot at Camp Victory in Baghdad. So the Iranians and their regional allies, they're targeting, they're lining up their attacks. When the ballistic missiles fly, that's when Hezbollah attacks. That's when the Iranian-backed proxies in Iraq attack. They all do it at the same time. When it rains, it pours. Hold up. Do we have more red alerts? Are you kidding me? Do we right now? I don't see that. I think all of our alerts are resolved. I'll keep you posted. Anyway, so yeah, there was a rocket attack on Camp Victory in Baghdad. Mojtaba Khomeini's in a coma, dying. Is it? Let me see that. Let me look into that. I'm not sure. Hold up. Hold off on that. I don't see. Stand by here, folks. Who posted this? Okay, folks, I think this is sort of a clickbait story. So around yesterday, there were like random unconfirmed reports that Khomeini Jr., the new Ayatollah, the new Supreme Leader, was in a coma. I see stories talking about that yesterday, but it's unconfirmed. And then now there's a YouTuber that is talking about it. But I think this is within the realm of unconfirmed hearsay. This seems to be sort of like a clickbait story. This seems to be kind of a clickbait story. At least I haven't seen anything confirming this at all. No, we do not have new alerts right now. We also had an unconfirmed story yesterday coming out saying that he had his leg amputated. He was wounded in his... So, by the way, we do know for a fact that he was wounded by an Israeli airstrike. The Israelis tried to take him out probably 4 or 5 days ago. They dropped a bomb on him. He survived, but that he was wounded. We know that much. That is a matter of fact. Then, we also got an unconfirmed report that he had to have his leg amputated because of the wounds he suffered from the Israeli airstrike. That part, the leg amputation, that is unconfirmed. And now we are hearing that he's in a coma, maybe, but that also seems to be unconfirmed at the moment also. That might be clickbait also. Now, here's what I'm hearing. Take a look at this. Iran says it has launched a missile wave that is going to be lasting for the next 3 hours. Iran says they're about to be aggressively launching missiles for 3 hours. Time will tell if they can keep that pace up. We'll see about that. We will see about that. Turn up the camera quality. Yeah, hey, thanks for that advice. Wow, I didn't think about that. Raul, thank you. Okay, folks, it seems like the Israelis have just carried out an airstrike in the suburbs of Beirut. Holy hell. حكم الله شكرا الله. This is the Israelis blowing up a Hezbollah location in Beirut. This happened just now.
ريف آدم برازي مساء الخير.
نعم سمر، غارة إسرائيلية في هذه الأثناء شنتها المقاتلات الحربية الإسرائيلية على الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. هذه الغارة من أعنف غارات هذا المساء وبعد سلسلة.
So that's one big explosion. And that was the Israelis that did that one. I'm out here scanning for updates here. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Permission to get a little bit controversial here. Give me a 1 in the chat if I have your permission to get a little bit controversial here. Permission granted? Okay. I think there's kind of a new PSYOP going around. I keep seeing this everywhere I look. The new PSYOP is like, you know, we are super critical of Israel, and that's fine. You can be critical of Israel. I am. But then here's where the PSYOP comes in. We are so super critical of Israel that we need to then support Iran and team up with the jihadis because we are so super mad at Israel. And it's like, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go that far. I'm not sure if I'm going there with you. I see a lot of that. You know, I can understand being critical of Israel. Okay. But supporting Iran and teaming up with jihadis to stick it to Israel because we're so mad at Israel, that's where it's like, yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. No thanks. Or even worse. Maybe even worse, you know, we are so mad at Israel, we're so mad at Trump for helping Israel and getting involved in the Middle East that we're voting for Democrats. That now we're going to vote for the Democrats. I see a lot of that too. I see that too, and it's like, yeah. No. We're not going to do that. I'm not, hey, I can't speak for you, but I'm not going to do that. No thanks. Right? Yeah, right. Okay. A lot of us are on the same page. You be critical of whatever government you want. That's your right. Be it Israel or Japan or Guatemala. But I'm just not going to partner up with the jihadis or vote for Democrats. That's me. Oh, wow. Oh, folks. I have an update here. You know, I should actually probably do some super chats. I need to get caught up here. I'm falling behind on the super chats. Let me see here. Ocean Gun says, hey, Matt, thanks for the coverage. I've been listening to your coverage as things unfolded. Hope you can get a good rest after the consecutive streams. I think I saw that one, but I'll say thank you again. Thank you very much. I think we got that one. We have a new one here. This is from Popeye. He says, hey, Matt, I found you a better cam to use for Tel Aviv. They actually keep the cam in the sky and follow the interceptions as they're great quality. Sokak Kedistev is the name of it. Okay, I'll pull that up here in a minute. One moment here. I'll look into that. I'll look into that. Thank you very much, by the way. I'll look into that. Thank you. And we have another Rumble rant from Family Stump. He says, found you on my live stream last week. Never heard of you before. Now you're my go-to for the news. Thank you for what you do. Keep up the good work. Well, hey, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. I cannot believe how many people are tuning in on Rumble these days. I can't believe it. Or on YouTube, everywhere. It's blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very happy you found your way here. Thank you, Family Stump. Shout out the family. Thank you very much. Nicola Hans, 88, says, grab a cup of coffee. You know, maybe I would take a cup of coffee. If my wife is tuning in, sweetheart, I would take a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a good idea. Larry Rogers says, I'm ashamed of every president that kicked this can down the road. You know, it's one of those problems where if you kind of nip it in the bud, then things don't get out of hand. You know, it's easier to spend 1 minute a day cleaning your room than it is to spend, 1 hour at the end of the month cleaning your room. I don't know. Because the mess has gotten so out of control. Does that math make sense? Yep, that's right. Yes, it does, if you do the math on that. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, the mess has gotten out of control. And that reminds me, sir, of something that we heard from Marco Rubio. A couple days ago, Marco Rubio came out and said that, listen, if we had not stepped in and gotten involved with Iran right now, they were making 300 ballistic missiles a month and 1,000 drones a month. Anyway, they were pumping these things out at an insane rate, and that if we did not shut them down now, that if we have waited 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, whatever it is, then they would have reached a critical yield where they would have so many drones and so many bunkers from which to launch drones and so many pickup trucks or trucks to launch ballistic missiles off of. They would have had so much equipment, and they would have been so bunkered in that then we would not have been able to stop them. Or if we wanted to, it would have been incredibly bloody and expensive to do so. And so it's like we were running out of time to stop them from getting to that point where they actually would have been so bunkered in and then so well equipped to take over the entire region and bully the entire region pretty much. The problem was getting out of control. So you're right. Yeah, that's right. We heard that from Rubio not too long ago. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ace Willem says definitely that's delusional psyop for the low IQ. Yeah, about teaming up with yeah. I think so. I don't believe that it's natural. I think something weird is going on with that. I don't believe it's authentic. I think it is a little bit psyop-y. It strikes me as being weird. I don't think it's authentic. Thank you, sir. Ace Willems then says, we have a big super chat. Ace Willems, he says, and this one is just for being a great American patriot, showing up 2 weeks straight every day, telling the truth. Appreciate it, Matt. Much respect. Well, hey, even though I can barely speak English, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I want to say every time people thank me and they're tuning in, they're enjoying the show, I also want to put it back on you guys, the audience, for being here. Without you, there would be no show. What's more, the people that are actually protecting us in the Middle East in harm's way, the civilians caught in harm's way, all the people that are actually out there sort of on the front lines, those people, they are really the ones that are doing work out there. So support and prayers for them also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to do a quick scan here for updates. Hold up. Things are happening very fast right now, folks. Okay, we have a statement from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense. The Saudi Ministry of Defense reports that 6 ballistic missiles were launched tonight by Iran at, once again, Prince Sultan Air Base to the south of Riyadh, with all 6 of those ballistic missiles being intercepted by air defense systems of the Saudi Arabian Armed Forces. So like we've said, you know, every time we've got one of these ballistic missile launches towards Israel, more often than not, they are also launching these ballistic missiles at the Saudi Arabians, at the Qataris, at the Bahrainis, at the United Arab Emiratis. Israel is not their only target. They're targeting everybody in the region. They're targeting everybody in the region. They just keep on doing it. They keep on doing it. Post Miz over here on Rumble, he says, I found you in my stream too on Rumble. Haven't watched MSM news since 2020 election. You are my news now. I only listen on Rumble because everyone I listen to got booted from YouTube, and then I did. Yeah, that's the way YouTube is. I am, you know, I'll tell you what, if there's ever a Democrat back in the White House, I'm sure I'm getting banned on YouTube. They're going to kick my ass off YouTube too, and then we're going to be on Rumble exclusively. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but I think it will. If we ever have a President Kamala Harris or a President Gavin Newsom or otherwise, I think that will happen. So there's a reason why we are preemptively building out our presence here on Rumble, just in case. And I love Rumble. I really do love Rumble. I love YouTube too. I hope I don't get banned. But we know the type of dirty games those Democrats play if they're ever in power, because we saw that happen already. We've seen them do it. Oh, what do we have? Okay, that is a red alert on the confrontation line, ladies and gentlemen. This is a small little skirmish up here. I would suspect that this is the IDF taking shots at Hezbollah and Hezbollah taking shots at the IDF. This doesn't say drone, it doesn't say ballistic missile. This is just, I think they're just taking shots at each other. And we see that all the time. It's not funny. It happens so often though. Right along that border, they're just shooting at each other. And that situation is already resolved. It's already done and over with. It's already done and over with. Ryan Armstrong, hey, that's 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Ryan. Every time someone gets one of those gifted memberships, that means that they no longer have to watch the ads. Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you, sweetheart. We got the coffee. Excellent. And Chosen Outlaw, he says right now, props to Matt's wife. Also, I don't think this goes to Friday. I think their leader is gone or almost gone. You know, I don't know. Everybody's talking about the new supreme leader here being in a coma. I have yet to see any confirmation of that. We've heard rumors. He had his leg amputated. He's in a coma. He totally could be. I don't know. You know, you might. We haven't heard a damn thing from him in 10 days. Allegedly, he's the new supreme leader, but nobody's heard anything from him. We've been interfacing with a cardboard cutout. It's like they made a sock puppet. Hello, I'm the new Ayatollah. Death to America. They have like a sock puppet. Death to America. I'm the new Ayatollah. They have a new supreme leader sock puppet with like googly eyes. Death to America. Okay. All right. So you people are crazy. Anyway, they have a cardboard cutout of this guy that they're wheeling around town or something. I don't even know. They're using sock puppets. Nobody's heard of this guy. Nobody's heard of this guy. Or nobody has heard from this guy. Maybe he is in a coma. I don't know. You think he's scared? Well, we haven't heard from him at all. Man, yeah, we really need to start incorporating sock puppets into the show. I've been saying this for a year now. Ladies and gentlemen, we need sock puppets. Does Fox News have sock puppets? No. So we need to have sock puppets. We need to set ourselves apart. Over here we have sock puppets. Let me take a look at this here. Wow, this is a beautiful sight. Can I pull this up? Ladies and gentlemen, historic moment. The B-21 Raider has captured mid-air, refueling for the first time ever. Wow. So when a mommy airplane loves a daddy airplane very much, they refuel. They're doing it. Wow, that's something else. Wow. I mean, that's just badass. That's just badass. So that's just, oh, I forgot to play it. Anyway, that's just totally awesome. That's the first time that's ever been recorded. That's the B-21. That's like the B-2, new and improved. It's got cutting-edge technology, and I think it can fly further distances. It has a slightly smaller profile, I think. It's slightly smaller, but it has all the new modern technology. The B-2 Spirit Stealth Bomber, I think, is from like 1980. So it's a little bit dated. No offense to anyone that was born in 1980, but it's a little bit dated. They have the new technology. That's right, the B-21. Oh, wait, hold on. What in the hell are we looking at here? Hold up. Bear with me here, folks. Got a couple videos here to share with you guys. Footage shows the IRGC ground forces launching tactical ballistic missiles from the FATH 360 system at U.S. Army bases in Kuwait. That's not good. Okay, so we are watching, this is IRGC propaganda footage here, folks. That's what this is. They've released this to say, look at this, we're blowing up all the Americans in Kuwait. That's what this footage is. These are some of their rockets that they are launching towards Americans in Kuwait. That is what this is. So there's that. So what is the, hold up. Do we have more alerts? No, we don't. Okay. No, we do not. Okay. What is the strike distance of one of these rockets? Stand by here. The Jason Bluey says it even has Bluetooth, the B-21. So now you don't have to pass the aux cord. Hey, bro, hand over the aux cable. I just link it up to the Bluetooth. There you go. Hey, thank you very much. It's good to know. And I think you'll be interested to know this. Okay, so these rockets, you just saw them. That they launched out of the FATH 360, also known as the BM-120. Iranian short-range solid propellant tactical ballistic missile. And they have a strike range of up to 75 miles. Up to 75 miles. So you know that if they are firing those rockets at Kuwait, they've got to be firing some like from very close, somewhere over here, like in this area. You can't be too far off. There's that. Sterling Wilson III. Hey, thank you. He says, video of us refueling, talk about air supremacy. Great job, Matt. You're funny and a true patriot. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm sure you've seen. You want to talk about air supremacy real quick? We have been doing, not all the time, but I've seen it. 3 days ago, we saw the U.S. do this. 3 days ago, we saw aerial refueling take place over the Persian Gulf. We have been refueling publicly, because you can't always track the military planes. They've got to flip on the transponders. It's almost like they were bragging. You know what I mean? They flipped on the transponder, they aerial refuel over the Persian Gulf, right off the coast of Iran, and then go back to bombing. And they didn't have to do that. They could do it with the transponders off. They did it with them on, just to send a message. We are in control. You're right. And thank you. Hey, thank you. Almost braggadociously so. That's right. Look what we can do. You can't do anything about it. You can do nothing about it. In fact, it's been a while since we've pulled up Flight Radar. Why don't we take a look here? Why don't we just do a quick scan? So right now we are tracking military and government airplanes. We don't see anything. Really, nothing peculiar. Of course, the Brits, they're doing their thing out of their airbase over here on Cyprus. They've got the drone running laps, protecting the airspace. And who are you? You're an Airbus. He might be doing refueling up here also. This is a British airbase. Probably refueling up here. We see a bunch of U.S. Stratotankers flying out of Israel right now. This guy is probably coming home. What do you think this U.S. Stratotanker was doing over here over Jordan? What do you think he was doing? Well, and then he went dark. He went dark. He disappeared somewhere over here, and then he popped back up. What do you think he was doing? He was most certainly refueling. And this fine gentleman is heading east to go do what? He's doing some refueling. So the bombing continues. Commercial flights. Passenger flights. So the Emiratis, they don't have a concern in the world. They've got passenger flights flying in and out. Nobody cares. Everybody is relaxed. Commercial airspace is open over the Emirates. Over eastern Saudi Arabia, we have, in fact, as recently as like 20 minutes ago, we saw ballistic missiles get fired at, what is it called? Prince Sultan Air Base. It's somewhere down here, just south of Riyadh. So anyway, they've shut down the eastern airspace over Saudi Arabia. Qatar shut down. So all of this is still shut down. And nobody wants to fly over Iraq. What do you see? If you zoom out enough, what do you see here? Nobody really wants to fly over Ukraine or Russia right now. Not a lot of traffic over Russia because of the war. And so really, like generally speaking, if you're trying to go from Europe or Africa into Asia, these are the two big roads here, flight lanes. You're flying over, you're squeezing in between Russia and Iran over Azerbaijan, or you're flying south over Saudi Arabia, and you're sort of routing through the Emirates. It's kind of two big roadways here, two big flight paths, and Iran is smack dab in the middle. Rumor has it, this is like 7 days ago, the reason why Iran fired a suicide drone up at that Azerbaijani airport is because they temporarily wanted to shut down the airspace. And they did. For a couple hours, they shut down all of this traffic routing through Azerbaijan. They shut it down by nature of firing one suicide drone at the Azerbaijani airport. Now, what did they get To what end? Why did they want to shut down this entire traffic lane for 2 or 3 hours? I don't know. But they did. For some reason, they did. And I don't know. You can only speculate. But 7 days ago, for some reason, they wanted to shut down this airspace. And that's why they fired that drone at that airport. Some type of strategic airspace shutdown. Now we have a super chat here from, this is Dominique Grady. Hey, Matt. Good to be back monitoring the situation. Times like this, weed out the America First posers. Love what you're doing. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, I think I've noticed what a lot of you guys have noticed. I've noticed what some of you have noticed. You can't help but notice a lot of people's true colors get displayed during times like this. It is true. It is true. Thank you very much. I'm doing a quick scan for updates here. And once again, hey, Ace Willems, again, thank you very much. That's a massive super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Somebody asked if I was a veteran. No, I never served in the U.S. military. You know, the last couple days, everybody's been panicking. Some of these type of guys. Trump is going to institute a draft. He's going to draft everybody. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a U.S. draft. Everybody's going to war. And of course, you know, when you're an American man, when you turn 18, you have to sign up for the selective service, which is the draft. You sign up for the draft when you're 18. And if you don't, you can go to jail. As far as I understand, you have to do it. And so, of course, I signed up for the draft. And I Googled, now I'm 32, I was like, okay, if there is a draft, how old, what's the threshold? And I was hit with a brutal dose of reality. I still feel young. I'm young. I'm 32. And you know what? The draft doesn't even want me anymore. The age cutoff here, the high end, is 26. It's 18 to 26. I said, man, I almost feel a little bit disrespected. I'm too old to be drafted. God forbid there ever is a draft, and of course there won't be. Everybody's panicking for no reason. But I was like, oh man, I guess I'm getting old. I'm too old to get drafted. I thought I was still young. I'm just an old man now. I'm just sipping my coffee. I'm an old man. It's 18 to 26. It used to be 34. Is that right? Did it? Oh. No, there's not. I mean, some of these guys, right now, they're out there panicking about a draft when there are no boots on the ground. There's not even boots on the ground. And already people are out here on Twitter talking about how Trump is going to draft every military-age man in the country and send him to go die in Iran. Like, really? Really? Don't you think you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself? Take a chill pill. Take a chill pill. Take a couple chill pills. Take a chill pill. Oh, hey. I've got something to show you here, folks. This is a crashed... This is a crashed Israeli missile, allegedly, with the unexploded warhead visible. There's no public Israeli weapon matching this munition, but one was previously found in Lebanon, and remnants of this weapon or a similar one have been found. So this is an undisclosed Israeli weapon, allegedly. That's the warhead. It is undetonated. This thing crashed, allegedly. And right now I'm seeing because nobody knows what it is, a bunch of people are trying to figure out what the hell is this thing. And so this guy says, maybe it's a Hero 250. Hero 250 rocket. Well, that's a type of dirt bike. Wait a minute. That's a type of dirt bike or a motorcycle. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what this is. Seems like nobody knows what this is. I don't know. Do we have, there we go. Can I refresh this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, listen, we've been tracking these boats over here. I think, okay, now what the hell is this? Man, what a very weird day on marinetraffic.com. We had these guys fly up here, and it seems like they're not moving. Now we have this other Congo line here. They're all lining up. You know what what I think is going on here is that these are not ships that are traversing the Strait of Hormuz with the transponder on. I think they are sailing up here and going dark. And by nature of flipping off their transponder, it kind of scrambles the system, and then our tracker tries to kind of guess where they are. I think that they are sailing up here, going dark, going through the strait, and popping out the other side, because we saw a lot of that yesterday. We saw a lot of that yesterday. That's what I think is going on here. I think they're still going dark. Disney cruise boats? Yeah, it's probably a bunch of Disney cruise boats. Maybe Carnival Cruise. Yeah, once again, Saudi Arabia has confirmed that they just, in the last 45 minutes, intercepted 6 ballistic missiles fired from Iran at Prince Sultan Air Base. These Arab Gulf nations, they've got to have enough. They've got to be pretty freaking pissed at this point. They've got to have enough at some point. How many times are you going to get shot with a ballistic missile and a suicide room? All right, I've had enough. This is Prince Sultan Air Base here, just southeast of Riyadh. Sort of central Saudi Arabia. I'm sure some of the people here in this very chat have even been here. I'm sure some of you have been here in person, in real life. We go 3D. Yep, there's our 3D view. And then these are the living quarters. Where do the people live? Well, they live over here. You even have a big soccer field. You've got 2, you've got 3, 4 soccer fields. How many soccer fields do these guys need? Well, they need even more. They've got even more up here. Good Lord. Good God. They're really out here, just in the middle of nowhere. They are out there. Football. Matt Morris, it's not soccer, it's called football. Ich liebe die Bundesliga. Mm-hmm. Soccer. Soccer. I'll tell you something here, folks. Something very curious. It's happening tonight. So we know that the U.S. has been carrying out airstrikes in Tehran. U.S. and Israel have been carrying out airstrikes in Tehran. But we've had no footage of it. We know it's been happening. No footage of it. Nothing has... We've had nothing. which is a little bit abnormal. Very abnormal. Normally by now, I mean, it's been going on for hours. By now we would have heard something. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The Islamic regime in Iran is looking for financial compensation for damages suffered during the war so far. They are asking for reparations. Not only have they not surrendered or met any of our demands yet, they are instead demanding that the U.S. pay them reparations for the damage we have inflicted to them. So that's not going to happen. So that's never happening. Reparations. Yo, we need our reparations. So has anybody been following this this Jake Lang story in New York? He was at a protest and two young terrorist men threw a bomb at him. We heard that story a couple days ago. Frankly, I haven't looked into it too much. And I was like, "Oh, that's terrible. That's crazy." But as more information comes out, it seems like they are actually like ISIS, like members of ISIS or something. This is actually much bigger than anyone originally thought. I don't have all the information. Let me look into this here. We've got a little Fox News report coming out right now.
Qayyumi and Emir Balat brought 2 homemade explosives to an anti-Muslim protest on Saturday. Thankfully, neither detonated, but as you mentioned, more homemade bombs have been found and safely removed from a Pennsylvania storage unit connected to the case.
They had more
Both
of them.
suspects are being held without bail after their first appearances in court yesterday on charges that include attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization and using a weapon of mass destruction. According to a criminal complaint, both men expressed support for ISIS, and one talked about watching ISIS videos.
Younger and younger individuals who are radicalizing and mobilizing to violence. And this is taking place against the backdrop of social media, the dynamics of online culture. It's not limited to ISIS, it's across the ideological spectrum.
Fox News Digital captured these photos of the suspects' homes, both located in Philadelphia suburbs, roughly 15 minutes apart.
What are these, like $1 million homes? Let me guess. Do we have another classic case of these guys are 2 immigrants or their families are immigrant families from some Middle Eastern or African shithole of a country? Sorry, pardon my language. They come here, they have the American dream, they live in a $1 million house, and then they still hate America, and then they join ISIS and start throwing bombs at Americans. Is that just yes or no? Is that exactly what has happened here? Yes. Wow, I nailed it. I don't even know the story, and I guessed it because this has happened so many times. This just happens over and over and over and over again. It's like it's getting predictable. It's just predictable now.
The suspects are U.S. citizens, but their parents are naturalized U.S. citizens from the Middle East. An attorney for one of the suspects tried to suggest yesterday that the 2 co-defendants were strangers to each other. Both men are due back in court early next month. Martha, it's Ibrahim.
Wow, it just keeps on happening. That's so crazy that it just keeps on happening. Oh no, who could have expected that? Who could have expected that Ibrahim Muhammad would do that? I'm so shocked that Ibrahim Muhammad, the immigrant from the Middle East, would do this. Ah. Darn it. Anyway, so That's crazy. They were buddies. Yeah, I guess the report said they tried to say that they didn't know each other. So you're telling me that they both are members of ISIS or ISIS sympathizers, and they both showed up at the same protest at the same time, both of which had bombs on them, and they did not coordinate that? That was totally incidental? Honestly, it's even worse if that is incidental. Imagine that is incidental. Imagine they did not know each other, actually, and both of them brought bombs to the same protest. Like, that's even worse. Because then you don't have one problem, then you have two problems. Two distinct problems, and it's the same problem. It's actually even worse. That's crazy. Let me take a look at this here. We have footage coming from a Chinese social media app. Video from Kushu, a Chinese social media app without a guarantee of accuracy, strongly suggests that the number of U.S. soldiers who have died is more than reported. This has 1.6 million views and almost 10,000 likes. This is the worst AI slop I have ever seen in my life. Yeah, this is just fake. This is just AI. This is bullshit. This did not happen. This did not happen. This did not, dude, it is so depressing. It's so depressing. This has 1.6 million views and 10,000 people like this. This is so depressing that people are believing this. People see this and they believe it. Unbelievable, unbelievable. It's getting bad. And right now we can still tell what's AI because it looks bad. It looks like AI. It looks cheap. But where are we going to be at in 5 years? What about 5 years, maybe 10 years from now, when AI is, 1000% better? And we're not going to be able to tell in a couple years. Humanity is about to get very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the story about the IRGC members abandoning posts is more likely true than false. I would, just my personal gut feeling, my intuition here, I would also bet that IRGC members have been abandoning their posts en masse. I have no concrete proof of that. I've nothing at all. But that's my speculation. That's my speculation, at least, that they are abandoning their posts en masse. Every day that this goes on, I think more and more people realize for Iran just how futile this is. It's over. They're not going to dig their way out of this. They're not digging their way out of this. No, they are not. No, they are not. I just looked at the clock. Folks, it's already been 7.5 hours. We've been here for 7.5 hours. Goodness gracious. Good grief. We just continue to monitor the situation. This situation is getting monitored. There's no doubt about that. I'll tell you what, though, right now, we're in a little bit of a reprieve here from breaking news updates. FYI, hey Matt, I just looked it up, and Thursday and Friday are the weekend in Iran. Is that right? You know, I was saying kind of what my expectation here is. I think that the Trump administration, we, the U.S., we are going to continue strategically taking out IRGC targets over the next 3 days. And then I think that Friday night, maybe Saturday morning, I think Trump is going to publicly say, all right, people of Iran, we have been bombing the Iranian regime, your oppressors. For 2 weeks now, we've bombed the living hell out of them. We've taken out 10,000 individual targets, whatever it is. Now, we are calling on you to rise up and take back your country. And then I think Trump is going to give him a couple days. He's going to call off the bombing. He's going to say, okay, no bombing. We're not going to drop any bombs for 2 days this weekend. It's up to you. Take back your country. And then we're going to see what happens. If I had to guess, that's where we're going here. That Trump is going to give the Iranians an offer. Let's see what you do. I think that's the way that we're going here. I expect that maneuver is going to be pulled off this weekend. And then, depending on what the Iranians do, then we go from there. There's a chance that they don't rise up. There's a chance that they don't do a damn thing. It's totally possible. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do? Who knows? We have a super chat here from Headwaters, Oregon. All right, an Oregonian. He says, Matt, you're getting good at this. The others better look her out. You see what I did there? You know, we definitely have our own show here. It's a very unique show. We've got our show over here. Hey, thank you very much. And it's unique because of the unique people tuning in. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. This weekend, I mean, you know, it might be the make or break. It might be the make or break here for what happens next. We'll see what the Iranian people do. We've already had reports that the United States and Israel have been smuggling weapons into Iran and arming, you know, potential sort of rebel groups that will then fight on the ground against the Iranian regime. And that whenever we give them the go order, all right, go, then they're going to go. We will see here. Only time will tell. Time will tell. We had that report that the Iranian regime was going to be attacking Israel for 3 hours. Kind of doesn't really exactly seem to be the case, does it? Doesn't seem like they're doing that. Which is, you know, for the best. Technically speaking, for the best. But very strangely, no footage coming out of Iran. This is our Persian Gulf. This is the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. You want to see something very interesting here, folks? Let me pull this up. Why don't we do a quick recap of traffic going in and out of the Persian Gulf over the last 24 hours? Take a look at this. So what we can do here is we can do, yep, 24 hours. Take a look at this. What you're seeing now is the maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. We can watch all the boats move in and out. And what you'll notice here, if you look over here on the left and over here on the right, you'll notice boats kind of strangely appearing and then disappearing. Disappearing and reappearing. They disappear, then they pop out the other side, they reappear. Going both ways. If you kind of pay attention, we're seeing boats over here just pop out and reappear. So this is why people say that some of these tankers are traversing the Hormuz here with their transponders flipped off. With the transponders flipped off, they're going dark. You also see some Chinese tankers. There's two of them right here. These are both Chinese. The Iranian regime, they have actually explicitly given permission to the Iranians, to the Chinese, to sail on through. It's all good. We're not going to blow you up. They are letting the Chinese go on through, no problem. The curve of Hormuz, yeah. The curve of Hormuz, the strait, the curve. A lot of very curious activity. They're going dark and popping back up. They're popping up and going dark. They're popping up, they're going dark. And I think you can actually see this kind of reflected in the current oil futures market. I think a lot of people have realized kind of what's going on. Investors, big business where the money is, they've realized, some of these tankers are, in fact, they are going through the Strait of Hormuz very quietly. They're sneaking on through. You know, keep in mind, on Sunday night, Monday morning, people were panicking. Oil futures reached $115 per barrel. Well, now it's all the way down, 85. So people have kind of relaxed a little bit. It's, okay, some people are squeezing on through. Some people are making it through. It's not ideal. The situation is not perfect yet. I mean, if you go out 1 month, let's get some more data. This is 6 months. So rewind back to early February. Go back a month ago, and we were down at 60. Now we're up at 85. But it went up and it came back down. And I think it'll probably keep on going on down. It'll keep on going on down. Once people kind of realize that Trump does, in fact, have a grip on the situation. As it would turn out, it would seem as if the Iranian regime actually does not have the capacity to entirely shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They've been talking a big game. We're going to shut it down. In fact, they've fired missiles and drones at around 10 different vessels. So they have tried. They've tried. But in spite of that, still, it seems like they really don't even have the means with which to shut it down, even though they want to. In large part, it's kind of out of their control. in large part out of their control. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, right now, things are just really quiet. And I just looked over, we've been here almost 8 hours. Folks, I think I might wrap it up for the day. And you know what? Even more than that, a little bit of an announcement. I think starting tomorrow, and it's going to be really hard because I really like doing these longer shows. I really like hanging out with you guys for 8 hours. I think tomorrow I am going to get back. I'm going to force myself to get back on the regular schedule. What do you think about that? Tomorrow, regular schedule. I think it's about time. It's been a week and a half. 10 or 11 days. I think I've got to do it. I've got to do it. For my own good, I've got to do it. And I don't want to do it because I really like doing these long shows, but I think I've got to do it. I think it's for the best. So tomorrow, regular schedule. What does that mean? That means 11 a.m. Western, 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern and 11 a.m. Western. And we're gonna break it all down. Now, between you and me, if I had to take a guess here, when we say regular show, I would imagine the shows are still probably about 2 hours long, as opposed to the regular 1 hour long. Because there's just so much to talk about. That'd be my guess. So, still. Anyway, everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for being here on Rumble and on YouTube. If you are new, before you forget, before it slips your mind, make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure to like and subscribe on YouTube and on Rumble. Cammy says, Matt, regular schedule. It's time for the regular schedule. It's time. I think it has to be that way. No good thing lasts forever. We're going to go from a really good thing to a pretty good thing. But it's for the best. It's for the best. It's for your own good. It's for my own good. Thank you all very much. I'll see you folks tomorrow. God bless everyone. Thank you all for being a part of the show, a part of the community. Until I see you next time, God bless and stay safe. And once again, thank you all very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow.